It's time. It's 8. Are we ready to start?
Might run.
Well, late is good.
We run in the hallway.
Right. Oh, I think Pepper gets. I think I'm ready to intro you guys.
I'll do the welcome, and then we'll throw it to you.
Oh,
Layers also.
send out the reminders of cell phones off, that sort of thing.
Better grab us a couple of waters, if you don't mind.
Oh, I think we go.
And do you want me to sit?
I got him. Good morning, everybody. I think we're going to get this show on the road in the next minute or so.
I need to reset it. I was too busy chatting with Nicole, and I'm sorry. We were, talking about the despair that graduate school instills in us. Oh my God.
Good morning, everyone here and online. Welcome to day 2 of the Connections Conference.
We're very excited to have you join us, either in person or online. A friendly reminder to those of us that are in Bass Lecture Hall here at LBJ today, please keep your cell phones muted or quiet or even off out of courtesy to our panelists and discussants and moderators. Also, a friendly reminder, we do keep a pretty tight schedule, so feel free to filter in and out of the room throughout the day as you see fit to see the panels that you want to see.
And here, back with us again, the immaculate Jeff Trimble.
Day 2 of our conference today. I actually wanted to start out just to wake everybody up with some more bad news for journalism majors around the world. Can I get onto this? Can we throw up my screen here? Saw this on the BBC this morning. Just thought I'd share it with you out of interest.
أنا فضة. أول مذيعة في الكويت تعمل بالذكاء الاصطناعي في مؤسسة كويت نيوز الإعلامية. ما هي نوعية الأخبار التي تفضلونها؟ لنسمع آراءكم.
I'll let it run once more in case you didn't catch the audio.
أنا
In
فضة.
Arabic.
أول مذيعة في الكويت تعمل بالذكاء الاصطناعي في مؤسسة كويت نيوز الإعلامية. ما هي نوعية الأخبار التي تفضلونها؟ لنسمع آراءكم.
So this is Feta. Feta made her debut this week on Twitter for a Kuwaiti media outlet. She is an AI news presenter who will be on regularly now. And I wanted to compare and contrast her because it's been a couple of years already that Xinhua has had AI announcers. Here is their AI announcer in 2018 starting his first broadcast.
Program. I'm AI News anchor in Beijing. Panama's participation in the ongoing China International Import Expo is showing its
Run that back to the beginning.
Hello,
again.
you are watching English News Program. I'm AI News anchor in Beijing. Panama's participation in the ongoing China International Import Expo is showing its potential as a port of entry for China into Latin America. During an interview,
So that's the difference of a few years in the quality of AI and its ability to
أنا
produce.
فضة. أول مذيعة في
Once more
الكويت
with this,
تعمل
as folks are
بالذكاء
still
الاصطناعي
coming
في
in.
مؤسسة كويت نيوز الإعلامية. ما هي نوعية الأخبار التي تفضلونها؟ لنسمع آراءكم.
Feta is saying, I'm Feta, the first presenter in Kuwait who works with artificial intelligence at Kuwait News. What kind of news do you prefer? Let's hear your opinions. And the officials at this news outlet said Feta is a popular old Kuwaiti name that refers to silver, the metal. We always imagine robots to be silver and metallic in color, so we combined the two. Also, hence her look, her blonde hair and light-colored eyes, which this outlet says reflect Kuwait's diverse population of Kuwaitis and expatriates. So, the latest addition in the AI world to news presentation. Pretty good. Claire, had you seen that before, these guys?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I have thoughts.
So just a reminder to everybody as we gather that this conference is creating a space for discourse on modern media and technology in state affairs. Our main focus is the chaos of the contemporary information space and how this informs and impedes the creation, execution, and communication of policy and the effective conduct of policy. I'm Jeff Trimble. If you didn't see me yesterday, I've got 40 years or so involved in international journalism as a correspondent, editor, and media manager. At present, I'm chairing the board of EurasiaNet, which is an independent news organization covering news about South Caucasus and Central Asia. I am really thrilled, I mean, about as thrilled as a Midwesterner can be, right? I'm from the part of the Midwest where the guy loved his wife so much he almost told her. So you all don't know about that in Texas, but that's the Midwest. We're really fortunate to have with us today Claire Wardle, a real leader in the field of misinformation, verification, and user-generated content. Claire's the co-founder and co-director now of the Information Futures Lab and professor of practice at Brown School of Public Health. And I want to come back to that and ask you why public health, why you've landed there, and to talk about that. So back in 2015, Claire co-founded the nonprofit First Draft, a pioneer in innovation, research, and practice in the field of misinformation. But what I particularly want to point out is that in 2017, Claire co-authored really the foundational report called Information Disorder, an Interdisciplinary Framework for Research and Policy. And she did this for the Council of Europe with her co-author, and this report comprehensively examines what she calls information disorder and its related challenges, such as filter bubbles and echo chambers. This report also introduced a new conceptual framework for examining information disorder and identified 3 different types of information: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. I hope that sounds familiar because we only heard these terms about 1 million times yesterday. And thanks to Claire, I had a very easy job designing a course in disinformation in the digital age at Ohio State University and this course. So I can't think of anyone to help us make more sense of the contemporary information space and the contemporary disinformation space. And I'm particularly excited because Claire's given this some additional thinking. You know what I need to say first? You're also here at University of Texas for another reason. Do you want to brag on yourself a little bit? You're here to receive an award for from the School of Communication. What's that all about?
Jeff, you're Midwestern, but I'm British, so it also makes me very encouraged. Yeah, yes. Unfortunately, I have to leave after this because I'm here winning an award from the School of Communication for my services to communication, which seems very odd, but yes. But I've been giving these questions a lot of thought, so I'm ready to have a little bit of a practice run this morning.
Jump in.
So firstly, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's wonderful to be here. But the reason that I was wincing slightly as you were talking about this framework is because in 2017, I kind of jumped in because I was frustrated at the fact that everybody was talking about fake news. And from my work for about a decade, working with the BBC and other news organizations, I knew that most of the problematic content wasn't actually fake. It was often genuine but used out of context, what I call weaponization of context. And all of it didn't even look like news. It was memes and other things. And more importantly, it wasn't just Trump, but it was lots of politicians right around the world using it as an attempt to basically undermine a free and independent media. So I worked hard with Hossein Darakhshan, my co-author, on coming up with this framework. And I think what it points to is we were seeking a simplistic explainer for something that was really complex. And in many ways, although it's hard to say this, that's what conspiracy theorists do. And now when I look at that framework, I just think we just failed to capture so much of the complexity of the ecosystem. It looked great in published form. It looked great when people retweeted it on Twitter. But actually, this problem is so complex. And by focusing on the framework talks about falsity and intent. So, disinformation, false content deliberately created to cause harm. Misinformation, I often say, my mum, she mistakenly shares content. She doesn't know it's false and she doesn't mean any harm. Then, malinformation being genuine content. But in the spring of 2019, when I was doing research about this, obviously before COVID, it was about the measles outbreak that was happening in New York. And I was in a lot of anti-vax spaces. And I saw this post by a woman. She's got a T-shirt on with the word informed. And she's holding this huge binder of scientific academic research. And in this post, she's saying how she is preventing harm by sharing the truth. And she's part of this participatory dynamic network of other people who are doing their own research to prevent harm. And I thought, so how does she fit into my Venn diagram? She's not a classic disinformation agent, and she's not the person who forgot to check and reshared without check. She's part of something that's completely different. And then when we think about January 6th, those people who stormed the Capitol, many of them really believed that they were the ones saving democracy. They were protecting the Constitution. They were preventing harm. And it wasn't that they just watched a couple of YouTube videos. They had been part of an information ecosystem for years that had been creating this grand narrative that you couldn't trust the election. And it was not a hierarchical information ecosystem. It was dynamic, non-hierarchical, that everywhere they looked, people at the golf club, people around their dinner table, people at work, their president, talk radio show hosts, were all saying the same thing. And I thought, that doesn't fit into my frickin' Venn diagram. So the more I'm doing this work, the more I worry that we've become so focused as researchers and journalists and others about taking everything that's in the ecosystem and breaking it down to atoms of content. We look at a Facebook post and say, should this be labeled or flagged or taken down? Should this Twitter post be labeled? And we think about this as atoms of content because we think about, is this false? What was the intent of the person sharing it? And we're completely failing to understand the way that this intersects. We're completely failing to understand the way those atoms fit into grander narratives. We're failing to understand how it moves through the ecosystem, what this looks like longitudinally. So whilst I think it was useful to write that report in 2017 and it started many conversations, my worry as a field, I have a couple of worries, is that we're disproportionately focused on the content as opposed to thinking about all these other elements. And that we are still disproportionately siloed. So we're sitting here, we're talking a lot about public diplomacy and disinformation and Russian actors and other things. I'm in a school of public health where my colleagues only think about the infodemic as if this is only a problem in the health space. And then I've got people now, increasingly climate scientists, who are waking up to this problem as if they're the first people who've figured out this is a problem. We're not learning the lessons. We're not connecting the dots. And actually, when you spend time in these spaces, as I said to Jeff this morning, if I'm a disinformation agent, I'm looking for opportunities where there are eyeballs for people I can recruit. And that might be the Meghan Markle documentary. It might be the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, where there was a ton of influence operations happening during their divorce trial. Bad actors are looking at these non-traditional spaces. Funders, they're not going to fund me to monitor tweets around the World Cup looking for disinformation operations. They're going to fund people looking at elections, around pandemic responses. So that's my concern about this field, is we're still very, very siloed, and I worry that we're still looking in the wrong places. We're, the drunk person looking for their keys under the lamppost. We're still disproportionately focused on Twitter and disproportionately focused on looking at these atoms of content.
You do, in a forthcoming article, to which I'm really looking forward, propose some ideas, some solutions. What do we do about this? Do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, so I'm sure many of you are researchers also, but you know that when you spend time in disinformation ecosystems, they look actually very different to our information ecosystem. The one that we inhabit is probably many of us woke up this morning and turned on the BBC or went to the New York Times. We still live in a pretty top-down, linear, hierarchical model of information. The people at the top have probably got letters after their name. They're experts because they've studied things. They're going to stand at a podium. Maybe the press is going to cover it, and then people will change their behavior on the back of it. We still actually think about communication in a pretty 1986 model. In the participatory disinformation networks, it is, as I said, it's dynamic, it's participatory, it's non-hierarchical, and people feel heard. They feel like they're doing something. The do your own research hashtag is because they feel like they have agency to do something that makes a difference. And so I keep thinking about how can we, from the side of trying to improve our information ecosystem, actually take the technology of just even Web 2.0 and actually create spaces where we really are responding to community information needs. Because another thing I'll say is, we funders, the headline writers, on the most egregious forms of disinformation. We all want to read the headlines about QAnon or about the fact that people believe that Bill Gates is microchipping vaccines. That drives clicks. It makes us go, oh my goodness, can you believe it? That's what Uncle Bob thinks at Thanksgiving. But actually, those 20% who've fallen down the rabbit hole, to pull them out, you're not going to just convince them quickly. That's a de-radicalization program. But the disproportionate focus on that 20% means, I would argue, we're ignoring the 80% of the population that's like, hey, I'm just trying to figure out, should I get my 8-year-old boy vaccinated? I've heard a rumor about myocarditis, what is it? You go looking online and you can't find that information. Or I've just moved to Providence, turns out it's got a lead water pipe problem. I go searching, I can't find good answers. There's a whole host of chronic and acute information needs around a whole host of topics. And when we don't answer those questions effectively, you know who does? The conspiracy theorists. You know who are really good at search engine optimization? Conspiracy theorists. When I go looking at government agencies' YouTube channels, 22 views I see. Like, we're not communicating in the spaces that we need to, in ways that we need to, and this has to be community-driven, and it has to be co-created with communities to take messaging and create it using a language and cultural context that makes sense for those communities. Now, it's not quickly scalable, but all of us who were in that huge number of conferences in 2016 and 2017, anytime somebody talks about media literacy, they're like, oh, yes, Claire, that's going to take too long. Can't we just create a spam filter for misinformation? Can't we just tweak the Facebook algorithm? And of course, we knew then, but we didn't want to believe it, that there's no quick fix to this. This is a multi-decade response. And the only way we do this is by being participatory. And thinking about Russian attempts to do this, the long game, and they make it participatory, and they do it at the local level. It's not about ads on the side of buses. They've always known that, but we're not very good at it.
We're going to take a look at a little something about the Russians in a moment, but coming back, is there anybody or any place that's getting this right? We hear about Northern Europe and places like Finland, perhaps, and then maybe the Danes, the Swedes, and others who are in a systematic way beginning to introduce programs into education systems and in a more comprehensive manner. Are there models out there that we should be looking at where things are at least beginning to work and come together?
I mean, certainly in countries where the threat is more obvious, and certainly countries that border Russia have known the impacts for much longer than we have. And, you know, we've seen the programs around the elves, the digital elves, and, you know, there are many really good examples of media literacy campaigns and other things. But I still think it's still based very much on this idea of teaching people rational skills. Mm-hmm. And fundamentally, I think and I wrote about this in that information disorder report around the role of emotion, the role of ritual, the role of performance and identity. Well, that makes researchers and academics and journalists feel pretty, we don't talk about emotion, we don't talk about feelings. But actually, what I would love to see is more work done to help people understand the way that we're all vulnerable to our emotions. And in fact, we just ran a big field experiment in Kenya using an SMS course that was using the basis of inoculation when you teach people the tactics and techniques. Well, we had one course that was teaching people, here are the tactics and techniques of those trying to manipulate you. And then we had one which is, here's the ways your emotions are being manipulated. And that course worked significantly more, it was much more effective than just teaching the kind of rational tactics and techniques. So when you say who's doing it well, there's lots of spaghetti being thrown at many walls all over the world. But I still think, A, we're not evaluating effectively enough, and I still don't think we've quite got at the elements that drive this, which is emotion and identity. And I think we still fall back on, let's teach more people how to Google effectively. And I think that's still missing the part of the way that as humans we have emotional relationships to information.
We cause enough problems for ourselves within our own families and communities. When outside actors, and I'm thinking in particular at this point about foreign actors, get involved in a way about which they only dreamed for decades and decades, but the digital era has made possible, the problem becomes even more complex, doesn't it? Now what I'm doing is setting up the Project Infection little clip we're going to look at, but you would agree with that.
Yeah, 100% is that, and you know, everybody says, oh, did this only start in 2016? And we say no. But I think what happened in 2016 is that we got disproportionately focused on political disinformation on Facebook. Mm-hmm. And actually the problem has always been health and science misinformation in communities, and then WhatsApp kind of sped that up. But I think the focus for the last 7 years, again, has been disproportionately in response to the Philippine elections, Brexit, and Trump's surprise election. And so that has shaped our field, I would say, in the last few years.
Well, let's go back then. The New York Times, a couple of years ago, 2019 maybe? 2018, put together a 3-part video series called Project Infection, and Claire, you're in that prominently, and they did a really great comprehensive look at Russia and its history of disinformation. And we're going to go ahead and show about 2 minutes of that just to set some more context to talk about the action and complexity of these outside players who are working so hard to influence our system here. So I'm going to tee that up if you don't mind. Ready, folks, to do Project Infection here? VOA guys, you came in too late. What's on the screen right here is who's going to replace all you guys at Voice of America. This is, Here we go.
The thing about a virus is it doesn't destroy you head on. Instead, it brings you down from the inside, turning your own cells into enemies. This story is about a virus created 5 decades ago by a government to slowly and methodically poison its enemies. But it's not a biological virus, it's more like a political one, and chances are you've already been infected. And yes, it's also a story about this guy, and a term he likes to think he invented.
Really, the word, I think one of the greatest of all terms I've come up with is fake. I guess other people have used it perhaps over the years, but I've never noticed it.
It's only been around for a few years, but you're probably as sick of it as we are. Well, the thing is, it's actually really old. It's just that once, it went by a very different name.
Активные мероприятия.
If you feel like you don't know who to trust anymore, this might be the thing that's making you feel that way. If you feel exhausted by the news, this could be why. And if you're sick of it all and you just want to stop caring, then we really need to talk. Ready? Okay, so to start, let's go back to July 1983, and all the way over here, New Delhi, India. This is when a remarkable story appears in a newspaper called The Patriot. It claims the HIV virus was secretly created by US government scientists as a weapon to kill African Americans and gay people. It even names a facility, Fort Detrick in Maryland, where the virus was supposed to have been concocted. It's a crazy allegation printed in a small newspaper. No big deal, right? But fast forward just a couple of years and look what's happening. The story is spreading all over Africa. A scientific report's even published by 2 East German biologists who say they can prove AIDS is made in the USA. All these articles are from just a few months at the end of 1986. And then somehow, it ends up here.
A Soviet military publication claims the virus that causes AIDS leaked from a U.S. Army laboratory conducting experiments in biological warfare.
That's Dan Rather reading a fake news story to millions of unwitting Americans on national TV.
Thank you. Claire, so as if things weren't bad enough, let's talk a little bit about the Russians and what we've just seen here. Go ahead.
Well, I think the other thing I'll say is the reason I love this clip and I still use it all the time in trainings is because it just shows how dynamic the information ecosystem is and how information moves and flows offline and on. And again, going back to my framework, which I kind of want to put in the bin, like it doesn't allow for that. You know, and I think the reason this is so effective is because that happens every day in about 5 minutes. And we have the same thing that something is, posted or starts in 4chan and Discord. It moves on to places like Telegram, conspiratorial spaces on YouTube, and then moves it maybe onto Twitter and Facebook, then maybe gets up to a journalist who might not realize that it's fake, or does, but by debunking it is giving it that oxygen. And so that whole piece of how it works and how it works now is that was a 2-year process. We can now do this in 1 to 2 days. But it's that learning of how do you seed and then allow the information ecosystem to do its work, and how do we train people to understand that as opposed to have you Googled the headline effectively. And I think and the Russians play the long game. And in fact, there's an amazing scene in the documentary where they have this footage of KGB spies from the 1980s. And and I talk about this almost in every presentation, is he talks about drops of water on a rock, and he says, no drop of water can ever cause any harm, but consistent drops of water on a rock can split it into thousands of pieces. And that's what we're trying to do with America. And he said this 40 years ago. And I think about that all the time around the way that we think about the atoms of content. Should this Facebook post be taken down? Should this tweet be labeled? We're thinking about this as an individual drop of water. And often these kind of posts, because bad actors know exactly how far to push it, but not cross these policy guidelines. So they're going right up to the edge, but we're not doing any longitudinal work to say, what does this harm look like over years? If I look at my 14-year-old nephew's Instagram feed, there's a lot of low-level misogyny and anti-Semitism. Nothing that's going to get taken down by Instagram, but collectively, what is that doing? And so that's the reason I just think this documentary, going back to those techniques that the Russians have so effectively mastered, is it's not about the here and now. It's not about the atoms of content. It's about the grand narratives over time and what that does. And I think as we sit in America in 2023, and not to say it's all caused by the Russians, absolutely not, but there's a lot of factors going into the fact that we feel like we're splintering into thousands of pieces.
Well, you've pushed my button on the Russia thing. You were probably speaking about Yuri Bezmenov, who was one of these defectors in the 1980s. And Bezmenov, I mean, we're talking about the 1980s, and he described a policy that mostly applied to the Soviet approach to trying to destabilize and topple regimes in the developing world. And he said it was a four-step process. The first step was demoralize. The second step was destabilize. The third step was crisis, and the fourth step, as the Soviets referred to it, was normalization, which meant, of course, putting in place some order that was more amenable to what Moscow wanted. And these first two stages, demoralize and destabilize, could take a very long time. And the crisis piece is meant to happen very quickly. Something happens. That's the spark that makes the whole thing ignite. And I would just say that looking at our society today, are we demoralized? Yeah, I think I'm feeling pretty demoralized. I read the news. Are we destabilized? Well, it depends on the day and what you see in the news, but certainly there is a great deal of tension in our society. So one looks at these decades-old techniques and wonders the extent to which, and sure we're doing this to ourselves, the extent to which these efforts over decades, where the Cold War never ended, where this struggle never ended, where these people never went away, they continued what they're doing, really is having a pretty profound effect on what's happening inside this society. I find that super disconcerting. I don't know, there are others here who are Russia types as well. Jill Doherty's here, spent a long time in Moscow. Others may have comment on that and thought on that, but what's your reaction?
Well, I mean, absolutely in the fact that, if you read anything about Russian techniques, it was never about persuading you of anything in particular. It was about driving chaos, sowing confusion, and making you pull away from trusted institutions. And when I think about, this came out in 2018, this was before COVID. It's very hard now to look around and see people who say every single day, I just don't know who to trust. And you see this with, Edelman Trust Barometer. People aren't trusting institutions, they're trusting each other. Now, I have a WhatsApp group full of pretty smart people, so I'm okay. But when we have people turning to their brothers and sisters for information about who to vote for, whether or not to get vaccinated, et cetera, we've got a long way to go. And I'm sure if somebody from the CDC was here and they were being honest, we've lost huge amounts of trust in very, very important public health institutions, WHO as well. And what does it mean to rebuild that when we know we will have another pandemic soon? So again, when I rewatch this, I think,
anyone want to get into this discussion, react to anything we've raised so far? I have a couple more topics I want to raise with Claire in our limited time, but I'd love an opportunity for anyone to jump in who would like to do so. Two hands right in the center here, up at the top. Please introduce yourself before you ask your question.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ryan Williams. I'm a PhD student here at the LBJ School of Public Affairs, and several of my colleagues here and I are developing the Global Disinformation Policy Database that's heavily informed by aspects of your work, and so thank you for that. And I just wanted to kind of reflect on what you've been saying about how different communities provide different opportunities for participants to feel different ways. And I wonder if we don't take it far enough even in terms of really taking seriously those communities and modeling them almost as the primary actors in a lot of cases, and taking very seriously the idea that these slices of the information environment create their own incentives, create affordances for the participants who interact with them, and viewing it almost in the same way, in biology there are ways of looking at organisms where the DNA is primary, and the organism is the secondary vehicle for propagating the DNA. I think that there are probably a lot of really valuable, actionable things that can happen with that. But at the same time, in a free society, it's very difficult to point to groups and say, we consider this, we're trying to model this group. So I'm wondering if you have a reaction to that, about how far can we take the idea of looking at communities very seriously, and to what extent are we locked in because of our individual perspectives, modeling this as a phenomenon of individuals reacting to information.
No, Claire, I just wanted to jump in and say Ryan and his colleagues are doing incredible work. They just blew us away with presentations yesterday at the end of our day, and then with displays during a reception in the evening. Really impressive, very profound work that you all are doing. So congratulations. Claire, sorry.
Now you need to send me some stuff so I can look at it. But yeah, if I'd nodded more, my head would have fallen off. I just think everything you said is spot on. And fundamentally, we've all seen the network maps. I'm glad we do network maps of disinformation ecosystems. They look great on Twitter. They look great in journal articles. But it takes the people out of those. We talk about nodes and edges, but we lose the fact there are people in there with feelings. And fundamentally, I think it's less about pointing to a community and saying, your organism is really pushing this. But what I'm trying to push for is how can we learn about the importance of communities for people? It's not like disinformation actors have certain feelings and I don't. If I read a really good BBC article, I'm like, but I often don't feel anything. And I'm probably not going to share it because I haven't had feelings about that, which, as we know, the algorithms are pumped for emotion and when we're angry, all those kind of things. But I weirdly got into this space because I was doing work with the BBC in the early 2000s. And the irony is actually, in the early 2000s, many institutions were really excited about Web 2.0 and we're doing really amazing crowdsourced projects. I was at UNHCR. We had volunteers looking at satellite imagery to look at where migrant patterns were happening because we could only see it on the satellites. They were just, all of these amazing volunteer efforts. And the BBC had a thing called ICANN, which was at the community level where people had bulletin boards, they could share their concerns, they could connect with each other. It was all the things. So I think what we need to learn is how can we rebuild that sense of community back into our communication systems? Because the horrible irony is the early people that were innovating, the social media managers of the early 2000s, these like 25-year-old people who were like, yay, look what we can do. But then the editors got onto Twitter and were like, well, we can just tell people to tune in at 11, can't we, Bob? Oh, yeah, we can just, on Facebook, we can just share our articles on Facebook. We can just get people to read our website. There was the two-way, exciting, participatory elements of the social web disappeared. I mean, this is live stream, so I might get into trouble, but when I was at UNHCR in 2014, UNHCR loved Facebook because we could fundraise and put beautiful pictures of refugee children up, and we would get loads of money. And then I was a social media manager, so on Sundays I'd get posts from people saying, I'm in Damascus, I'm in trouble, can you help? Here's my telephone number. And UNHCR was like, oh, no, we can't have refugees commenting on Facebook. No, Facebook's there just for broadcast, for fundraising. So that's what I keep coming back to, is how do we really take Web 2.0, which traditional institutions didn't actually take up the elements that the whole technology allowed them to do. They just took their broadcasting, put it on. The disinformation ecosystem was like, yeah, we can make people feel heard. We can listen to people. We can give them agency. So I think, to your point, it is about community. And like, there's amazing opportunities, like Stephen Thomas from University of Maryland, who went in and trained up Black barbershop owners to have conversations with their Black clientele about health issues that were concerning them. Those Black barbershop owners were the right messengers who knew how to talk and to get people to understand what was happening. What does that look like in many, many different communities? That right now, I have a fellow who's working with elderly Vietnamese in the Bay Area who spend 18 hours a day on YouTube watching Vietnamese conspiracy theory content because there's no other Vietnamese content in the Bay Area that they can watch. Well, that's a community information need. What is it that we're failing to do in terms of producing content that's culturally relevant in the right language, designed that works on mobile, loads quickly, doesn't have a paywall, blah, blah, blah. All the things that we're screwing up over here in our traditional information ecosystem. So to me, it's how we learn, as opposed to, yes, we have to study, but not study in point, but study and learn and pull that into our information environments.
Thanks, Ryan. And you heard that invitation to send some of your work along to Claire, so pick up on that, okay? Behind you, please. Matt, I think that's you back there. Introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Matthew Ellis. I'm a historian at Sarah Lawrence College. So I was struck by what you said about the role of emotion and identity. And what's striking to me as a historian is that this is actually something that was a major preoccupation of communications experts and theorists for, 50 years after World War I. And something that's been in the back of my mind throughout this whole conference is how much of this is really new because of the digital age and how much of this is quite old. Because what I'm thinking about listening to you is, a generation of sociologists and behavioral researchers like David Reisman, or who were thinking about this transition away from a democratic public that's based on face-to-face community towards an anonymous mass society. And this was something that they were quite obsessed with in the 50s, 60s, and 70s with the advent of TV. And they were thinking about the decline of democratic publics. And so there's an irony that I'm detecting here, which is that the people who are passing around disinformation are actually in some ways returning to the earlier model that everyone was lamenting we moved away from, right? Actually involved, participating in their communities and in their publics and trying to break out of this anonymous mass society mold.
Yeah, I also very much agree. And in fact, when I went to grad school, one of the first texts you read in communication school was Bowling Alone, like Robert Putnam's early 90s book about, And recently somebody from an unnamed platform called me and said, have you read Bowling Alone? And I was like, oh my goodness. So I think my fear sometimes about this field is and I actually said this in the information disorder report, is my worry is that it's atheoretical and ahistorical. And I, to be totally honest, 6 years on, still worry deeply about the conversations we have about this problem that are as if it's completely new, and that there is, deep both from the history department and also communications departments that just people haven't read, haven't thought about. And like the hypodermic needle model was completely pushed aside in the 1970s when we understood active audiences. But then when you hear people go, oh, we just need Kim Kardashian on TikTok to tell people to get vaccinated, then they'll get vaccinated. Or the flip side, oh my goodness, people saw a Russian troll meme and now nobody's voting. Like we've fallen back into these ideas that in the 60s and 70s we were like, no. So yeah, I worry deeply about that we're not positioning this moment just because the technology is new. And the same, we're seeing this now with generative AI. Like the same stuff is happening again, this technological determinism, because we're not rooting this in theory and scholarship.
Do we have an online question?
We do.
We also have one more question over here, and we might be able to squeeze in one more after that. Go ahead, please.
Lee, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lee McIntyre. I'm a philosopher. I'm interested in science denial and how that morphed into reality denial and how the whole thing is spun up by disinformation. It seems to me that one of the very hardest things to do is to win a disinformation war without admitting that you're in a disinformation war. And one of the problems that I see these days is that people hate to be duped, but it's very hard to get them to admit that they've been duped, or, to see. I mean, Mark Twain said it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. And it's just now, it seems to be accepted on cable news that there was no Russian interference in the 2016 election, that the whole thing was a hoax. I mean, to anybody who's paying attention, anybody who's read the Mueller report, that that's not true. But it's always seemed to me that at least the very first step that we have to take in fighting a disinformation war is to find some way to convince people, yes, you actually have been fooled, and here are the specific people who are fooling you, and here's what they fooled you about. One example from your wheelhouse that comes to mind is this whole story about the microchips in the vaccines. I talk about this all the time. That story came from a Russian disinformation campaign that was propagated through the Oriental Review. It made the major media, the Wall Street Journal reported on it behind a paywall one day, never picked up on cable news. And many, many people don't know that that rumor, that piece of disinformation that maybe killed hundreds of thousands of people, was Russian.
Yeah, I completely agree that people feel very uncomfortable, and the way that the revisionism around 2016 I find deeply problematic. But just one anecdote I'll share is that we were working with a community group in Oakland, California, and the leader there said, I couldn't get my community to care about disinformation. It was just, it wasn't an issue. We've got other issues. She said, the minute I started talking about targeted disinformation campaigns aimed at our community in the same way as I talked to them about tobacco, people came to us, this black community in Oakland, and they experimented on us, they sold cigarettes to us, they killed us. She said, once I started using that same language around disinformation, people took note. And she said, but there's a ton of scholars and researchers who hate the fact that I talk about it in that way. But to me, it was a way to get people to think about manipulation differently. So I think your point is an important one. And I think there's just discomfort with this. But in the long game here is, we can keep looking the other way, but it's still going on, and it's being very, very effective.
Thank you.
Lee, thanks for joining in again today. Question over on this side, please. Coming behind you, Andrew.
Hi, I'm Andres Ilves at Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, previously at the BBC. And in between the two, I spent 8 years in Africa, some of which I spent with the Institute of War and Peace Reporting, fighting disinformation in Malawi, Kenya, and Nigeria. And one of the things that struck me is the role of the US out there, and role as in how it's a topic. People would invoke, there were fake tweets from President Reagan at the time, President Trump at the time, where he purportedly endorsed a particular presidential candidate. And it was really striking. They invoke the U.S. a lot, and it's just a young South African told me, was beginning to lecture me about Hunter Biden's laptop, and I was really struck by. There's a war out there that the U.S. is definitely not winning. So even if you invoke the sort of vision of Russia as behind this, there's this moral equivalency that's taken hold where it's like, yeah, well, so how is that different from what the U.S. is doing? So calling upon Russia as this evil actor doesn't seem to impress most of the people that I talk to. They absolutely, it's like, well, yeah, they never colonized us. And there's sort of this other narrative going on. But I'm really struck by the U.S. comes up a lot, and it's not necessarily a target, but people just reference it and then are spreading this stuff. So people are sending videos about Hunter Biden to each other across Africa. And I'm just thinking, like, where is this all headed?
I love that you brought that up, because it goes back to, I was talking about silos and funding. People also get funded mostly by country. So people are like, oh, I'll just fund the US, or I'll just fund Western Europe. And so nobody understands these flows of information. And we looked at anti-vaccine narratives in West Africa and saw exactly what you're saying. We saw all of these people bringing together Trump and vaccines. So we saw, a lot of anti-vaxxers in the US going into these spaces in West Africa. But we also saw a lot of the connections between the vaccine and Trump in ways that I was like, my team came to me, I was like, what? And then we looked at all the data, I was like, why is nobody talking about this? And also, when we talk about, the West has won the disinformation war, around Ukraine, maybe in Western Europe and maybe in the US, but you look in any other part of the globe, Russia has been incredibly effective and continues to be so. So again, when we're funded to look in certain areas, we can be like, we're doing a great job. But we're not looking in places where actually it's being much more effective. So I love that you have those experiences, and I wish there was more research that was funded to look at these global information flows.
Claire, we could keep you for a long time, but I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it at that. But I know there's at least one more question. Please catch Claire on the way out and ask her your question. Please tell me I don't have to tear up that beautiful Venn diagram of misinformation, disinformation, and
No, you can put it on your wall and you can talk to your grandchildren. You're like, this used to mean something. It's an important moment in the history of how we were trying to understand a very complex issue.
Well, having created it, you've now rocked our world by taking it away from us, Claire. But I can't thank you enough, and on behalf of the conference and everybody here, for taking time to drop by and chat with us this morning. Claire Wardle, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Claire. Next chat, we'll welcome Jill Doherty back to the stage. Jill's an adjunct professor at Georgetown and a fellow at the Wilson Center, and we'll be having a conversation about propaganda and information strategy. So hope you enjoy.
Yeah, hopefully it's the PowerPoint keyed up. It's not on the key?
Sure. Yeah. Are we all set? Yeah, we're set. You can go ahead. Jim is online. So. Yes. Okay. So we'll see him there. Well, good morning. Thank you for the stalwarts who have come out early in the morning, and I think it'll be worth it. It already was. That was an amazing session. I can't quite get over it because it really got into areas that I firmly believe in, but we're moving on to another subject. And, you know, my field is Russia and the region. And when I was talking with Matt yesterday, I was saying, you know, the Middle East, which is really what we're going to talk about today with two fantastic experts, is an area that doesn't always come up in the discussions about disinformation. You know, it's either, as a panel I did yesterday, you know, Russia, China, Iran, the United States, but the Middle East as a whole doesn't really enter it. And here I, you know, meet Matt and find out that he and Jim are doing some amazing research in that area. So just a brief introduction of both of our guests, one of whom is here in person. That's Matt Ellis, and he is a history professor at Sarah Lawrence, graduate of Williams, University of Oxford and Princeton, and he specializes in the social, intellectual, and cultural history of the Middle East. And then we have Jim Ryan, and he also is an expert from that area. Dr. Ryan is director of both research and the Middle East program at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, and he was trained as an historian. He's an expert on Turkish and Middle Eastern affairs. He went to UPenn and also was director of the Center for at NYU for Near East Studies. So both of them, they're going to have presentations, which I want to keep this lively, but I think the presentations are definitely worth it. And both gentlemen have vowed that they'll be short, so we can keep this open for some questions. But we're going to start with Matt, and please go ahead, Matt, with your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this conference, especially Michelle Daniel. It's been a joy and privilege to be part of these conversations the last couple of days, especially since I'm a little bit of an outlier. I come from Middle Eastern history, and I can think of no better opportunity than to share my work before all of you as I start a new research project in the history of mass communications and start to cut my teeth in a new field. So I will try to keep this short. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm not sure that the clicker is working.
Is it turn it on?
That would be it. Thank you. Okay, on March 22nd, 1950, Senator William Benton of Connecticut delivered a rousing speech from the Senate floor entitled "The Struggle for the Minds and Loyalties of Mankind." In the speech, he made a robust case for what he called a Marshall Plan of ideas. Benton was a longtime advocate of public diplomacy. As Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs between 1945 and 47, Benton, the successful ad man and encyclopedia mogul turned public servant, had been instrumental in the establishment of UNESCO, as well as the expansion of Voice of America. Now, as a recent appointee to Congress, the junior senator sought to persuade the chamber to earmark prodigious sums of money to promote communications abroad. The aim, according to Benton, was to close the mental gap between ourselves and the people of the world. Those are his words. Mass media would be the best way to do it. As Benton put it, and I quote at length here, "The inventions of this century in the field of communications are as outstanding technically as those in any other field of human activity. They are potentially far more important to the future of mankind than any others. I contend they are far more important to our future than the development of atomic power. They, too, are a matter of life and death, for no other problem rivals the enormity of the international misunderstanding, this mental gap which we now face." He only wished that the United States had made this effort even sooner. "We sent to China billions of dollars worth of arms and armaments," he said. "We might more effectively have sent motion picture projectors and radio sets." Benton's Marshall Plan of Ideas, as outlined in Senate Resolution 243, was not ultimately ratified, but the basic idea underlying the proposal, that a large-scale information campaign was necessary to counter Soviet propaganda and promote American values abroad, certainly captured the spirit of American foreign policy and public diplomacy for decades to come, as I'm sure I don't need to tell many of you in this audience. But what I'd like to focus on today is the unique role that mass communications, particularly those motion picture projectors and radio sets, played in modernization theory, the foremost intellectual paradigm during the first decades of the Cold War for fostering development, democracy, and self-sufficiency in the so-called Third World. While modernization theory has certainly received its fair share of attention by historians of American foreign policy, what has often been overlooked is the intellectual genealogy of some of its main architects. The experts in mass communications and modernization, whom I'll be speaking about today, Daniel Lerner, Wilbur Schramm, and if time permits, Itiel de Solapoul, all cut their teeth as propaganda and psychological warfare analysts during World War II. In this paper, I want to pose some critical questions about the role of propaganda expertise in the American modernization and nation-building enterprise during the first decades of the Cold War. How did the background of these social scientists in propaganda analysis shape their thinking? What assumptions about the world, and particularly about the molding of public opinion, did they share? More specifically, I would like to draw out a key paradox that lay at the heart of American modernization theory. In order to spread democracy, the United States had no qualms about deploying a set of mass communications tools abroad that it was actually deeply distrustful of at home, given the association of these very same tools with anti-democratic propaganda. I suggest that this double standard stemmed from an implicit belief within the field of communications that different cultures around the globe could be located on a relative scale of susceptibility to direct media manipulation, and that nation-building methods that would have been ineffective at home in more sophisticated modernizations in the West, by contrast, were desirable and even necessary in the relatively backwards societies of the Third World. Okay, maybe this PowerPoint is not going to work for us today. So I'd like to start by focusing on perhaps the most seminal work of modernization theory for the modern Middle East, Daniel Lerner's The Passing of Traditional Society, published in 1958. The research undergirding this influential work was based on data collected by Columbia University's Bureau of Applied Social Research, or BASR, in contract with the United States State Department in 1950 and 1951. Sorry, we'll go through Benson. Here we go, Lerner. Thank you. The methodology of this study was fairly straightforward. A large team of interviewers implemented a 120-question field survey across a number of Middle Eastern countries: Turkey, Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Iran. The interviews asked their subjects about a range of topics related to what we would now call their media diet. There were 9 questions about movie attendance, 49 on radio, and 5 on newsreels. As communications scholar Rohan Samarajua has demonstrated, the original objective of the BASR study was to gather audience research on Voice of America for the State Department. In 1954, after traveling through the Middle East to conduct follow-up research, Lerner continued working with the BASR data as a permanent faculty member in MIT's new Center for International Studies, which was funded in part by the CIA. The book that he ultimately published after nearly a decade of research, based on data from 1,600 individual interviews across 6 Middle Eastern countries, would play an instrumental role in crystallizing and catalyzing the nascent field of international communications. The survey questions were typically quite direct. How often do you go to the movies? Or how often do you listen to the radio? Or why don't you listen to the radio more often? And here on the slides, you can actually see what the surveys look like. You can look at these in the Lerner archive in MIT. The latter sections of the survey shaded into psychological, or what was called characterological analysis. The last open-ended instruction to interviewers was, and I quote, "Please write your own psychological description of the respondent, including a brief physical description, mention of his social status and role, type of personality, et cetera, et cetera." Daniel Lerner would go on to make psychology and character the linchpin of his theory of modernization. This intellectual preoccupation was not coincidental. During World War II, Lerner had worked as the chief editor of the intelligence section of the Psychological Warfare Division in the US Army. This work, which had focused on anti-Nazi propaganda, became the basis of his PhD dissertation, which he published in 1949 as Psych War. The overarching argument of passing clearly reflects Lerner's training as an analyst of propaganda and psychological warfare. For Lerner, modernization in a given society could only come about through broad psychosocial transformation, and the only efficient way to foster such transformation was through the modern mass media, which now had the technological capacity to reach deep into traditional societies. Radio and TV, the focal pieces of the surveys, were especially important since they could influence even the illiterate populations within developing countries. Lerner broke Middle Eastern populations into 3 broad types: modern, traditional, and transitional. This third category was the key for his model. Above all, mass media needed to target the transitional classes and increase their ranks in order to foster the social dynamism that would help countries modernize. But unlike other modernization theorists of his day, Lerner was not immediately concerned with changing specific social practices in the developing world, like agricultural techniques or public health. For Lerner, modernization was a feat of the imagination above all, a sea change in how individuals in traditional settings see the world and envisage their place within it. The crux of his model was actually the psychological notion of empathy, which he defined as the ability for transitional types to begin imagining an entirely different way of life than that of their traditional, often village milieu. As he put it in passing, the moment of modernization begins with the acquisition of a new empathic attitude so that his subjects, who would become mobile personalities, in his words, and I quote, sees things that others do not see and lives in a world populated by imaginings alien to the constrictive world of the others, unquote. Mass media, especially radio and television, were the key to unlocking this new set of modernized, more expansive desires. And here he's actually departing from some of the other seminal mass communications theory of the time, of the day. And in the interest of time, I won't really go into Katz's and Laserfield's idea of the two-step communication model. At the same time, and this is another central insight of Lerner's work, mass communications like TV and radio would help stitch together the nascent national fabric in various developing societies, broadening individuals' imaginative horizons. In this way, over time, they start to see themselves not as denizens of local villages or regions, but now united harmoniously with millions of other citizens whom they would never meet. Some of the survey responses, which you can read in the archive, certainly seem to bear out Lerner's model. According to one subject, and this is the fun part of the research so far, this is one subject from an interview in Turkey. I quote, when I listen to Turkish music, I like it because I feel myself at home and at ease. It is something that it confirms in myself again and again that I am a Turk, unquote. Other respondents signaled an expansive media imagination, perhaps well beyond what Lerner had in mind, like one movie house owner in Isfahan, Iran. When an interviewer asked where in the world he would most like to live, he answered, and I quote, Los Angeles, for being with Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and Dorothy Lamour is as if you live in paradise, unquote. But I am particularly struck by those respondents who seem to challenge the very premises of Lerner's study. One Iranian subject pointed out that many films he had seen were, I quote, too much on the propaganda side of things, unquote. Most illuminating of all, perhaps, was a doctor from Istanbul who complains, and I quote again, the questions aren't judicious enough. In life, all is not black and white. There is gray, and gray is nuance. If this type of work you're doing is interested also in psychological reaction, well, these are not to be forecast with ease. They are subordinate to events and will be very difficult to analyze the results, unquote. In several key respects, this doctor was onto something. The idea that one could be so bullish about deep psychosocial transformation, or that it could be so easily quantified and forecast according to a black and white mass media model, was extremely curious given Lerner's own intellectual background and training in propaganda analysis and social psychology. The 2 decades following World War I were in fact rife with alarming studies about the power of propaganda to deceive and manipulate mass audiences. This zeitgeist of anxious skepticism towards the tools of mass persuasion was perhaps best captured by the political theorist and media critic Walter Lippmann, who emerged from his experience with the World War I era Creel Committee on Public Information, deeply distrustful of the notion of public opinion and wary of the American public's capacity for democratic citizenship. In 1937, a group of concerned social scientists, journalists, and opinion leaders founded the Institute for Propaganda Analysis, which published a monthly bulletin, which you can see here, with the aim of educating a susceptible public against the dangers of propaganda so pervasive in the mass media. The ascendancy of television in the 1950s gave new urgency to these debates about the role of mass media in modern industrial society. The so-called masked society thesis, popularized by sociologist David Reisman with The Lonely Crowd and C. Wright Mills with The Power Elite, suggested that mass communications could create conformist, vulnerable mass publics, sapping their potential for active democracy, while also leading to dangerous levels of alienation and social anomie. At the same time, some mass communications experts began to express serious doubts about the ability of mass media to enable meaningful and productive communication at a distance. For example, Donald Horton and R. Richard Wohl coined the term parasocial interaction to argue for the dangers of illusory face-to-face relationships fostered through TV, which created a false or deceptive sense of intimacy. At home, then, the booming field of mass communications in the 1950s, building on the era of profound propaganda anxiety that had defined the interwar period, could be extremely skeptical about the transmission of impersonal, technically or institutionally mediated messages to vast anonymous mass audiences, exactly what the mass media is trying to do. Given his own intellectual background and training, Lerner would certainly have known all about this line of critique. And yet, by the time he published Passing in 1958, he had become one of the staunchest advocates of mass-mediated modernization for the developing world. It is as if the many red flags raised by the mass communications experts at home in the US seemed inconsequential or irrelevant when dealing with the traditional societies of the Middle East or Africa. One possible explanation for this is that Lerner simply believed that post-colonial societies were more susceptible to mass media manipulation, or, given their relative cultural backwardness, somehow less likely to fall prey to the social ills outlined so darkly for the US by the mass society theorists. Lerner was by no means alone. There are many others. And I'm going to speed through the rest of the talk in the interest of saving time for discussion, but I'd like to talk about one more of these propaganda and mass communications experts, Wilbur Schramm. Schramm, who's actually famous maybe to some of us for founding the Iowa Writers' Workshop, but he's also considered one of the main architects of post-war communication studies in the US. After 1955, he headed the powerful New Institute for Communication Research at Stanford. Yet, like Lerner, he worked for the US government during World War II. In 1941, he joined the Office of War Information to conduct research on propaganda and behavioral psychology. In his seminal UNESCO-funded study from 1964, Mass Media and National Development, Schramm echoed a lot of Lerner's theories about mass-mediated nation building. At the same time, however, he seemed to intuit that what he and Lerner were advocating could easily be construed as propaganda. Hence this rhetorical question early in his book, Mass Media and National Development. I quote, "What are the ethics of using what we know about modern communication to assist social and economic change, even though we are aware that some people in any country will resist some of the changes that are desirable? Let us put the question in the ugliest way. Are we advocating that mass communication should be used in the developing countries to manipulate people?" Unquote. His question, of course, was no, of course not. He argued that there's an essential difference between the act of manipulating people and the carrying of facts, discussion, persuasion, and argument. Here, he seems to dismiss the idea that modernization theory was tantamount to so much propaganda by falling back on this rationale that American-sponsored media simply delivered the truth, mere information, but also that truth and propaganda were clearly, undeniably separate, conceptually distinct categories. Now, this latter proposition is one I think many would agree is much murkier today. How do we parse truth from propaganda? Okay, I'm not going to talk about Leonard Dube and Itiel de Solapoul, even though I think that they're absolutely part of this conversation. So let me just offer brief concluding remarks. In Lebanese author Etel Adnan's masterful novella from 1978, Sit Marie Rose, two characters are discussing their experience of going to rural villages in Syria. One quips, I quote, "The people there are very simple, very hospitable, not at all ruined." To which the other character replies, "What? Don't they have radio?" The suggestion is clear. The advent of radio broadcasting deep into the Syrian countryside would herald unwelcome modernizing change. By the 1970s, in fact, the Middle East was beset with widespread disillusionment about development and modernization, which were now widely perceived as cynical ploys to enrich political elites and technocrats. What I have sought to explore today is the implication of mass media in this story of disillusionment, particularly the way that Cold War-era mass communications theory deployed as part of the American-sponsored enterprise of modernization could be perceived in the Middle East as propaganda, or if you will, propaganda for mass-mediated propaganda. At the heart of all communications research is a vexing question that I think is still very much with us today. Do our mass media bring us closer together, or do they somehow drive us further apart? It is worth reflecting upon the genealogy of American modernization theory during the Cold War to consider how mass communications that we earnestly believed could bring the world closer together and remake entire regions in our own image might actually have served to foster widespread distrust, not just of modernization as the message, but also as the medium. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you, Matt, and thank you for being brief. Could I just jump in before we go to Jim with one quick question? If you're talking about modernization, usually it's in the context of the United States as a modern state. So that kind of, in my mind, raises this question of the image of the United States. And let's talk about the image of the United States in the Middle East at that point, going back to the Cold War. What would you say? I mean, how was the U.S. perceived in the Middle East? And just briefly, you don't have to go into great detail, but has that morphed, changed, and if so, how?
It's a great question. Sorry, I'm having some technological issues today. Always a Luddite. It's a great question, Jill. First of all, this is often forgotten today. The image of the United States in the Middle East, especially in the first decade or two after World War II, was entirely different than it was today. The United States was very keen to champion itself as a staunch opponent of imperialism, right? And especially in the Suez Crisis of 1956, the United States was very keen to sort of chastise France and Britain for their, neo-colonial occupation of Egyptian sovereignty. And there was a lot of goodwill in the Middle East towards the United States, in the 40s and 50s and really into the 60s. And it was also a close ally with Iran, which is often forgotten. Iran was our best friend in the region, and Turkey, and increasingly Israel. But the notion of America as the quintessential modern state is something that comes up a lot in the modernization theory that I've been reading. This is a strength, but also a weakness of the model, is that everyone just assumed that America was the endpoint of history. America was the modern power that had figured it out, and that the goal of any aspiring third world country must be to develop precisely along the same lines as the United States had. And a lot of the communications theorists I've been reading are really keen to say, well, the Middle East or Africa want to do in 5 years or 1 decade what it took the West, or what took the United States 300 years to do, because we had to go through print and we had to go through all of these different media revolutions. They want it all at once.
Very interesting. Okay, so and you mentioned the word Turkey, and so now we're going to segue to Turkey with Jim Ryan. And Jim, I understand you're going to make a relatively brief presentation of your work, or you can do it either way, but we'll keep the ball rolling. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to share my screen here into slideshow mode. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we're fine.
Wonderful. Great. So thank you, Jill, for that. And I also want to echo Matt's thanks for Michelle for inviting us to be a part of this conversation. Matt is a good friend, and I can't think of a better presentation to lead into this one on the U.S. information strategy in early Cold War Turkey. And I'm going to kind of package this in a frame of thinking about this particular case study as a way to draw some lessons for a contemporary Middle East, which is facing some different problems than Turkey did at the time, but there's some interesting resonances and echoes that I think allow us to pull out some useful data. So I'll start just to provide a bit of context of why I think Turkey, particularly during the ending years of World War II and into the later 1940s, is particularly useful as a case study for understanding how effective and how effective a U.S. information strategy was, and also what kind of effect it really had. I think those are actually two different questions, and we'll get into that. The first is that Turkey was a neutral country during most of World War II. It was kind of impinged between two of the belligerents, the Russians on one side, which have been a competitive rival imperial power with Turkey going back into the 19th century and before under the Ottomans. And then, the more recent iteration of the Axis alliance, Germans and Italians who had invaded Southeast Europe and taken over Greece by 1940, 1941. So Turkey is a neutral country caught between both sides of the war. And this has meant that Turkey's neutrality has been described in the scholarship quite often as an active neutrality. All right, and I caution against that descriptor a little bit. I just think it's important. There's often a stereotype about Turkey in this period as this, of course, like Turkish bazaar worker who's going from one side to the other, trying to, buy the best deal to enter the war. When that's not quite the case, because it doesn't reflect the fact that Turkey itself, as a neutral power, had a desired outcome of the war and had a war aim, which scholars like Onur Işçi has really beautifully detailed as protection against Russian incursion was primary. Their preferred outcome of the war was a German victory over the Soviets, followed very swiftly by an Anglo-American victory over the Germans. When that didn't work out, Turkey stayed as neutral as it could be. But the point being that Turkish society was on war footing the entire time. Istanbul, Turkey's largest city, its media capital, was under martial law for much of the war. It was the neutral country closest to both sides of the war. So there was a very active spy network from all the belligerents. There was an active information campaign on particularly part of the Americans and Germans, but the Russians as well. And so it's an environment in which there's lots of competition for, really hearts and minds, because both sides knew also that Turkey was ready to enter the war if it had the right situation. And, Turkish entry into the war could have been quite decisive. So this is why I think, this is a particularly interesting case study, is because we have a Middle East today, which is itself trying, in many places, trying to find its way between different, hegemonic global powers, the United States and China, as well as Russia. And so you have an environment here where you have a Middle Eastern country, likewise, with its own particular aim through this kind of narrow straits. And I think we can learn some things about it. And then the last thing I'll say about this context, and so we can dive into, why I think this is an important part of the story of Turkish democratization, is that in this particular period, the press in Turkey was actually very intellectually and politically diverse. You had members of the press, on the far right, on what you would call the far left back then. You had folks in the middle. You had nationalists. You had Islamists. It was a very, it was very representative of what could be a very democratic society at the time, despite the fact that Turkey was ruled by a single party regime. And so because of this diversity, and because of the economic hardship placed upon the press at the time, you had members of the press who were almost by necessity very welcoming to the support of foreign embassies in producing news, in producing media. So I think, again, this is something to consider when we talk about how to measure, or it's a case study where you can really easily see the impact and effect of any country's information strategy, and particularly the United States. This is important for democratization. I just want to, again, just a bit of context here, because I really want to, this is what I want to get to in our discussion. Turkey emerges from World War II in the early Cold War context as a multi-party democracy for the first time. In the immediate wake of the war in December 1945, you have the formation of the first sanctioned opposition party in parliament. They compete in multi-party elections in 1946. They get kind of crushed in that election, and running up to July 1947, when the Marshall Plan documents for Turkey are signed, the future of Turkish democracy, the future of that opposition party, were very much on a knife's edge. Until then President İsmet İnönü, on the same day that he signs the Marshall Plan documents, makes a radio speech committing Turkey to a two-party system going forward. And the result 3 years later in the next parliamentary elections is that the Democrat Party, the opposition party, defeats pretty soundly the ruling Republican People's Party, and powers peacefully transferred. This comes as a huge surprise to a lot of foreign observers. And there's a lot of, there was, in the immediate wake of this, actually a lot of, analysis of the situation that suggested that, that this whole situation was one that the Americans wanted, actively asked for as part of the Marshall Plan. And I'm going to show how that actually, in scholarship later on in some of my research, doesn't really hold out. The Turks did this, more or less on their own, but they did so, I think, out of a perception that it was what the Americans wanted, not that it was actually, asked for or made contingent for Marshall Plan funds. So I think, the important parts of this story, I think, which have always been portrayed as a very rosy story in Turkish history, that often get glossed over, is that, the Turkish president was very slow to open multi-party competition while the geopolitical dust was settling from the war. The one thing that President İnönü did not want to have happen was to democratize in an environment where, multiple geopolitical hegemons could heavily influence the next government. And in prime among those concerns was concerns about a Russian fifth column. And so what happens at the same time as Turkey is making these very significant steps towards a multi-parliamentary democracy in the late 40s is that Turkey is undergoing a Red Scare. It's having a McCarthyist moment at the same time as the Americans are. And I'll get into why this is particularly concerning, given the activity of the Americans towards the end of the war. But suffice it to say, a lot of baby gets thrown out in that bathwater. In a lot of ways, the McCarthyist moment in Turkey, the Red Scare in Turkey, is even more punitive of left of center and leftist figures in Turkey than it was in the United States. And what ends up happening is that major figures and institutions that were key parts of what I was talking about earlier, a kind of democratic media environment, a diverse, politically diverse media environment, get repressed, imprisoned, expelled. And really what you have in 1950 is by the time you get there, you have a two-party parliamentary democracy, yes, and that's an astounding thing. But you also have a much narrower acceptable political spectrum. And I think that that's something that has to be kept in mind when we talk about Turkish democratization. And we'll talk a little bit about, how this happened partly out of a perception of what Americans wanted and how that perception was formed. And so that's what I get into in some of my research on the Office of War Information in Turkey during 1944 and 1945. So to kind of tie this a little bit back into what the idea of mass communication strategy being effective, this is that's very much a Cold War idea, and I think that Matt was really beautifully elaborating for us. But during the war, and particularly in 1944 and 1945, which are what I've determined are kind of the most active periods for the United States and the Office of War Information in Turkey, the idea of a mass propaganda, mass media type strategy was not the goal, because the goal for the Americans during the war was to get Turkey to enter the war, right? So as you can see here in this document that I've pulled out, which is one of the bi-monthly reports from 1944 from the Office of War Information, their goal was they far preferred to place the right story in the right place, to get the right person, to make the right decision, to help Turkey, sort of set those dominoes towards getting the war. So again, as they say here, OWI has not sought to measure the success of its work by quantitative standards. Better a single article which actually advances the standing of the United States of America in Turkish minds than 10 which merely add to a lineage count. Despite this goal, OWI, especially in 1944 and 1945, was incredibly successful at a mass media strategy. And I have some figures here laid out. I mean, they worked primarily in 3 different media: print, photographs, and films. And we see in the early, the first quarter basically of 1944, American activities in these areas, superseding those of the Axis, more or less at the same time that the Axis is finding itself in retreat in the Eastern Front. And I mean, some of these numbers are really astounding. Between April 1944 and early 1945, in print, the Office of War Information is providing as much as 35% of all news in the Turkish press. They're providing upwards of 70% of the photographs that appear in the Turkish press, anywhere in the Turkish press. They're screening American films, newsreels to thousands and thousands of people. Even from the beginning of that effort, they're having screenings in Istanbul where they get 5,000 people in a month. In a year and a half, by the end of the war, basically, they've expanded this operation across Anatolia and reaching over 250,000 viewers a month. This is all, basically what I take out of this is it's just sort of astounding how much the news environment, the visual environment of the Turkish media in this time was supplied by the Office of War Information. And we shouldn't, sort of discount the impacts that creates. And just to kind of dig into a couple of, things that are happening behind the scenes here. One reason, for this success is, as I said before, Turkish newspapers were in really tough financial straits during the war because of, because of the wars happening, all around them effectively, but also because of the impacts of, mobilization and of martial law in Istanbul. So they're very, welcoming of, an American news source who's, basically feeding them news that they'd otherwise have to pay for. And by the end of 1944, beginning of 1945, the Office of War Information ends up working directly with Anadolu Ajansı, the Anatolian Agency, which is the official Turkish news agency. So now, you're basically, mainlining American news in this period. And the other thing is, film and entertainment were very, very popular in Turkish society, going back to the 1920s, hard to come by in a war environment. And the fact that OWI was screening not only, newsreels, not only war films, but, really popular films like Gone with the Wind has a really interesting effect. And I'll just mention something very briefly about Gone with the Wind, because we have, and this is an incredibly popular film in Turkey. And so we have lots of press reactions to the screening of this film. And it was just really striking and ironic to me how Turks read this film at the time. And we today look back on Gone with the Wind as kind of having, a very kind of retrograde politics, right? It's very, very much a film about the swan song of the South, in some ways, much kinder to the Confederacy than, I think a lot of contemporary thought is. Turks read Gone with the Wind as an explicitly anti-fascist document. You read in the Turkish press about intellectuals saying, it's amazing that the Americans can look at their revolutionists, the people that tried to secede from them, that revolted against them, with this kind of kindness. This would not be possible in Turkey. This would definitely not be possible in Germany. This is again, a sort of note about these documents, these films are going to get read very differently in different contexts. I should say also, actually, before I move to there, the Office of War Information also really built very close relationships with a lot of members of the Turkish intelligentsia that I mentioned previously. And that was, I think, a really key element, in sort of understanding sort of where Turkey, was headed in this particular time. But they missed some things. And so here, and in order to, in the interest of time, I'm going to cut this a little bit short. But as I mentioned earlier, there's basically been this mass media strategy without a strategy in 1944, 1945 that again lays the sort of infrastructural groundwork for a mass media strategy in the latter part of the 1940s, when all of these wartime institutions get sort of transmogrified into the U.S. Information Agency, the USIS, and eventually the CIA. And at the same time, I think a lot of the same, mistakes were made as these institutions transformed and as the mission transformed. And the first was that, we had really good intelligence that the ruling party was very deeply unpopular, and yet we were still surprised by the victory of the Democrat Party in 1950. That should raise some questions. Why should we have been so surprised? The Red Scare, as I mentioned, burned a lot of goodwill and credibility that the OWI had developed during the war with left of center intelligentsia. There was this assumption, and that the Americans basically let Turkey have, was that anyone who was left of center had to be a Russian sympathizer, despite the fact that you're talking about a Turkish leftist intelligentsia that came by its commitments from very different, origin points. There were, of course, many Turks in the Turkish intelligentsia who had close ties to Russia by the 1940s, but there were many who had never been to Russia, who developed their commitments in places like New York and Paris and Rome and other places in the interwar period. Again, like sort of understanding, having this Cold War mentality that sort of erases a past, I think is really, an important kind of mistake. And then also they relied a little too heavily on intelligence that reflected the U.S.'s ideological position, i.e., a self-styled liberal opposition, and thus I think missed some of the undercurrents that would come to define Turkish politics in the 1950s and 1960s. And so, very, very briefly to wrap this up, a few lessons that I think are really, really important, and we can talk about this in discussion. From this moment is understanding when a country is neutral, when a country is having an active neutrality. And we could look particularly at Turkey in this particular moment. We could also talk about the Gulf. We can also talk about, Egypt and other places in the region. Identifying the nuances of that neutrality is really important. Sort of understanding that these folks aren't just doing it to play one side off of the other and get the best deal, but that they actually have an aim, in this, and sort of understanding each of these countries' real strategies is going to be really, really important. Secondly, we shouldn't discount soft power, especially as armed conflicts wind down. This is a time when you have a lot of dust settling, and there's sort of ripe for institutions to be built and relationships to be built and media to have an effect. And then the last thing I'll say here before I wrap this up, and we'll get to the other stuff in conversation, I'm sure, is identifying who the actors are in a region who are going to be key for the future security and democracy in the region. And this is something I think we've done poorly, the United States has done poorly in the past, despite a wealth of information, as I said, and it's certainly something that I think more effort could be expended on into the future. So I'll just wrap that up here. And once again, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to conversation.
That was fantastic, Jim. And really, you're right. A great case study. Amazing. This is perfect because we're exactly on time and we have some questions. I just want to ask one very quick question, and you got to it at the end. It seems that the United States, when it moves into an area where it wants to change minds, there's a lot of solipsism, focused on who we are and the American liberal approach, and not really understanding the Middle East here, specifically. So is that? I guess you kind of concluded that at the end, but it feels as if it reminds me of the very first day that we started here, where the message very much was you have to listen, listen to the people that you're communicating to. Could you just kind of briefly expand on that for the Middle East?
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, in this particular case study, what I think, again, we were listening, but we didn't understand so much the positionality of the people we were listening to, I think is really the key point. We were listening to, as I said, self-styled liberal opposition figures who actually, if you looked into their personal history, were opponents of Kemalism, yes, but also were, from a strata of elite society themselves. That meant that they weren't necessarily as in touch with popular politics as might have seemed. And also, a lot of these liberal opponents in the early years of Kemalist Turkey in the 1920s and 1930s, many of them were exiled. Many of them were outside the country. Many of them were figures who already actually, because they had English language experience or had studied in the United States, were sort of already by that point acting as these kind of oracles for, understanding this new country in the 20s and 30s. I think there was a hesitancy to, look past that to the backgrounds of other figures and why they may have more of a pulse on where popular politics are in the period. And I think that holds, for the future. I mean, a sort of a classic example, in our more contemporary period is folks like Ahmed Chalabi, right? Who were signal informants for the United States in the run up to the Iraq War in 2003. We're not doing enough homework on where these folks come from and how they came to the politics that they have and what kind of a pulse they really have on popular politics in their home country. This is an ascertainable information, but you just have to apply yourself, I think, a little bit more.
All right, so we have some questions from the audience. Let's start with Nick Cull.
Well, first of all, thank you both for really terrific papers that open up, I think, some really interesting and thought-provoking questions. But I wanted to follow up with Jim on this business of the Red Scare and looking globally at materials promoted by the US and UK in the global struggle against communism, working with the non-communist left was an incredibly important thing, part of Congress for Cultural Freedom, in fact, bankrolling a non-communist left to make it absolutely clear that you could be left-wing without being a communist, without working for Moscow. I wonder, how did that work in Turkey? Because all around the world you can see former communists are harnessed for propaganda purposes. So the memoirs that are collected in the anthology by Richard Crossman, The God That Failed, they include African Americans and Italian, Germans, British. Was there any similar kind of character that was discovered as the Turkish equivalent of the people anthologized in the God That Failed? Was there an example of somebody who could be a poster child for being Turkish and formerly communist, still socialist, but not aligned with Moscow?
Right. So thank you for that question. That's a fantastic question. And there are a few people who you could include in a volume like that. The problem is that they got thrown in with the Red Scare themselves, and it's a hard thing it's a harder case because in Turkey at that time, being left of center, almost meant that there, inevitably was some kind of imbrication with, the Russian or the communist element and the Communist Party in Turkey, despite the fact, I should say, that oftentimes throughout the interwar period, the Soviet Union was throwing the Turkish left under the bus. I could get into many details about that, but just to give you an example, the person I have in mind, whose name is Zekaria Sertel, was a very avowedly social democratic figure throughout the war. He ran with his wife the most prominent leftist or left of center newspaper in Turkey between 1935 and 1945. But he ran into two problems. One was, his wife was farther left than he was, and she was running the paper with him. And was seen as as an actual communist in that figure in that environment, and that that kind of antagonism about leftism in Turkey led to an event in December 1945 when a crowd of right-wing nationalist rowdies, I should say a crowd. I mean, it was estimated at 10,000 people. You marched through the streets of Istanbul and destroyed their printing press. And Zekaria Sertel and his wife, Sabiha, ultimately couldn't get back on their feet financially in the latter half of the 1940s and had to flee Turkey after the elections in 1950. And they were not allowed in the United States. They applied for asylum to the United States and were denied. And despite having never stepped foot in the Soviet Union and never been to Russia before that, that's where they ended up, because that was the only place they could go. And this is the case for many Turkish leftists who both did and didn't have a relationship with the Communist Party prior to that point. Like I said before, a lot of that baby got thrown out in the bathwater, and there wasn't, at least until the 1950s, a real conscious effort from the United States to build a non-communist left. The last thing I'll say is what happened in this period, where basically the ground to the left got flattened prior to 1950. This is the ground that the now disempowered Republican People's Party seeks to inhabit in the 1950s and 1960s. So we have a really odd arrangement where by the time 1960 rolls around and the Democrat Party is deposed in a coup d'etat, you have an event where the Republican People's Party, the ruling party from the 1940s, comes back to power, but with a much more leftist orientation, or non-communist leftist orientation. And leftist Turks in the diaspora and leftist Turks in Turkey are really, really pleased with that coup and with the constitution that results from it. So things get kind of turned on their head in Turkey, in this example.
Mm-hmm. Okay. More questions I see in the back. Yes, please. Yeah, and the microphone's already there.
Hi, I'm Ed Dorn. I really appreciate both presentations, particularly the extent to which you caution us or remind us of the assumptions, erroneous assumptions that have been built into U.S. foreign policy and U.S. information strategy. I now chair the State Department's International Security Advisory Board, and I'm going to take those lessons with me. With that in mind, Mr. Ryan, a question about the title of your talk, Post-War Turkey or Cold War Turkey and Lessons for the Modern Middle East, or for New Middle East. Are you in that title telling us that you regard Turkey as part of the Middle East?
That's a great question. I do. I do in part because that's how the United States foreign policy apparatus is going to view it and probably continue to view it, but also because Turkey has a really profound effect on Middle Eastern politics and regional order making in the contemporary moment. As I've kind of written in some other venues, I really see the impact of the current administration, the current Biden administration's national security strategy for the region to be one that kind of cedes regional order making to regional powers, right? And Turkey has a really important role to play in that, along with powers in the Gulf, as well as more traditional regional figures like Israel, like Iran, and you're kind of seeing the fruit of that already. Turkey's in a really tough position right now economically. They're coming up on elections that are going to be very, very consequential. But you can already see that, especially in the last couple of years, the way Turkey has sort of brought itself closer to other regional powers in the interest of both bolstering its own economy and setting a security fabric for the region going forward. So I think absolutely we have to think about it in that context.
Okay. Well, we have 3 minutes left, so I guess we can sneak in another question. Is there anyone in the audience, or do we have any online questions? Then I will jump in with one probably last. Oh, sorry. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Can we get a microphone there?
Thank you very much for both of your really great presentations. I have a question for Matt. I'm just wondering whether you can take us forward a little bit. I really liked how you sort of wrapped up your presentation on the question of modernization as medium or message. And I'm wondering, Can you take us a little bit forward into, this past, let's say, post 9/11 and what's really happened with the American message in the Middle East, given that other states such as, let's say, Saudi Arabia and others are really sort of surpassing the U.S. also in the presentation of what it means to be modern, which, as we know, has created other kinds of connections with other world powers. And have you looked at that? I mean, I know you're paying attention, but where are we standing now? Is the U.S. kind of, do you know anything about the rethinking of that sort of strategy forward? Or, I don't know, just wanted to put that to you.
I don't think that the United States is the only benchmark for the modern anymore, right? I think that if you're in Egypt or, the places that I've lived or studied in the Middle East, you're looking to China as well, right? You're looking at many other places. And the United States has squandered most of its goodwill since the Iraq War, right, and 9/11. So in some ways, yeah, the United States is still trying to speak as if it's, in some ways, I think the modernization model is still somehow present in some subversive ways, right? That America is still, it just assumes axiomatically as the model that other nations should follow towards liberal democracy. And I think that over the years of American policy in the Middle East, that model is not attractive, right? And so people are looking elsewhere for other ways to think about the modern or think about how to move forward and towards prosperity and security.
Well, we're right on time. Unfortunately, I'd love to continue because this is really interesting and different. So I want to thank both of our guests, Matt Ellis and Jim Ryan. Thank you very much for very interesting papers and discussion. Thank you.
Be moving right along. We've been hearing a lot of mentions about TikTok over the past couple of panels, both today and yesterday, and now we're going to get right into it. So if I could welcome our next moderator and panelist to the floor, if they're here. Also happy to introduce Adam Klein. He is a former Council on Foreign Relations International Affairs Fellow and currently serves as a director of the Strauss Center here at UT Austin. He's also a senior lecturer at the School of Law, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, we were just talking about U.S. information strategy, and now we're going to be talking about Chinese information strategy, or are we? That's what Glenn will tell us in a moment. Let me introduce our really great speaker today. We're very lucky to have him. Glenn Gerstel served as the General Counsel of the National Security Agency and the Central Security Service, which is part of NSA, from 2015 to 2020. He's written and spoken widely about the intersections of technology and national security and privacy. Before joining the NSA, he practiced law for almost 40 years at the international law firm of Milbank. Used to be called Milbank Tweed. I don't know, these things always get shortened and modernized over time. He also served on the President's National Infrastructure Advisory Council, which reports to the President and Secretary of Homeland Security on threats to the nation's infrastructure, and on DC's Homeland Security Commission. He's a graduate of New York University and Columbia Law School, and an elected member of the American Academy of Diplomacy and member of the Council on Foreign Relations. And he's had various other very impressive honors, received various government medals for his service, and I can say from experience that he's one of the most perceptive and astute commentators on issues related to emerging technology, national security, information security, and so forth. So I'll welcome Glenn up to the podium here, and then we'll have Q&A afterwards, and be sure to think of your questions as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. And maybe I'll just start by asking the audience here. We have an audience here. We can't get see what people answer online to my question, but how many of you have TikTok? Okay, quite a few here. Good. Well, good that you were familiar with the app, and we'll see at the end of this conversation whether you still want to keep the app. So if we were to pick just one topic that would serve as a microcosm for most of the issues that we're considering at this 3-day conference on global media and foreign policy and diplomacy. Sorry, let me just get my text here correct. It'll take me a second. Of course, there's always a technical problem, naturally. Give me a second.
Fail-safe American technology.
You know what happened? I think TikTok got into the thing, and exactly. Okay, if we were to pick just one topic that would serve as a microcosm for most of the issues that we're considering at this 3-day conference on global media and foreign policy and diplomacy, we probably couldn't do much better than TikTok. This one extraordinarily popular application has it all: cybersecurity problems, privacy and technology concerns, substantive content questions, and geopolitical challenges. And it is popular. The second most visited site on the web, with 1 billion users around the world, and 150 million of them here in the United States. 2 out of every 3 American teenagers use the app. Thanks in part to a certain Chinese spy balloon that floated over our country and ended up in the waters off South Carolina, everyone by now, of course, has heard about the national security interests said to be threatened, posed by this app. But outside of the Washington Beltway, most Americans are a little confused and uncertain about why they should really worry about something that seemingly everyone uses to catch up with the latest fashions, to catch the hottest dance moves, or to snare recipes for dinner. As someone who spent recently 5 years at the top levels of our intelligence agencies, I can try to dispel some of that confusion and tell you why there is a national security threat and what we might do about it. But more importantly, I'd like to explain why TikTok is, as I said, a microcosm of many of the broader issues that we must address in the midst of this digital revolution. So let's start with TikTok itself. When the CEO of TikTok testified at a recent congressional hearing, representatives warned about how China might misuse TikTok, given that TikTok is owned by ByteDance, a Chinese company. They cited 2 concerns. First, that the electronic data of American users might be siphoned off by the government of the People's Republic of China for nefarious purposes. And second, that the PRC government might direct TikTok to spread disinformation or alter its content recommending algorithms to manipulate American public opinion. Those 2 risks aren't far-fetched. China's 2017 national intelligence law requires all Chinese companies to affirmatively cooperate and support intelligence efforts. So the PRC government could direct ByteDance to have its controlled subsidiary TikTok hand over data that TikTok collects about American users. And data collection is at the core of its business model. It needs to do that to generate precisely targeted advertising. Last year, TikTok collected $6 billion in advertising dollars just in America. And exactly what does TikTok collect about you? Your name, age, email address, your location at any given moment, what you viewed and searched for on the app, the kind of phone and web browser you're using, and of greater concern, potentially what else you've looked at on your phone or laptop, including web browsing history and other factors. Now, of course, TikTok isn't alone in this kind of information gathering, although some experts have said that its collection abilities are more sophisticated and extensive than other apps. In fact, just to help them get a full picture for advertising purposes, TikTok collects information about someone every time they visit many popular websites, even if they've never used or downloaded the app. Now, to be fair, there's no evidence thus far that the PRC government has directed TikTok to hand over Americans' user data, and TikTok claims that it would resist doing so. But nobody's ever said how they would have a legal basis for refusing the Chinese government's demands. And as to content, it's easy to see how, given the ubiquity of the app, plus the fact that the average American user spends over an hour and a half a day on it, that even subtle content changes could well influence public opinion. And Exhibit A, in the case of just how potent and impactful the app can be, is that TikTok is banned in China itself. Instead, ByteDance is allowed to deploy Douyin, a tamer version of the app subject to strict PRC government censorship. So, for example, in the months preceding a planned invasion of Taiwan, TikTok could be commandeered in a campaign to turn Americans against getting involved in any conflict. This wouldn't have to take the form of blatant propaganda, but could be fairly subtle, maybe by merely bumping up in popularity some negative views about Taiwan, or otherwise presenting accurate information about the extent to which the US and China rely on each other for trade, and therefore how disastrous it would be for Americans if that were to be interrupted, perhaps complete with videos of empty shelves in every Walmart. The risks that user data could be stolen and public opinion could be manipulated are troublesome. But they're made even worse by the fact that we wouldn't find out about it until it's too late. We might never know if user data has been siphoned off, and even if we somehow discovered it, by definition, it's already in the wrong hands and we can't get it back. And similarly, once disinformation videos go viral or content manipulation shifts public opinion, even a percentage point or two, we'll know it only after the fact. We all realize you can never fully rebut untruthful news once it's been disseminated. At best, suspicions will linger, and at worst, some part of the public is forever convinced of some untruth. So that's why national security officials in both the Trump and Biden administrations, including the Director of National Intelligence and the heads of the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA, have said that TikTok represents a threat to our country. You remember that President Trump tried to ban the app, but subsequent judicial challenges determined that he did not have the legal authority to do so. As a result, Congress stepped in and banned the use of the app on devices owned by the federal government and the military, and now a majority of states have done the same thing with state-owned phones and networks. A ban on federal government and military devices makes sense and reflects the right balance of cost and benefit. It's not clear in the first place why most government employees even need the app. And there's no reason we need to facilitate the PRC government's figuring out the geolocation of our troops, or diplomats, or spies. The federal and state bans don't apply to individuals using TikTok on their own personal phones or computers, and thus for people in particularly sensitive positions, some counterintelligence concerns may still be present. So if the national security case against TikTok is strong enough that it makes sense to ban the app from official government phones, why not go all the way and ban the app for the general public? After all, another big democracy has done just that. India outlawed the app over 2 years ago in the midst of border hostilities with China. Maybe we shouldn't wait until we're in actual conflict. Why take the risk that in the future China will twist the app for its own strategic purposes, recognizing that on the eve of an invasion of Taiwan, it may be too late? In short, if we're worried about the Chinese Communist Party manipulating opinion among the general population and the capturing of our digital footprints, shouldn't we take action now? All good questions. But I think there are even better answers why a general public ban doesn't make sense. As usual in technology, there's rarely a one-size-fits-all solution. First, and certainly in keeping with the theme of this conference, America looks good when we can draw a sharp contrast between our open and transparent democracy and the closed authoritarian regime of China. After all, it's China, not the US, that bans YouTube, Google, Facebook, Snapchat, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Dropbox, Instagram, WhatsApp, Tumblr, Quora. Well, the list could go on for a few more minutes. Of course, like every other country, we are entitled to protect our national security. But banning a Chinese app used by 1 billion people around the world isn't necessarily going to be seen by many other nations as a legitimate national security action, but more likely as a geopolitical one reflecting tensions with a rising China. Indeed, our action could unintentionally embolden and give an excuse to far less democratic regimes to curtail public speech. A ban on TikTok is also legally complicated. Let's start with the government's removing a communications app used by a large percentage of the country raises immediate First Amendment concerns. We've never taken the step of banning a social media app. And legal scholars are divided on whether the Supreme Court precedent would support such a prohibition. Even if it did, just the sheer legal mechanics of a ban are difficult. Presumably, it wouldn't make sense to criminalize an individual's use or downloading of the app. So would the actual prohibition be a ban on TikTok being sold and distributed through app stores? If so, there would be easy and legal ways around it, including by accessing app stores out of the country. Or would the ban take some form of precluding advertising on the app or effecting financial transactions through the app? All possibilities, but none that would truly have the effect of eliminating it from the American social media landscape. Even if we could work out these legal difficulties, a ban still sets a bad precedent. Once we've outlawed a particular social media app, can we be certain that future calls to ban some other app would be limited to only those that present a foreign adversary security risk? Sometimes public policy options are all unattractive and regrettably force us down a slippery slope. But we're not there yet, and we shouldn't let political winds blow us down that path. We've heard assertions from members of Congress that TikTok is like a Chinese spy balloon in your pocket. But the reality is that the government hasn't spelled out in any convincing way what the scope of that risk is for the general public. By contrast, an intense political focus on this app, partly because it's so visible and easily understood, perpetuates our ad hoc approach to technology decisions in which we focus on the shiny and the easy. It arguably takes the pressure off the adoption of baseline privacy legislation, which almost every other industrialized democracy has adopted, and which could definitely address the user data risk in TikTok. But the most compelling argument against a full ban is that there are less dramatic solutions that can address the risks in a more tailored way. The Biden administration has been negotiating with TikTok for the past 2 years on a solution that would involve American user data from TikTok being stored only in the United States with restricted access, an American board of directors overseeing its operations, and independent orders to make sure the rules were complied with. No one's saying the solution's perfect and it could be further improved on, but it would certainly go a long way to minimizing the risks. And if we were to drive down those risks that way, well, frankly, there are much more likely and potentially significant risks associated with Chinese spying that we should instead be worrying about, such as their ongoing industrial espionage and their extensive efforts to recruit university professors and research laboratory scientists and employees in strategically sensitive industries. Actually, the fact that we are having so much trouble coming up with a solution here is telling. Indeed, this is a good point to return to my comment that TikTok is a perfect microcosm of the issues that this conference, and indeed our society, should address. The speed with which TikTok went from a novel app that caught the fancy of some teenagers to seeming omnipresence, the problematic affiliation with a country that is both an adversary and a critical trading partner, and our struggles in addressing the perceived risks are all attributes that we now recognize as hallmarks of the digital revolution. Let's focus on two of the more salient attributes because a clear-eyed understanding of them can help illuminate the way to the development of sound public policy in this area. The two are related and in many ways are both the cause and effect of each other on multiple levels. One is that the speed of the digital revolution is outpacing our ability to deal with it. And the second is that the digital revolution is simultaneously both bringing us together and pulling us apart. Let's separate them for purposes of this analysis and start with the proposition that, even though well accepted, isn't fully appreciated, and that is that the digital revolution has washed over us so quickly that we haven't had the time to develop rules, norms, and laws to deal with both the use and misuse of technology. Prior technological developments, for example, the automobile, electricity, telephones, and aviation, all took decades between the time of invention and having a meaningful impact on everyday life. But because of their omnipresence, we tend to forget just how recent internet-based applications really are. YouTube was founded in 2005, Facebook only became a thing in our lives in 2010, and of course TikTok didn't even exist until late 2016. Since it's easier to embrace the obvious benefits of these technologies than it is to understand, let alone address, some of the negative consequences, no wonder it takes time to develop new rules. The second attribute is the tension between globalization and fragmentation occasioned by technological development. And the fact that the development cycle is so compressed makes this tension even more difficult to deal with. We don't need much explanation or examination of the powerful drivers that promote and the results of globalization, forces that ignore sovereign boundaries. In particular, digital and industrial technology has generated extraordinary benefits in global economic efficiencies. That 1 billion people around the globe use TikTok is a manifestation of this powerful force. But this globalization has obvious geopolitical ramifications. To mention just two, first, as we see so vividly in the case of TikTok, the global nature of technological development and trade produces entanglements and reliance on relationships that aren't necessarily congruent with national political and strategic goals. While our focus here today is on global media, this attribute of the digital revolution has nearly universal applicability. Whether it's a pandemic that originates halfway around the world or shortages of semiconductors from overseas that halt automobile production here, we daily see how technology has created deeply complex dependencies. Moreover, the globalization and interdependencies are self-reinforcing. The more commonality we have, the harder it is to be a holdout. And indeed, beyond economic efficiency, there's no denying that deep mutual trade and financial relationships have a moderating effect on national conflicts. For example, as the second largest holder of US government debt with over $1 trillion of Treasury securities, and as a country 17% of whose international trade is with the United States, China isn't looking to pick a war with us, even if there are frictions. In fact, in spite of tensions reaching exceptionally high levels recently, last year, the US and China had $700 billion of imports and exports, the most ever. In contrast, there are forces working in the opposite direction, etching those sovereign boundaries even deeper and pushing us to impose restrictions on international trade and finance and limitations on the free flow of information. This conference has highlighted many of those issues in the context of global media. Look no further than how the Ukrainian war has led to a wide range of national restrictions on business activities and information flows. At least at this point in a world seemingly riven by conflict and with authoritarian regimes showing no sign of retreat, it's easy to see how national divisions will only continue to increase. Putting aside the nefarious efforts of authoritarian governments, legitimate national security concerns can also have the effect of creating more walls dividing the globe. Beyond our fears about TikTok, we worry about complex supply chains with known and unknown risks. For example, concerns over surveillance capabilities have caused many Western countries to limit Russia's Kaspersky software. We've banned Chinese products such as Huawei telecoms gear and DJI drones, and restricted exports of microchips and other sensitive products to China for fear of handing them free innovations to copy. By the way, one of the challenges with banning TikTok is, where do we stop? Lenovo laptops, GE appliances, Volvo cars are all Chinese owned, and in theory, present comparable data tracking concerns. This all increases the risk that we will have a world where there are two competing technological standards for many products, a Chinese one and a Western one, raising costs, hurting interoperability, curtailing innovation, and isolating the two economies. And most concerningly, removing some of the constraints that might otherwise avoid conflict. In short, and somewhat perversely, tackling perceived national security risks in technology by keeping products and services out of our country might ultimately make us less safe. Let me conclude by emphasizing how critical it is that we understand the trade-offs involved. And conferences like this are exactly what's needed. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that how well we manage the risk associated with the ever-widening gap between technological advances and our ability to effectively address the vulnerabilities created thereby, and how well we cope with the multifaceted and ambivalent threat posed by a rising China will be the defining elements of our nation's well-being over the next decade or two. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. A lot to unpack there. We're going to dig right into it. Okay. I'm going to start by giving you a scenario. Let's imagine that it's 2027. Xi Jinping has given the order to either blockade or invade Taiwan, and as part of that, he's going to launch an all-out attack on U.S. bases in the Western Pacific. And in case you don't follow this, that's exactly what they're building their military to do, and it's a very real threat, as our military leaders acknowledge. They're looking at TikTok with its billions of users around the world, 100 million users in the United States, and they decide that they are going to increase the distribution of videos of the first American ship that they blow up burning, and they're going to intersperse that with videos of teenagers screaming about how they don't want to go to war, they don't want their brother to die, and why are we fighting at all for a faraway place? And they'll mix that in with a few nice dance videos, recipes, and all the other stuff that some of the people in this room are enjoying on their TikTok app every day. What's wrong with that scenario? Obviously, we know what's wrong with it, but is there some flaw in that scenario? And if you agree that that's plausible, and I certainly think it is, given that this would be an existential event for the CCP, and so they would pull out all the stops to make sure it succeeds, how can we reassure ourselves that we can prevent that while allowing TikTok to continue to operate here?
So that, of course, is a big concern, and we can partially, but not completely, address that risk. And my point, as I think I made clear, is that we need to balance the risks and reward here. But to that risk, I will not deny that that is indeed a risk. But here's how we could manage. Here's how we can manage it and put it in context. First of all, as I said, the Biden administration has been negotiating with TikTok over this process that would address some of these national security risks by putting in place an American board of directors, allowing its algorithm to be directly inspected by U.S. overseers. And at a time of conflict such as that, and I've talked to two of the people who are proposed to be, who have been informally nominated to be these American overseers, they would be on super heightened alert to look for this, and there would be daily tests of content created on TikTok to see if there's any deviation from the norm. So we would be on high alert to try to catch something like that. Obviously, if something like that happened, we could then invoke these stronger powers to ban the app. But yes, it is entirely possible that something could slip through early on and could have some effect in affecting American public opinion. I might add, we face the same risk on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, where Chinese bots or even just Americans could post information, including both disinformation and accurate information. So my point isn't that we can completely eliminate this, because I don't think it's realistic in the social media landscape to do that. I think we can drive down the risk to a manageable level. Not perfect. We're going to be faced with that risk, Adam, I fear, under any circumstances. But I concede you are right that it is a concern.
So you talked about the difficulty of figuring out a good remedy for this problem, if indeed it is a problem. A lot of the discussion was centered on a ban, so just prohibiting the use of the app. Legally speaking, and we're going to avoid jargon here, no jargon zone, there are two ways to do this. One is a ban of the app and transacting with the app, and that happens under what we'll call, in the jargon-free zone, sanctions powers. The president has all these sanctions powers that Congress has given him. He can use sanctions powers to ban transactions with TikTok. There's a separate vein of legal powers, which we will call national security investment controls. We're not going to get into the jargon. If you're interested, come find me afterwards. Under those powers, the president has the authority to order ByteDance, which is the Chinese parent company, to divest TikTok. It used to be called Musical.ly. And ByteDance bought Musical.ly some years ago. And the president has the power under a law that Congress has passed and given very broad authority to order divestiture, so to order them to sell. And in fact, in the waning days of the Trump administration ordered them to sell, but didn't have time to force them to go through with it. Now, notably, as you know, the Biden administration has not revoked that order. It's still hanging out there over their head like the sword of Damocles, presumably as an incentive to play ball on these other controls that you're talking about. So let's say maybe we think a ban is complicated for various reasons. Why not just go through with the divestiture and have them sell it to Microsoft? I think Walmart was even in the discussion as a potential buyer. So there were US companies that were lining up to buy this thing, given its revenue, given its distribution and so forth. Why not just have them sell it to an American company? Everyone can keep their recipes, keep their dance videos, and no problems about Chinese data collection or propaganda.
So it would be nice if it was that simple. It isn't. First of all, many of the objections that I stated in my comments about how we look around the world and difficulties would still apply in the case of a divestment. Admittedly, from a legal point of view, a divestment is easier than a ban. But even so, ByteDance isn't going to agree to it. First of all, the expected sale price of ByteDance, of TikTok from that ByteDance would be willing to sell is probably deep into the tens of billions of dollars, given its advertising potential that I just referred to here. There are very limited numbers of buyers for it. It's not at all clear they'd want to get legally enmeshed in it. And most importantly, ByteDance would surely object to it because the Chinese government would object to it. So we'd wind up in court. That's not something the Biden administration wants to do because they are not 100% confident of their ability to prevail in a legal fight, and they don't want to have this be a bad test case that would hurt these very, very important national security powers. So they're quite reluctant. Otherwise, they would have just gone ahead and said, fine, divest. Fine, you don't like it, sue us, and we'll win in court. They are concerned they will not win in court. So again, my point sounds a little nuanced, which is that, yes, a divestment would be a little better than a ban. And I think ultimately, by the way, if ByteDance doesn't agree to this project that I described, which is this negotiation to deal with the the national security concerns, then I'm still reluctantly in favor of a divestment. It's just that I think when you put it all together, put it on a scale, I think it still comes out in favor of not going ahead with the divestment, including for these legal problems. But it's a good question.
Just to follow up on that, there were U.S. companies lining up to buy this thing. Microsoft could write the check in a heartbeat. Walmart could write the check in the heartbeat for $10 billion or whatever.
Not at all clear having.
Let's just stipulate that someone's willing to pay the money.
Maybe.
And so ByteDance at that point, the company is facing a choice between 0 or 10 billion. Well, any private enterprise is going to choose the 10 billion. But I actually agree with you. There's a non-trivial chance, maybe a very good chance, that the Chinese government says, nope, we don't want your money. We don't need $10 billion. Right. We're going to shut you down just to make the Biden administration suffer for having done this to us and to make the point. Doesn't that actually signify that what's going on here is driven by strategic logic of the Chinese Communist Party rather than commercial logic?
Partly. Again, I'm not so sure that's what would happen. ByteDance, I don't think, is going to give up on this phenomenal product that has 1 billion users around the world. That's really quite extraordinary. We don't other than Google and Facebook, we don't have anything even comparable to it, and those are both U.S. products. So I don't see the Chinese cutting off their nose for to spite their face, whatever the expression is. So I'm not so sure about that. Yes, strategic concerns do play a factor in it, but at the end of the day, this is a huge economic issue.
So following up on that economic point, you mentioned that China doesn't allow U.S. social media apps. You also mentioned that TikTok is raking in $6 billion in advertising to U.S. users. So in any other area of trade, if a country was making a ton of money here doing something that they explicitly banned us from selling into their country, we would say, this doesn't work. Either open your markets, allow reciprocity, or we're going to do what you're doing to us. Why isn't the commercial logic here, the trade logic, the fair trade argument, so to speak, pretty straightforward?
It is straightforward, but it's caught in a larger political issue. I mean, if we really felt that way about it, if we really said, look, China, you're not being fair. You're cutting out this and you're cutting out that, and et cetera, et cetera. And we in America would say, okay, well, if that's the case, then we don't want any Americans dealing with China. And by the way, Apple, you can't make your phones in China. Until China agrees to allow YouTube and the New York Times in the country, we're going to hurt you just as much. These tit-for-tat trade arguments all are nuanced and complicated. There's no clear answer to them. I'm not making an excuse for them, but the reality is that each one of them is sort of a case-by-case determination as to taking into account all the political realities and the economic realities. We are, at the moment, seemingly content to allow China to continue to ban all these other U.S. operations and let China continue to do things here in the United States that are unfair in the sense of they're not symmetrical for purposes of broader issues. I mean, it's an unattractive trade-off. I'm not going to say anything on that.
Let's talk about the data collection piece a bit. You were general counsel of the NSA. You may know a thing or two about data collection from experience.
Not at all.
So, as you know very well, this is the jargon-free zone. We're not going to say the word Section 702. We're just going to talk about things that the U.S. government can do. When data from overseas transits through the U.S. or is stored by a U.S. company, the U.S. government has legal authority to go and get that data if it pertains to a foreign intelligence target. And we know from public declassified reports, not leaks on Discord, this is legit, we know that there are 230,000 foreign targets that the U.S. government uses this power to target every year. Why am I talking about this? Because it illustrates that foreign data controlled by your companies can be a really, really good source of intelligence. So if we know this, I think we can safely assume that China knows this, and that the Singapore data center, for example, that is staffed by ByteDance personnel, is probably a really good source of intelligence for the Chinese Communist Party. I'm going to be fair to them and assume that they are no less intelligent and clever than we are and that they've figured this out. Do you trust any assurances whatsoever that they've given that this data is not being used for those purposes?
So look, it's, again, completely possible that if Americans' user data wound up in China or under Chinese control, say in Singapore where their employees could have access to it, that yes, they could mine it for whatever insights they wanted. That's why I think a ban on federal government phones, military phones, diplomats, members of Congress, we shouldn't have our data accessed by China. The general public, not so much a concern. Yes, it's a concern. And part of that concern would be to have that risk be brought down by having the data stored here in the United States under fairly airtight rules that would prevent it from escaping to China. Historical data that's already gone to China, if it has, let's assume worst case it has, why not? That's a subject and could be mined for whatever insights they want, including before we implemented our military bans and federal government bans. But again, looking at the overall risk, I think that is an appropriate balancing of all the equities here. People can come out at this at different points. That's where I come out.
If we have any audience questions at this point, be delighted to take those. Okay, first hand was up in the back there.
Sure. Oh, thank you.
Please use the microphone.
Hi, Tom Rehnquist. I'm a Crease LBJ alum. I think I want to challenge or at least hear more about the vicious circle aspect of this. If we ban this, what's next? You know, I'm a brave 29-year-old who did not grow up on TikTok, and this is also new to me. Compare that to Lenovo and Volvos, which are real products and useful. This is the equivalent of digital anthrax. Like, this has no social good whatsoever. Why should we have bet this based on the idea that, you know, there's some other things that we might have to ban if we ban this as well?
I'm not so sure I would agree with the characterization of it that way, but look, I don't have, let me just start. I don't use the app, I never have. I've told my kids not to use it. And interestingly, this is probably the one occasion where my kids have listened to me. I'm not arguing that the app doesn't present dangers, but the fact of the matter is the app is informative and useful. I mean, our government agencies, including the Biden White House, uses TikTok to disseminate information. Other government agencies do. It is a source of legitimate information. It is a platform for entertainment. I'm not so sure it's inherently or intrinsically evil. It is not inherently or intrinsically evil. And as I said, once we create precedents in this area, especially in the area of social media, and we haven't talked at all, but I know we don't want to get into the legalities of it, but it is by no means clear that this would pass constitutional muster as a First Amendment matter. It might, but by no means clear. Once we go down that route, and we say this is because of a national security reason, it's going to be pretty easy. The next time around, someone wants to pick something on the left side, Truth Social, to say we don't like Truth Social. It's spreading misinformation and disinformation to Trump supporters, and we want to ban it on alleged national security reasons. You know, where do we stop with this? Is my point. I think this is This is something that the British government has looked at also. Excuse me. The UK government is looking at the same issue, and they're coming out at it at roughly where I'm suggesting, which is that the government can use it. Some government ministries will use it. They're not entering into a general ban, and they recognize the value of it. So it's something they're concerned about too. And it's a series of trade-offs, and like any of these trade-offs, depending upon where you start on the spectrum, you might come out at a different place. I've explained the reasons why I think the balance is that way. I concede that, Adam and I have had many discussions about this. Adam is a little more strict on this than I am, which is fine. And a lot. And I get it, a lot, whatever. But and I recognize the validity of that. But I'm trying to balance all these other factors that I think long-term are going to make more sense for our country. And by the way, I yield to nobody. I'm in terms of my viewing China with deep, deep, deep concern and suspicion. So that's not the issue.
Is it fair to say that lurking in the background here is a fundamental debate about whether we are already in a Cold War with China and we just need to accept that and buckle down and make the hard choices, or potentially a view that one might attribute to you or read between the lines here, that we need to try to mitigate that competition and steer it away from a hard binary Cold War?
Well, a little bit the latter, but even if it's the former, even if we are in a Cold War with China, I still think long-term we're going to be better positioned in that Cold War with China if we look better than China and deal with it the way I've said. But no matter where you come out, I think there are good arguments on both parts, on both sides, and the essence of this is a nuanced position. And the problem is, in Washington today, we don't do nuance.
So this is a question I would love if any of the audience members have thoughts on this. It seems like based on the crowd we have that someone might. India banned TikTok. India, in theory, from the view of the Washington consensus, where the United States is driving global dialogue on everything, on sanctions, on autocracy versus democracy, and et cetera, rule of law, India is one of the countries that notionally we're trying to influence, a key global swing state, arguably. And yet on TikTok, on Ukraine sanctions, and on various other things that fall in this kind of rule of law, democracy bucket, they're not waiting to hear what we do or waiting to see what we do. They're setting their own path, as, to be fair, India has really in the entire post-World War II era. Are we overestimating our own influence here?
Possibly. Look, India is certainly not an example that we want to emulate on many levels. The Modi government has shown some very significant authoritarian tendencies in a number of areas. We've seen what they've done with press outlets that don't conform to government opinions. We've seen lots of inflaming of racial and ethnic tensions. So I don't think we want to follow India's example, even though it is still the world's largest democracy. They still are adhering to fundamental democratic principles. I think India presents a complex issue because, in part, the way they went about banning it was in the midst of actual hostilities with China, which made it much more politically easy and acceptable to do it domestically. Obviously, we don't have that here in the United States, and I hope we never do. But look, it's a tough issue for us around the world.
Hello. Oh, I don't like hearing my own voice.
And can we ask the questioners to introduce themselves, please?
Hello, I'm Kylie. I'm a dual degree with MGPS program at LBJ School and the Information Studies program at the iSchool. I'm also a cyber fellow with the Strauss Center. So I guess my opinion to what you were positing earlier is that I think India has thus set the precedent for us that banning TikTok doesn't actually have a good influence on your image, because if your opinion that you're stating right now is that they're already entangled in debates over how media is controlled or not controlled, allowed or not allowed in their country, and that comes with the tag of a TikTok ban, then we already see that it's not a good look for a country to do. And my actual question doesn't really pertain to TikTok much. It pertains to those Discord leaks and the sort of internal threat that social media can pose, because I've seen on like War Thunder forums and this Minecraft Discord server that it seems like the worst internal threat to national security is getting into a fight over maps or like weapons capabilities, because all the leaks that happen on like these gaming forums tend to be arguments that people want to win and they have access to classified documents, and so they share them to win an argument. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on sort of just the human aspect to national security in terms of how do we stop that kind of thing before we even talk about foreign adversaries interfering with their own methods.
Maybe we can take the second piece as a question about the motives of leakers, which I know you have a lot of thoughts about, and I saw this gentleman here will be next.
So I certainly hope we don't have too many people who are accessing classified information to win arguments on social media. We obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, it appears we have that in the case of the leaks on Discord. I have an article in the New Yorker that you could Google on the risk, the national security risks of social media. I think social media does indeed, across the board, whether it's not only TikTok, but YouTube, Facebook, whatever, they are platforms that can be misused and present a national security threat precisely because of the misuse of the protections afforded by the very First Amendment itself. And we can't, the Supreme Court has said that Americans have the right, the legal right, to receive foreign disinformation and foreign information intended to manipulate public opinion. So these platforms do present a national security risk. How we cope with it, given our values and given the First Amendment, is the issue. On your point about these debates online, I don't know why people are leaking classified information. In some cases, they're doing it because they're have some political point, sort of the everything going back to Daniel Ellsberg, to Reality Winner, to Edward Snowden, of course, quite famously, think they're doing the right thing by exposing what they perceive to be something wrong or improper or illegal. I think they're misguided. That's not the way to deal with classified information that hurts the rest of the country and hurts our national security. There are also some people who do leaks because they're misguided and they want to take classified stuff home for some reason. It gives them a thrill or who knows what. Lots of reasons for it. We'll see how this Discord story plays out. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Adam and I were talking about this last night, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see an arrest made in this latest incident fairly soon, just because it sort of looks a little sloppy and looks amateurish as opposed to something that, say, Russia or China might have done, but we'll see.
Here, and then I saw we have two up back there who will come to next, right here first.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. John de Meyer from the Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. So recently a lot of European countries have started banning TikTok, and privacy advocates in Europe have pointed out some hypocrisy, saying that why are we so concerned about data going to China, while there are no talks whatsoever, or I mean not so much about the huge flow of data that's going from Europe to the United States. So I would like to have your opinion on that. What do you think? Is there, of course, I agree that China does not pose the same threat for Europeans as the US, but there are still some national security concerns from our side, from potential spying or intelligence operation from the US towards the EU.
So the cross-border data flows, you just articulated better than I did this push-pull of globalization and fragmentation, and there's absolutely very, very good reasons why the data should flow back and forth to facilitate communications and commerce, et cetera. And yet at the same time, we have the concerns you just referenced. I might add that although the EU has banned TikTok for its diplomats and for certain, and then some countries have also gone ahead and banned it for government purposes, there's no European country that has banned it for the general public. So again, in keeping with what I've described before, maybe that'll happen, maybe not. I tend to doubt that we'll get there for various reasons, including just pure political reasons. But look, this question of cross-border data flows is a difficult one. It directly highlights the point I've made before, which is that we're still grappling on a case-by-case basis with these things. We're looking, I'm sure you're familiar with the arrangements going back to something called Privacy Shield between the United States and Europe, which basically, in which the EU said to America, we're not happy with American companies like Facebook and Google, et cetera, taking Europeans' data, bringing it into the United States, where in theory, thanks to the powers that Adam alluded to before, the United States spy agencies might have access to this under certain conditions. And look, that's a issue that the Biden administration is working on right this minute. We're probably going to come up with a very ad hoc, specific set of agreements associated with that. I think this whole technological area, to make a broader point, I think our current approach to these issues are one-off, one-shot decisions about technology. We're scared to make big, broad decisions about this and establish deeper rules of the road precisely because we have difficulty predicting where technology is going. So we have a decision about TikTok, a decision about EU cross-border data flows. We have a decision about something else. And weaving them in together in a logical way gets very difficult. So that's why we need to spend more time coming up with comprehensive, integrated, coherent ways of dealing with the pluses and minuses of the digital revolution. We're talking something that's going to take 20 years. I mean, we'll get there, but it's going to take 20 years before we look back and say, gosh, why was everyone arguing about this?
Sorry, I have to exercise the prerogative to respond briefly to this one. I testified before the Senate about this back in September. It's fair to say I have strong feelings. From the perspective of a European, China takes data, the US takes data. What's the difference? The difference is that the United States has thousands of military personnel and nuclear weapons. I don't need to tell you this. NATO headquarters is in Belgium, stationed in Europe for over 70 years now as part of a security umbrella that extends across most of the European continent. So what are we using the data for? That's the question. And is it aligned with your interest or against your interest? Obviously, the track record shows, many Europeans might not like to hear this, it's pretty well aligned. Those have been the 70 most peaceful, freest, most prosperous years in European history under the American security umbrella. Sure, there have been little spats, lovers' quarrels here and there, but the United States is not trying to control the democratic fate of European countries. Look what China does with interdependence to Australia, to Lithuania, to other countries in its near abroad. The second you will invite the Dalai Lama, the second you criticize China, they pull the leash. It's completely different. And anyone who tells you otherwise is just wrong.
And can I just add, for those of you who are interested, you should look at Adam's testimony. It was really terrific. So let me pay you the public compliment. Very thoughtful and very, very compelling. And another fact, just a footnote to this, is when the U.S. accesses data of foreigners, it does so under a very clear legal regime. We're not going to get into it today, but there's lots of rules and precedent, detailed congressional and presidential rulings on this, including court cases. It's overseen in a very clear way. That couldn't possibly be further from the truth about the way China accesses this data. So huge differences that we sometimes don't really fully appreciate.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're getting the hook. I see there are a few questions left. We'll be happy to chat with you outside afterwards for a few minutes, I'm sure. Thank you all for your attention and for your great questions. And thank you to Glenn Gerstel.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back for the next panel. Yeah, 5 minutes.
get started in a sec. This is plugged in. I don't need this one. Okay. All right, everyone, we're going to get started with our next panel here over the Great Firewall, social media in restricted information spaces. Our discussants will be on Zoom today, and now I'm going to pass over the microphone to our discussant today. Dr. Kounalakis is a visiting fellow at the Stanford University's Hoover Institution and a senior fellow at the Center on Media, Data, and Society at Central European University. Dr. Kounalakis, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And this is actually a continuation of and an expansion of that prior panel, which was looking at TikTok and the restricted environment that we're looking at here within the United States. The title of the panel is Over the Great Firewall, Social Media in Restricted Information Spaces. And we were supposed to have 3 guests. The third one, who is with Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, Patrick Bowler, unfortunately is stuck in Moldova. And so he is unable to join us. He's somewhere in Chisinau and trying to get a flight back to his office in Prague. So so this is going to turn into an all Freedom House panel. And we will be looking first at the global implications and the global understanding of this Great Firewall and how they exist in various countries. And then we'll take a deeper dive into the Middle East on this, and then we'll open it up and we'll have a number of, we'll have a dialogue and a series of questions. But just to give context, I certainly experienced the Great Firewall years ago, back when it was more of a bold border. I used to work in the international shortwaves at Radio Sweden International, and we would broadcast into the Soviet Union back then. We had nice, strong antennas, so jamming was not a very effective method of blocking the Radio Sweden broadcasts, but that was the 1980s equivalent of what we're now referring to as the Great Firewall. So let me turn it over to our 2 panelists. And the first one I'll turn to is Ali Funk, who is the Research Director for Technology and Democracy for Freedom House. And she's an expert on human rights in the digital age with a focus on free expression, privacy, surveillance, and censorship. And she also happens to lead the Freedom House's Technology and Democracy Initiative. And one more thing, she represents Freedom House on the Freedom Online Coalition's advisory network. So Ali, if you would just sort of start us off, give us an overview and really contextualize this globally for us, if you would.
Yeah, happy to. And thanks so much to everyone for having me. I hope you're enjoying the conference. My name's Ali, like it was mentioned. I'm the Research Director for Technology and Democracy at Freedom House. For folks who don't know, Freedom House is an independent organization. We were founded in 1941, so we've been around for a while. We've seen a lot in the democracy space. And I oversee Freedom on the Net, which is an annual study of internet freedom in 70 countries around the world. And we've been doing that report since 2009. So really, since kind of the origins of the Arab Spring and what we thought the internet would bring us and social media would bring us. So I'm going to start my remarks of really setting the stage of why more governments are trying to build these sort of firewalls. So what's the justification for that? And then what is the impact for those so-called firewalls? And I think it really begins with, this concept of what I just mentioned of the internet. It was hailed as this liberating force, something that was going to bring about more freedom, more democracy, better protections for human rights. And we sort of all seen how that's not the case. It's also a tool for repression. And, a few years back in actually 2021, Freedom on the Net's main focus for that year was thinking about how social media specifically and how tech platforms, how more governments were increasingly trying to assert their authority over these platforms. So, a lot of different efforts for governments to wield platforms' power for their own political ends. So using this regulation playbook that they could use to increase censorship and increase surveillance in their own countries. So, several different governments were passing different laws around, requiring social media companies to remove broad categories of speech without court orders, or forcing companies to have in-country staff members, and these different types of provisions at the time, and they're ongoing still, are really allowing for political leaders to censor political dissent and investigative reporting, or people who were simply expressing themselves. And really these type of laws popping up in countries across the democratic spectrum. So most closed environments like China and Russia and Iran have sort of had these laws for years, but moving into backsliding democracies in democratic countries too, like India. So I'll touch on an Indian example. The IT rules there, require large social media companies to police content that undermine the country's public order, morality, decency, which have been used to sort of censor political speech in the country. And then, relatedly, many sort of companies now in the countries that they're operating in are being required to localize data or retain data. And, data localization really just makes the personal data of users in the country easier to access by governments. So really just this increasing regulatory oversight that we saw of social media. And despite increasing legal control over these platforms, they were still being used largely, as spaces for free expression and activism and pushing for democracy and pushing for better protections for human rights. I think a really great example of it is in Myanmar, where Facebook and Twitter were really used to coordinate, protests against the junta's deadly coup in 2021. So really the continued resilience of the internet and social media as spaces for human rights, it's spaces to push back against authoritarian governments, has led governments to actually go further than regulating it. So what they've tried to do, instead of just saying, we're going to regulate these platforms and try to force them into what we want them to do, we're actually just going to try to silo our own information spaces altogether. So then, people who are in our countries, they don't have access to the global internet where they have, different platforms to choose from, different information sources. Instead, they're just going to have access to a domestic internet that really looks like an online information space that we can cultivate. So one in which disinformation dominates, but critical commentary can be suppressed. So, if zooming in, this concept is kind of called internet fragmentation. So it's the same, just a different wonkier term than saying, building their own firewalls of trying to replicate what China has done. And we dove into really, what are the 3 different ways that internet fragmentation is happening around the world? So how are governments really building up these firewalls? The first was, some countries are trying to disconnect from the global internet altogether, and they're doing this by centralizing control over domestic technical infrastructure from global internet infrastructure. And it's really here the world's most authoritarian regimes are able to pull this off, because centralizing domestic infrastructure has high political and economic and societal costs. Second, more governments are passing legislation that limits the flow of user data across borders. So like I mentioned, really trying to centralize or localize data there. And then doing that creates easier barriers for state surveillance. And then the third form of fragmentation, the third effort of building the Great Firewall in each country, is really authorities are trying to limit access to information that is based outside of the country. And this, limiting access to foreign foreign content is really the most common way that we're seeing governments build these firewalls. So out of the 70 countries we cover for Freedom on the Net, at least 47 of them restricted foreign speech. And it's often, these efforts really ramp up during political transition, protests, elections, time of conflict, that we're seeing that. And then, the other sort of component of this that I'll mention before wrapping up, passing to Catherine, is alongside efforts to build, governments to build their own firewalls, to censor foreign speech, to force data to be held, in country, and to break off infrastructure. We're also seeing a lot of political leaders bolstering support for state-aligned social media platforms that are more receptive to their demands than some international platforms. So, an example that I like to think about a lot is Russia. The government requires that mobile phones are preloaded with domestic social media apps like VK. And the government has really also forced or offered, social media influencers in the country payments that if they switch to Rutu, which is the domestic version of YouTube, or Yappy, which is the domestic version of TikTok, influencers get a monthly payment, and then they have to sort of toe the government's editorial line. So an interesting way of investing in domestic tech sectors that are more susceptible to government censorship and surveillance. So what does all this mean in practice for human rights and fundamental freedoms and democracy? Really, internet fragmentation and the building of these firewalls, it has serious consequences because governments can simply get away with more repression if they have control over the domestic portion of their internet. So on a fragmented internet, people may not have access to the same messaging platforms that their family members or like-minded communities who live abroad do. And this means it's harder for them to communicate with each other. So we think about, following Russia's brazen invasion of Ukraine, the Kremlin blocked Facebook and Twitter for people in Russia. What that meant is that folks who were trying to, protest and build solidarity and share reliable information from foreign sources, or to reach foreign audiences to try to, gin up sort of efforts for accountability, they had limited opportunity to do that because they didn't have access to these sources in the same way. So really clear human rights implications for these building of these firewalls and how social media can be used. With that, we've got a lot to dive into, so I will stop there and I'll pass it to Catherine or back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Ali. And that was a great overview, and we'll come back to you. And we've got an audience, I'm sure, that's going to be interested in following up on some of these questions. So Catherine, who's following you, is also at Freedom House, and she's a research analyst there covering the Middle East and North Africa. And she's been working on freedom of the world, freedom on the net, and election watch for the digital age. And Catherine, your research is focused on technology, democracy, and human rights in this region. And you've been writing a fair amount. So why don't you take it up and take some of what Ali has just spoken about and maybe give us some Middle Eastern examples or extend what she's discussed to the region.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks for hosting us. So yeah, I'm going to go into some examples from these trends that Ali outlined, and specifically in the Middle East, North Africa region, where social media has really been a powerful tool for people to speak freely, express themselves in ways that they may not be able to do offline. So, over the last decade, we've seen journalists or activists using these platforms to mobilize around various human rights issues, democracy issues. Of course, one of the most prominent examples, I think, is in 2011 during the Arab Spring. We can think of Egyptians using Twitter to mobilize protests during that time. More recently, we've seen Iranians, members of the Iranian diaspora, using social media to call for freedom or document abuses by government forces amid the ongoing protests. But repressive regimes in the region have also sought to really rein in the power of social media, and this is through censorship, passing legislation, or launching criminal charges against social media users. I think, in Saudi Arabia, this is perhaps one of the most egregious examples of this criminalization that we've seen in the last year, where a woman was charged to a 34-year prison sentence for her kind of activism content on Twitter. But this is really happening, across the region, maybe not quite to that extent, and it's happening across social media platforms. We've also seen, in the last year alone, authorities in several countries in the region blocking access to social media platforms. So we see some governments kind of restricting this access more systematically. So this could be during, school exams where different communications or social media platforms are blocked for a short period of time. We see this in Iraq and in Jordan. But this kind of censorship, it also kind of has a more ad hoc method. So this could be, as Ali mentioned, in response to politically or socially sensitive times, such as elections, protests, natural disasters. In February, we saw Turkey block Twitter for 12 hours following the earthquakes, kind of under the guise of combating harmful disinformation. And again, going back to Iran, authorities have blocked WhatsApp and Instagram amid these protests. These were two of the remaining foreign social media platforms available to Iranian users. And then I mentioned legislation. So we've also seen several countries in the region pass legislation that places really onerous restrictions on tech companies seeking to limit the kind of speech permitted on these platforms. So one of these laws is Turkey's social media law. So this was passed in October 2020. And the law is really a means to coerce tech companies into compliance with government censorship and surveillance. So we've seen a couple similar laws passed around the world and in the region, but I'll just kind of go into Turkey's law real quickly because I think it's an interesting example. But the law states that platforms must respond to government-ordered content removal requests within 48 hours. And if they don't comply, authorities can issue harsh fines. They can remove advertising or reduce kind of the bandwidth or traffic to these platforms. And it also requires social media companies to designate a representative in country. So they could be held liable for any failure to remove content that the government may deem as undesirable. But despite these challenges, we have seen, not just in Turkey, but elsewhere, civil society and tech companies successfully pushing back against some of these efforts to curb internet freedom. So in Turkey, Twitter challenged the removal content removal by a Turkish court. And this was ultimately successful. So Twitter won the case and the accounts were restored after the court accepted Twitter's objection. So there are avenues for appeal for tech companies, civil society to continue to push back against some of these repressive orders. And then just to kind of wrap it up, I want to spend a couple minutes talking about Iran. This is one of the world's worst abusers of internet freedom, according to our Freedom on the Net findings. And as Ali mentioned when she was talking about internet fragmentation, there are only a few countries, including Iran, that are fully disconnecting their online space from the global internet, really in an effort to tightly control the online environment. So in Iran, this kind of centralization of the internet infrastructure is happening through their national internet network. And this enables the government to very easily disconnect internet users from the global web. It facilitates things like internet shutdowns, but specifically localized internet shutdowns. So shutdowns that occur just in a particular region or area. These are less costly than a nationwide internet blackout. And the national internet network also enables government servers to remain online during these localized shutdowns so that government agencies can continue to operate and do their work while the internet is largely disabled for the rest of the population in a given area. And then in addition to just restricting the internet or mobile connectivity, as we've seen kind of going on since the protests started last September in Iran, nearly all foreign social media platforms are blocked in Iran. Thousands of websites are also blocked. And this is just one way that I think, Iranian authorities are isolating internet users from the rest of the global web and forcing people to rely either on state-owned media or domestic apps. Ali kind of touched on this. Many of these domestic apps have really concerning, privacy and surveillance implications. And yeah, I guess just to end on a positive note, as we've seen in Turkey, civil society, tech companies, members of the diaspora, internet freedom advocates have taken really important steps to preserve internet freedom in Iran. So we've seen some really tech savvy companies, working with members of the Iranian diaspora to help remove sensitive information or delete account information from social media users after they've been arrested by security forces. We've seen some tech platforms, calling on users to set up proxy servers. Signal did this in the early days of the protest to make sure that Iranians are able to access encrypted communication services and remain safe online. So I think, when it comes to restricting social media, we've seen that non-democratic leaders really understand the power that these platforms hold, whether it be to organize protests or share information, highlight government abuses, whatever it may be. And governments want to take that power and wield it for their own gain. I'll stop there, but happy to answer any questions and looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, great, Catherine. That's really terrific. So if I can ask you a question, then ask Ali a question as well. I'm going to just follow up on your Iran example and suggest that, since my recollection is that if you look around Iran, there are a fair number of satellite dishes on many of the homes. So it may not be a social media or even an online information ecosystem that they rely upon. But so perhaps there's information coming in either via television or Farsi language radio programming that allows and runs sort of what we expect now to be an important part of our information ecosystem. Are you noticing, or have you looked at the effects of those more traditional media structures and the effect, for example, on the current demonstrations with the hijab?
Yeah, so Freedom on the Net looks specifically at the internet and online space. So we aren't specifically looking at like more traditional broadcast, radio, TV, media. However, I think, by closing off Iranians from the outside kind of internet ecosystem, it means that those state-owned media platforms, whether they be online or more traditional media, are going to have kind of a bigger, almost like market share, right? These are going to be the information news sources, the government kind of approved narrative that will be able to kind of take place of any global, international, independent news. So we see this, because most social media platforms, foreign social media platforms are blocked. Lots of independent or human rights related websites are blocked, leaving space for kind of more pro-government or media friendly narratives to take their space. So I can't talk specifically about like the traditional media landscape, but I think that there are some relations just in terms of how the overall like diversity of the landscape is severely weakened when, international news websites are no longer allowed.
Yeah. Do you also do any sort of research into how credible they find those government-oriented, those government-run institutional structures versus these other non-governmental structures that perhaps are not online and unable to and are able to penetrate?
Yeah, so we have a couple kind of indicators within our Freedom on the Net methodology. One that looks really more at content manipulation by either government outlets or pro-government commentators. And then we also look just at the kind of overall diversity of the online space. So this is, looking at, is misinformation really rampant? Are there independent outlets where people can get, credible or different news or facts or things like that? So we do look at this in certain ways. In terms of like how credible people find the internet, I think that can be a really hard thing to measure. But when you significantly limit what people have access to, I think it makes it harder for people to make informed choices, just given the fact that they're only receiving information perhaps from government vetted narratives.
Okay, so Ali, you talked very specifically to internet fragmentation, and you said there were three areas that you've sort of broken it down into: disconnecting from the internet, secondly, legislation versus data flows, and then finally, limiting access to foreign information and data. Do you also consider what I think Peter Pomerantsev writes about as one of the other approaches to internet, to the fragmentation of information flow, which is flooding the zone, basically making so much alternative information, entertaining information available that in fact it is just as effective as blocking other things out?
Yes, absolutely. So, first I'll say on internet fragmentation, it's a really sort of complex thing to break down. And I think within the internet freedom community too, like defining what counts as internet fragmentation is a little bit contested. So what we tried to do in our understanding of it with last year's Freedom on the Net report is just highlight 3 ways that, our research found. It's not the only 3 ways. because there's a lot of different understandings of like how sort of company actions themselves can help drive fragmentation, and then the sort of the different reasonings based on the regime, because we actually also found that a lot of democracies are driving internet fragmentation, but for different sort of justifications than some of the more authoritarian countries. So when we're thinking about the spread of false or misleading information, the flooding the zone, I would frame that, the spreading of disinformation in itself is not a form of fragmentation. But what happens is that when you sort of silo your own domestic internet, the impact of disinformation can be more insidious, and more impactful on users. So if people in the country, because maybe they are, don't have access to more independent news outlets from abroad, they don't have access to, certain international platforms that might label state news media, and they only have access to state-owned media at home or quote unquote quasi-independent that are actually, maybe super cozy to the government, they're going to just have less access to reliable information. So therefore, content that is manipulated or from pro-government sources is going to have an outsized role in that information space. So if we think about, China or Russia or even Iran, because folks don't have access to the BBC, or maybe they don't have access to, in Russia, maybe a local news outlet that was pushed out, like Meduza, that was pushed out of the country or no longer accessible in the country. There's limited sources they can go to. So really thinking about how internet fragmentation can create the preconditions for disinformation to thrive.
So could you, and I'm going to open it up fairly soon and ask for questions as well, but could you also talk about the technological approaches towards undermining this fragmentation and this information sovereignty that's developing? I mean, it seems that that at some point the technology for and running these limits can also exist, whether they be the traditional VPNs or other types of, certainly in the Soviet days when I was there, it was the samizdat and eventually the fax machine, and led to thumb drives being distributed. But where are we today in trying to deal with this rapidly approaching and really spreading information sovereignty reality?
There's a lot of really fantastic donors and work being done to try to give people the tools necessary to push back against some of this fragmentation, push back against disinformation. So there's been a lot of effort to support, virtual private networks, like you mentioned, other circumvention technologies. I mean, VPNs is only one of the tools that people can use when they're in countries that, platforms are blocked, websites are blocked, so they can still access this. So, VPNs is one. There's the Tor project is another sort of censorship circumvention platform people can use. There are broader efforts. I mean, so like VPNs and Tor, what's interesting about those tools is they're really only effective when the internet is still on in a country. So, when Facebook or Twitter or BBC or New York Times or Meduza, when they're blocked, you can use VPNs to sort of access those tools. But in a country where there's a total internet shutdown, those tools don't work anymore. So there's been a lot of really interesting sort of thinking and funding to censorship circumvention groups to really think about what are technical ways to circumvent internet shutdowns completely. So, in Iran a few years ago, there was a nationwide shutdown around protests. What are different ways to build that up? So one is, mesh networks, which try to think about how can we use Bluetooth signals on people's phones to try to build some sort of internet connectivity. So there's some really creative thinking being done around those questions. It's really sort of hard to answer those. And I think there's been also, in Ukraine and Iran too, thinking about how satellites can play a role here when, I think another component of it is in a lot of countries, the governments are increasingly controlling or buying shares in the internet service providers themselves. So they're not privately owned. And when internet service providers traditionally are more beholden to the state, they're less likely to push back against orders to block websites or shut down the internet. So how do we get other sources sort of technical approaches like satellites to try to circumvent some of that. And I know Google's been doing some thinking. So there's a real interest in this, I would say, and a lot of money is being put out, including by the U.S. State Department, by USAID, by, funding mechanisms in other democracies to really think about how do we support activists or users on the ground to circumvent some of these fragmentation efforts.
Okay, so let me see if there's anyone who has, there's one in the back there. And just state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, good morning. Thank you both so much for being here. My name is Kate, and I'm a first-year graduate student at the LBJ School. And I've been thinking a lot about this internet fragmentation, and thank you so much for finally giving me a term to work with, because I'm just like, what is going on here? So whenever I think historically of populations being cut off from the rest of the world, I think of Berlin during the Cold War and obviously other populations during the Cold War. And I know you mentioned that donors are putting a lot of money towards getting people in these countries access to VPNs, but is there a way that, or if you know, are there any conversations going on in the federal government or in civil society or between these two entities, including social media companies as well, to almost do like a digital Berlin airlift of getting people access to VPNs? I know it's kind of a funky way of thinking about it, but maybe there could be something in the infrastructure of these social media companies that comes with a VPN option that users can buy or sign up for. Again, I don't really know how VPNs work on the ground. I know they're not as simple as a thumb drive, but that's, one thing I've been kind of wrestling with lately. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear that term's helpful. So, there's a lot of different research on internet fragmentation, and you can go to our website, freedomonthenet.org, and we sort of outline some of that in one of our main essays. And one of the things I really love about the internet freedom space is, the internet was created through the multi-stakeholder model, right? Like it's governed by not governments, but it's governed by these multi-stakeholder bodies that include private sector, academia, civil society, which means then a lot of the solutions to some of these problems is inherently multi-stakeholder. So when we're when Freedom House or other civil society groups are talking on these issues, we are often talking with experts in industry, not just the big platforms, but some of those smaller, like Cloudflare is a really important one. That is it controls more of some of the technical underpinnings of the internet. It's a content host. So it actually is hosting different websites, or Amazon Web Services. So those are very different how those companies might approach these issues compared to a Facebook, who is sort of at the top of the internet stack and is hosting content. So in conversations, you have people who are industry experts, you have the programmers, you have the people at ICANN who are actually like running the internet. And then you also have the government. So what that means in practice is it's really important to have those different perspectives, because what a civil society solution might be to internet fragmentation might differ from somebody who really understands like the technical deep underpinnings of how the internet functions, or might understand the geopolitics from the government. So when we're thinking about there's a lot of different efforts to build these anonymizing tools within the platforms themselves. So, for example, Jigsaw, which is a subsidiary of Google, and they specialize on censorship circumvention, have rolled out a bunch of different VPN products, and they've worked really closely in the Ukraine context to get people these tools. Twitter as well, I don't know what the current approaches on this, but since the sort of when Russia invaded Ukraine, Twitter incorporated Tor, which is Tor's a nonprofit group that I mentioned earlier. They incorporated the Tor browser within Twitter, which allows certain users to anonymously use Twitter. So you can't trace back where their location is or any sort of real name registration. So that conversation's ongoing. There's a lot of different efforts to build that in so that, the goal is that when we're coming up with censorship circumvention tools, we are making them very easy to use, very easily accessible, and honestly hard to trace. Because what happens is you have a lot of authoritarian governments will say, oh, well, that one VPN, such as TunnelBear, for example, is being used. Let's just block that. So you need to think about diversifying the sort of available tools and then making sure they're really easy to access and really easy to use. So your general person doesn't need some big technical sort of experience to use them. Catherine, I don't know if there's any other interesting examples that maybe you're aware of too.
I mean, I think you covered them. I'll just say on the VPN issue, I mean, I think they can be so helpful, especially like in the context that I look at where so many, websites are blocked. VPNs allow people to access this, but you need to have internet service to be able to use VPNs. And this was one of the big challenges we saw in Iran, that, a lot of companies were providing free VPNs to Iranians, but without internet, if there's an internet shutdown, people aren't even able, one, to either download those tools or to use them. So I think this goes back to what Ali was talking about previously about some of these other kind of emerging, thinking on how to circumvent or bypass these internet shutdowns. These VPNs really are more so for accessing censored or blocked content. They're not going to be as helpful if there is an internet shutdown. And, I think another kind of upsetting trend we're seeing is the passing of legislation either banning VPNs or encryption tools, or making it illegal to use encryption tools or like post anonymously or react anonymously online. So there certainly are barriers that are cropping up to people using either VPNs or certain tools that help people say, or the communication say anonymous or encrypted online.
Okay, shall we go to another question? There's one over there.
Hello, my name is Liz Wong, and I'm a second-year Master of Global Policy student here at the University of Texas. I will try to only ask one question because this is really interesting. But when we talk about these private companies spending all this money to develop tools to help people circumvent or find digital freedom and go around the digital firewalls, they are private companies acting, but they're acting on what many would assume are democratic or U.S. values. Do these authoritarian countries, do they see this as a threat against their rule, or do they see it as maybe the U.S. is losing soft power with them as these private companies are attempting to make these tools? I would love to hear input. And if I can ask a second question, I know it might not be allowed, but we talked about earlier how internet fragmentation can lead to spaces that are really delicious for disinformation campaigns. All these tools take a lot of money. They have to be made probably by bigger companies, but yet we're against monopolies here, usually in the United States. But these larger companies that are making these information spheres are safer for people in areas that are contested or might be behind bars or information bars. They might need the larger companies. So I was wondering if in a perfect digital sphere, do you look for these smaller companies that perhaps can't develop these tools or don't have as much content moderation, or the larger companies that might threaten them to monopolize that can do all these larger tools and can do content moderation? Thank you.
Happy to take the first stab. Is that all right, Catherine, with you? Thank you for asking. I think we can squeeze both answers. And so on the question of sort of companies and threat, I mean, there's been a lot of work done in the past 5 to 10 years by civil society to push a lot of it, some of these major players, international platforms, to align their company policies and practices and the products they develop with international human rights law. So I'd actually push back in thinking about it as US values, because actually, a lot of the content moderation that these companies are doing go a lot further than sort of First Amendment, what would be only allowed to be taken down on First Amendment. And it's actually really important they do, because, really strong First Amendment protections are really important in the US. But if they only adhere to that, you would have a lot of really tough and dangerous speech on the platform. So that is, I frame it like that because I actually think it's really important. And thinking through how the First Amendment actually allows companies themselves to moderate content in a way that matches their policies. So civil society has worked really hard to better these companies' content moderation so they align with international human rights standards. There's still a very long way to go in making sure that companies actually do that consistently, that they are working with local civil society groups around the world. We have a long way to go on that. So I don't want to praise them too much, but acknowledge that there's been progress. And I think as you've seen some of that progress, And as companies have tried to be more consistent in those rules, try to push back against government demands that would, violate free expression standards under human rights law, such as in India or Russia or Turkey, those governments then are getting mad and saying, well, if you're going to operate in our countries, you're going to adhere to our local law, and our local law allows us to ban the speech we want to ban. So in response to companies at times, I'm trying to simplify this, it's a little bit more complicated, but in response to that, they're increasing demands for blocks on these platforms to just limit them altogether, or increasing regulatory oversight of them to try to force them into behaving the way the government wants. So an interesting example of that is actually in Nigeria, the Twitter, I think it was 2021. Yes, 2021. Twitter actually restricted a post by the country's president that threatened secessionist violence. And in response, Nigeria's government got really mad and was like, how are you censoring a problematic post by our president? They blocked Twitter because Twitter refused to uncensor it. And then Twitter said, well, we definitely want access to this market, and then agreed to a host of demands to get unblocked. So that is sort of this battle that you're seeing between international platforms that are, trying to improve content moderation, getting it wrong still a lot of times, and governments that want to increase their control over it. On the second question, it's an interesting sort of approach to think about, in order to do content moderation well, it's extremely, extremely hard because there's billions of posts a day, and it's really expensive. And a lot of times the companies that can afford that are ones that are bigger. I would, the way we think about it is competition is really, really important for the diversity of the online space and for human rights. And we don't have enough competition right now in the market. We have too few platforms, and we want more platforms. How that could look could be really different. If you're interested to read more about like the different options for social media, I would really recommend Ethan Zuckerman. He has done a lot of thinking. He's a sort of scholar in this area, has done a lot of thinking about, what would it look like to have a lot of small platforms that are really attuned to particular community needs. One example is called Arwa. It's a sort of platform that is focused on the LGBTQ community and MENA. Another one is Twitter. It's a Twitter platform for sex workers that so he's done some really interesting thinking. I would really urge you to go read him. But I want to think about it as a dichotomy. We have to choose one or the other, but think about it as, an ecosystem where you want a bunch of different players that serve different roles. So one of those could be a Meta. One of those could be one of these smaller platforms. And how do we create conditions and incentives through regulation or through legal frameworks that create strong protections for free expression and privacy and access to information? And how do we do that in a way that can both hold bigger companies accountable while also creating the space for smaller companies to come about?
So we've only got a couple minutes. So if you want to, Catherine, if you want to say something, but also maybe wrap it up for us.
I mean, I think Allie did a comprehensive job. If we want to do one more question, we can. Up to you.
Okay. Do we have another question? Okay, not from the audience. So what happens in these circumstances that you've described, these trends that you've outlined for us, as we move more towards a wartime footing? This is something that's not just something we're seeing in Ukraine, but it is potentially in this more fragmenting world, and one where we're finding a bifurcation. How are you looking at this as Freedom House in preparation for what may potentially be a much more harsh environment for information, one that even the United States recognizes as one that's allowed to be controlled?
I mean, I can just quickly start and say, I think some kind of trends that maybe we're keeping an eye on that relate to, some of these themes around internet fragmentation. And one is, seeing governments kind of learn from each other. So around whether that's centralizing the internet infrastructure, as we see mostly in, the Russia, Iran, China's, but we're also seeing kind of similar initiatives of this centralized, intranet being rolled, I think, in Cambodia and in Iraq. So keeping an eye on those kind of initiatives to further centralize and control the online space within a country's given borders. And then another thing is legislation. Specifically, we've seen, not just in the Middle East, but around the world, a lot of legislation passed around, disinformation and kind of curtailing free speech online under the guise of combating disinformation. And disinformation, as we know, is a huge problem in the online sphere. It does require a lot of work, not just, government regulation, but on the level of tech platforms and digital literacy and civil society initiatives. And some of these are underway. But yeah, I'll give it to Ali if you want to add anything else, but I'd say those are kind of two things that I think we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I really worry about democracies not living up to their own values at home and actually using the same tactics as the ones they're criticizing. Specifically, there's a lot. I know there was a TikTok panel earlier. I'm sure it was super interesting. We also are very concerned about the impact of companies that are owned by Chinese companies, but also really don't think bans and blocks are the way to go. And we really worry about the normalization of censorship there. And if the US government or other democracies were to ban a platform that millions of Americans use, not to mention the sort of First Amendment implications of that would be very serious and arguably raises questions of constitutionality, but it would just fuel the arguments by more authoritarian regimes of saying, hey, you blocked a platform, we're going to do it too during an election. So really pushing democracies, how do we deal with the real harms of the digital age, such as disinformation, such as harassment, but how do we do it in a way that aligns with our values and isn't actually making the problem worse?
Thank you both, Ali and Catherine. It's been an informative session, and we'll move on to the next one. Thanks again. Thanks for being with us.
There we go. Sorry about that. Just introducing the next moderator and panel. We've got for you digital authoritarianism and mediatized peace in the Middle East. And once again, we are rejoined by Matthew Ellis from Sarah Lawrence College to moderate. Hope you all enjoy.
Hello. Welcome back. While we're just figuring out a little bit of the tech, let me introduce our wonderful panel. We're very fortunate to be joined by three experts for digital authoritarianism and mediatized peace in the Middle East. First to present will be Dr. Nahid Siamdoust. Dr. Siamdoust is assistant professor here in the Center for Middle Eastern Studies at UT Austin. Her first large research project culminated in her book, Soundtrack of the Revolution, The Politics of Music in Iran, which is an amazing work I assign in my own classes. She has taught at Oxford, NYU, Yale, and Harvard, and her writings have been widely published. Next, we'll hear from Andres Ilves. After founding RFE-RL's Afghan service following 9/11, Andres Ilves served as the first director of RFE's Radio Farda service for Iran. Andres then went on to spend over a decade at the BBC, where he oversaw BBC World Service programming for Afghanistan and Iran, and then moved to BBC Africa, spending 8 years on the continent. Andres returned to RFE in 2021 as the director of the Near East region, where he is responsible for output in the Dari, Pashto, and Persian languages for Afghanistan, Iran, and Pakistan. And finally, joining us online will be Dr. Yuval Katz. Yuval is a scholar and a poet whose works attempt to reorient peace towards the interactions of ordinary people. After living in Israel-Palestine for 30 years, Yuval moved to the US to complete a PhD at the University of Michigan. His work focuses on mediatized everyday peace in Israel-Palestine. His research highlights peace happening in mundane interactions between ordinary people forged through and by media. So I think we're going to have short presentations on this panel and hopefully more time for discussions and Q&A. Are we all set to go? Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Siamdoust is going to kick it off.
Hi, everyone. So I'm just going to wait for a second for my presentation to come up here, but we've heard a lot about technology today, and that's all super interesting, very relevant to what I'm going to be presenting, but I'm going to be taking sort of a step back and talking really about the cultural content that fuels some of the information and propaganda that the Iranian state tries to influence and spread. So let me see if I can start here. So what I'm going to be doing today, really, first of all, the last panel was so informative in terms of just understanding what Iranians have access to. And I will say, just for our conversation, that Iranians, for the most part, can access most things on the internet so far, as long as they have really good VPNs, virtual private networks. And those have become rare in recent sort of months. So it's become much more difficult since the protests started in September for Iranians to actually be able to get high quality VPNs, but they can still access most content online, even though, Twitter, Telegram, even Instagram now are blocked. People are able to circumvent those blocks and access content. And in fact, a majority of Iranians, something upward of 80%, are really spending half, they're living these dual binary lives where they're spending half their lives or half a percentage of their lives sort of as we do in actual spaces, in real spaces, in public spaces controlled by the state. And the other part of their lives really on social media, where the kinds of restrictions that are imposed by the Islamic Republic don't hold, and hence that's really the interesting content and the space in which the state tries to interfere in creating parallel content to really try to change the message and manipulate the message on especially sort of the viral content that gets around. So let me see if I can work this thing. That is not the right button. Nope, that is also not the right button. Yeah, that's okay. So where do I go to get to the right place? Jacob, let me see if I can just do it from my laptop here. Thank you very much.
So it's just the right button.
Oh, I thought that's okay. So really, what I want to talk about is how the Iranian state, following the 2009 Green Uprising, where Iranians mounted massive protests against the state, arguing that the elections had been rigged and that their presidential candidate had, in fact, the one whom they elected had not been put in place of power, but Ahmadinejad in a rigged election. Subsequent to the Green Uprising, which was that kind of protest movement, the state really realized the power of online spaces and social media and entered the fray in trying to create content. Prior to that, I would say, the internet wasn't really that powerful of a communication space in Iran, and so the state kind of really tried to create content for its television programming, all of which is widely viewed by Iranians. So it's content that a lot of Iranians watched, not just satellite television programming, which is also very popular, but also state programming. So one product of that was in 2015. This, of course, links to some of my work, where they took a very well-known and popular rapper and had him basically sing a track about Iran's nuclear energy, trying to sort of co-opt his cool cachet for the message of the state. And let me see if this is gonna play out.
نه قاطی بازی سیاسی نه میدونم چی میگذره تو این مملکت نه میدونم کی به کجا حمله کرد ولی میدونم یه بوی خسته ای میاد و هر چیزی انرژی هسته ای میخواد اگه قوی نباشی توی قلم روت میتونه هر نظر بسته ای بیا یه چی مثل بابا واسه خونواده مثل
This was really shocking to most Iranians because Tatalu was known as this sort of tattooed, dissident rapper, and for him to appear on a frigate of the Iranian Navy on what's supposed to be the Persian Gulf, but it was actually filmed in the Caspian Sea, basically spelling out, the message of the Iranian state was really shocking. But that's where the state was going. So there were state-aligned production companies that were really producing works that tried to co-opt some some of the elements, aesthetic and cultural, that we saw in the cultural underground, in Iran's cultural underground. And again, this was all caused by Iran's Green Uprising, where the state sort of clued in. And so we, you know, in the subsequent years, it really tried to repress this cultural underground. So internet spaces became a whole lot more restrictive, not because Iranians couldn't access them, but because as soon as somebody really accrued popularity online, whether through works of musical or other kinds of cultural production, the state would go and trace them and find them and basically parade them on national television for apologies, and I will talk about that a little bit. But you know, by 2019, you could say Iran's very vibrant cultural underground that had produced incredible musicians who could still speak to Iran's Green Uprising in 2009, that cultural underground had more or less sort of disappeared, and the state-aligned production companies were now creating these discourses, co-opting, again, some of these elements such as hip-hop, but really placing the state's messaging, the messaging of the Revolutionary Guards within these tracks. And I have this track for you from 2019 where it really made the rounds online. And for most people, it wasn't clear that this was a state-produced clip, not least because at the very end of it, perhaps that was really the giveaway, but at the very end of it, it says director 80 million Iranians. So in some ways, you know, this is the state trying to say the view of the state represents the view of all of Iranians. But just take a look at this. So what you see there is a conscript of the Revolutionary Guards really starting to speak on behalf of all Iranians, saying we're all part of the same family. You see this cross-generational span of passengers on the subway representing the Iranian nation, and all of them sort of in this train ride together. And it's the Revolutionary Guard soldier, the protector of this nation, who starts speaking about all of them being in the same boat and needing to stick together. This actually became really popular, and large number of people I spoke to had no clue that this was produced by state-aligned production companies. So the state was really trying to get sort of this messaging out there without identifying itself. And at the same time that it was doing that, it was really going after actual independent producers online. The Happy Kids, who did Pharrell Williams' Happy Dance in 2014, they were paraded on state television, as was Maede Hojabri, a teenage Instagram dance sensation in 2018, who this image on in the bottom is a little too dark for you to see, but who also was paraded on state television to apologize and say that what they did was wrong. Subsequent to their arrests, many of these people that you see precisely because of their arrest by the state actually went on to become sort of celebrities in the Tehran scene or outside of Iran once they had fled to Turkey. So here again, this is an image following Qasem Soleimani's assassination in Iraq, of trying to present him as a general who represents a wide range of Iranians, from very sort of hijabi on the right side to the left, perhaps less religiously sort of hijabi. And so trying to sort of co-opt some of these elements within the cultural underground and represent the Islamic Republic as the protector of all, not just the hijabis and the Hezbollahis, the ones who are really pro-state and state-aligned. I think all of this really came to a sort of break in July 2022, which I would really point to as the starting point in some ways of the protests that started in September 2022 with the killing of Mahsa Jina Amini. Ebrahim Raisi took over in the most engineered elections in post-revolutionary Iran in 2021. And so this whole notion of reforms from within, which really the Green Uprising stood for, and people trying to change things from within, was gradually, kind of falling apart. And what we saw on state television, what we saw politically in terms of the structures of the country, the electoral structures and the governmental structures, was that there was this very clear imposition of the kind of state that the Islamic Republic was leading, which left no space for reforms and which left very little space for opposition. And so these are two women who were on a bus together. An altercation happened. The one on the right was admonishing another woman who didn't have her headscarf on. The one on the left, Sepide Rashno, came to the defense of the other one. There was an altercation, and the one on the right says, just you wait, I have connections within the Revolutionary Guards, they're gonna come for you. And lo and behold, a couple of weeks later on state television, Sepide Rashno is paraded, visibly harmed, not her usual self, we know, because there are tons of images of her on social media, as there are of all Iranians, or most Iranians on social media, because they have a very vibrant life on social media, on Instagram mostly, but also elsewhere, Telegram, WhatsApp. And then thereafter, of course, Mahsa Jina Amini is killed. And what we see is, the state really trying to create these discourses of good Iranian women being these girls who we see, these young girls who we see on the right during prayers with the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and as being the symbol of the virtuous Iranian girl, the virtuous, sort of Iranian women, as opposed to the women we saw on the streets burning their headscarves, dancing, doing these bonfire gatherings and whatnot. And of course, readily on social media, there were parallels and comparisons to, the kinds of gatherings that Mussolini and Hitler would create in order to try to change the image of the popularity of the leader, as well as what really the ideal citizen entails. And I think, because this is a very short panel, so I know I'm out of time, just to sort of speak about one of the most resonant slogans of this protest movement has been "Be maman chizi nagu," don't tell mom. This is when Mohammad Mehdi Karami, the young man in the yellow shirt whom you see, he was arrested in the protests and subsequently hanged. And before he was hanged, he had a phone conversation with his dad, and he said, my sentence is execution, but please don't tell mom. And Iranians, of course, picked up on this as being just so heart-wrenching. And the man you see all the way on the left is the journalist who had that interview with the father who told him about this conversation, and he was subsequently also arrested. But really, the state trying to being very aware, these state production companies being very aware of the messages and the slogans that are so resonant and so powerful, and trying to really create doubt into the persons and the storylines that feed those slogans. So subsequent to this, we saw this clip, which I don't think I have time to play. It's about a minute, but basically the state clearing, the state-aligned production company creating this clip where it says, "Don't tell mom that I was really violent and I killed this Basiji who was really just trying to protect the state." And so really turning around the meaning of "don't tell mom." Don't tell mom that I'm being executed is more, don't tell mom that I was bad. I'm actually ashamed of what I did. So really going sort of, fine-grained sort of tactics of changing the message. And or do these messages have traction? Does the state have any impact with the kinds of propaganda that it's producing, both on TV, on national TV, by through these the programming that it has, but also through these forced confessions on national television, as well as these memes and viral sort of clips that are then circulated on social media? I would argue that it doesn't, and the reason is that there are still some Iranians sort of in the gray area who kind of haven't really perhaps made up their minds about what is exactly going on, but the majority of them are on the same page. They understand that these are propaganda tactics by the state. And ultimately, the reason they don't have an impact is because while the state is trying to co-opt the most sort of, the cool cachet of the culture underground, the political messaging of all of that, it's unable to extend that to the core parts of the messaging of the Woman Life Freedom Movement and the opposition movement, which centers around bodily autonomy and ultimately the centrality of women and the significance of women to the liberation of Iran as a whole. And because they're not able to extend it that far, they are actually not successful. Not least, they're basically preaching to their own. Those kinds of creations at this point are just there to sort of assuage the pro-state groups, of which there, I would say maybe something like 15 to 20% of Iranians are somehow, beholden to the state through their work, ideologically and otherwise. But the reason that messaging can't really be successful is because the kinds of viral videos and images that we're seeing, again, have to do with this bodily autonomy that goes to the core of freedom from authoritarianism. And this is a most recent video clip that I'm going to play a part of it for you. I don't know how many of you know the Calm Down Challenge, a song by Selena Gomez and Rima. It was a global meme. People around the world did this dance. And so these 5 girls from Ekbatan Residential Center in Tehran also did the dance. And what you see on the right is them, again, being paraded on state television, actually not on state television, but being paraded to apologize. And cleverly so, the apology didn't appear on state television, as has been convention, but on social media. Let me see if I can, Nope, okay. We're not gonna see the dance, but maybe you can all look it up. Maybe I can stop here and pass it on to, are you going next?
Okay, thank you, Nahid. We're going to move straight to Andres.
That was really interesting. Let me just put into context kind of what it is that we're doing at RFERL in the region. I'm also going to talk about, besides Iran, I'm going to talk about Afghanistan and the Pashto-speaking part of Pakistan. Somebody mentioned earlier geography, and is Turkey part of Europe, or where does Turkey sit, and so on. And one thing that I noticed over time, as somebody who's been interested in the region since I was a kid, is that where the books are in the bookshop have moved over time. So if you wanted to find a book on Afghanistan in the 1970s, 80s even, it kind of was nestled between books on China and Japan and so on. It was always in the Asia part of the bookstore. And as after 9/11, it suddenly found itself in the middle of the Middle Eastern section and the terrorism section and so on. And that speaks a little bit to why it is that Western media are even broadcasting, and we'll get to the word broadcasting in a moment, but what is the point even, and why would the UK, the US, and other countries be broadcasting to the region? Because it's not inherently obvious. The BBC began broadcasting in Arabic in 1936, and it began broadcasting in Persian in 1940. And similarly, the VOA began sometime at the beginning of VOA's broadcasting after the Second World War, but interestingly, BBC, for example, didn't have Pashto until 1980, which is right after the Soviet invasion. So this speaks somewhat to the interest in the region, and Afghanistan certainly isn't an area that the world was particularly interested in until the Soviet invasion. Frankly, it was actually one of the most peaceful countries in Asia until that happened, and the war began there because of the communist coup d'etat and so on. So what does this mean? Well, how the West has treated the region in terms of its media and its broadcasting has been reflected as well in the languages that it broadcasts in. So the broadcasting in Persian was specifically for Iran, and they speak what you could call a dialect of Persian called Dari in Afghanistan, and most people didn't bother broadcasting in Dari. They kind of had a sort of Central Asia magazine, the BBC called it, for many years. And what happened is that, in fact, I was there in the 1980s. RFERL began broadcasting to Afghanistan. It didn't have anything for Iran, but it began broadcasting to Afghanistan in 1985, a couple of 15-minute broadcasts a couple of times a week. Slowly that increased, and that was very much in the time of the Soviet occupation, and it was called Radio Free Afghanistan. It was only available on shortwave, and it broadcast information that you couldn't receive during the time of the Soviet occupation, which very brutally killed about 1 million to 1.5 million civilians in the country during the Soviet occupation. And that ended in 1993. After 9/11, RFERL restarted the broadcasting to Afghanistan, but did something very interesting, which is that it combined a Dari and Pashto program. And that was something very unusual, was most international broadcasters broadcast by language. And RFERL, it had actually done some of that in the 1980s, but it started an Afghan service. And that entailed all sorts of interesting logistical challenges, like equal airtime for both languages, but it basically put together a Dari and a Pashto program, which, as Matt mentioned, I was the first director of. So there you are, radio. RFERL has been doing broadcasting to Afghanistan for over 20 years now. Radio is in the name of RFERL twice, Radio for Europe, Radio Liberty. And what does that mean for us today? Well, radio isn't necessarily where the world is, and radio, I know, has actually been, other than historical references, it hasn't been really the primary thing that we're talking about at this conference. And in a lot of the world, you talk to somebody, it's like, oh, what, like a teenager, what radio station do you listen to? And it's like, huh? Because everything's on demand, everything's on the internet, like why would you even bother? But it is extremely important in the region. And at RFERL, we're broadcasting 24 hours a day to Iran. We were broadcasting 12 hours a day to Afghanistan, and then we have now increased that to 24 hours a day. And then for about a decade now, RFERL has also been broadcasting something called Radio Mashal, which is in Pashto for the border region with Afghanistan, broadcasting in Pashto to about 40 million people there who are Pashto speakers. And all of this is done, we do that with our fraternal, sororal sibling organization, VOA, and we often use each other's content and so on. So here we are talking primarily about digital media and how has that affected us and how have we adapted to what Nahid talked about very eloquently in terms of the state, is that obviously global media has changed. Radio is very important for certain segments of the population, but we have a population bulge. So in Iran, the median age is just over 30. In Afghanistan, it is somewhere between 16 and 18, depending on whom you're talking to. And that has had a huge impact on how we do what we do, how we try to reach people, because you can put on all the radio broadcasts you want, and that's going to be important for certain people who don't have access to the internet and don't have access to cell phones. But that's not really where somebody born in 2005 is going to be going to get their information. So increasingly important for us is our work on, is digital work on the web and social media. Social media use differs in the 3 countries that I'm working with. In Afghanistan, Facebook is very important. It's less important in Iran. Facebook is also very important in Pakistan. Instagram is huge in Iran, but as Nahid noted and has been noted earlier, now it's being blocked. I mean, Instagram was a massive thing for us. So we're trying to work around changing demographics, changing media needs and changing media consumption, a vastly changing population. I mean, literally, if you're talking to if the median age is, let's say, 17, they don't even remember the name Hamid Karzai. It's like, what does that mean to your average young Afghan? And so we have to then also respond to events. The Taliban obviously took over all of Afghanistan in August of 21. And since September of last year, we have the aftermath of what happened to the killing of Mahsa Amini and all of the protests. So we're trying to keep up, stay relevant, and in all of this, we're being blocked. So on various levels. One thing that had never happened in Afghanistan is any form of jamming or blocking of the website and so on. And now that has been happening to us. We, in fact, had transmitters that were set up right after 9/11 in Afghanistan in tandem with Radio Television Afghanistan. We set up FMs around the country, which we shared with VOA. We had two AM transmitters, very powerful ones, and for the first almost year and a half, the Taliban didn't touch them, and one day, with just a few hours' notice, they shut us off. And so that has been a huge impediment for us in terms of trying to communicate, and we have lots and lots, if I can say so, Radio Azadi, Freedom in Afghanistan. Really, some people call it the national broadcaster of Afghanistan. Everybody knows the name of that radio station. People would just tune in and hear our various programming, and then that went silent. So we managed to scramble and get a medium wave transmitter, medium wave or AM, from Tajikistan that now broadcasts, and then we in fact doubled our broadcasting, as I mentioned, to 24 hours a day. And we're trying to basically get them what they need, which is what we've been doing since the beginning. We're based in Prague. One of the things that I'm actually here to do besides attend this conference is to find some support for an innovative curriculum that we started a year ago, which is basically an alternative school for young people. I mean, the focus is obviously girls who are not allowed to attend school in Afghanistan above grade 6 now, thanks to the Taliban. But as somebody pointed out, one of our listeners actually, it's not as though they'd be getting a great education if they were allowed to go to school. So in fact, we just have to offer an education to all people, and we have to do it at a time when the men would tend to be out of the house, and then the girls can tune in. And what we've been doing for a year now, and we're trying to actually really tighten it up and make it more effective, is a real proper high school curriculum, variegated by grade level and topic, biology, geography, history, chemistry, by radio, doing it in 2 languages. So we're trying to do, for example, 4 subjects for 6 different grade levels in 2 languages and so on. So this is the type of crucial service that we're trying to offer. And now we're also going to be having it on the internet. Taliban doesn't like this. Taliban doesn't like the fact that we have female presenters. Doesn't like the fact that we play music. And as a result, now they have blocked our website. So this is what we're facing. And in Iran, we're also very well known there, and they're not very happy with us either. VOA is a very strong satellite television program. We have focused on radio since the beginning, but everything that we do is blocked. The regime really doesn't like us. We're very excited by, we actually really upped our Instagram game even before the protest began. We started doing that in August. And then just because we have changed the format, we shot up and have we increased the number of followers on Instagram by about 1 million in a few weeks. Really great digital stuff. If you read Persian, please go to our Instagram account. But that's the context that we work in. And finally, in the Pashto-speaking part of Pakistan, our people who work there very courageously face a twin threat, which is quite unusual because in many areas that we've been talking about at this conference, you face threats from the government that doesn't like the fact that you're working in open media and so on. But our people face that threat from ISI and from governmental authorities. At the same time, they face a threat from extremists who don't like the fact that they are broadcasting openly and have women in the programs and so on. So it's really tough doing what we do, but I just wanted to kind of give a context of what I can speak to, which is RFERL's international media work. And it has changed so dramatically. I was thinking the other day that the image that you might have had, certainly in the Cold War and in the history of a lot of international broadcasting, was somebody leaning out a window and kind of with a coat hanger and a wire and trying to tune into a shortwave program. And in fact, what it is now is probably, let's say, an 18-year-old university student. She's waking up at 7:30, just like, I gotta get up, go to class, and then she's leaning over like all of us and looking at her phone, and through her VPN, she's looking at our Instagram account. But so that's just a kind of quick overview. I wanted to leave some time for us to then kind of have some discussion about this as well. But that's just a look at what we do.
Okay, thank you, Andres. And finally, Yuval Katz will be speaking to us via Zoom.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me. My internet connection is not amazing. Therefore, I think I will shut down my camera so you'll be able to hear me and hopefully everything goes smoothly. And just a second. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for joining me today for this panel. I'm Yuval Katz, and I'm postdoctoral fellow at the Allenberg School for Communication at the University of Pennsylvania. And I will be presenting today on a digital activist project called Bodegon and how it advances a new form of listening to Gaza in Israel. So I want to start briefly by saying that I want to start my discussion by briefly pointing out my motivations. When I was growing up back in the 1990s, peace used to be a central to political discourse in Israel following the 1993 Oslo Accords. However, in recent years, particularly following the Al-Aqsa Intifada in the early 2000s, peace has become a concept of the past with myriad of new ideas and initiatives to reduce, shrink, or manage or contain the conflict, seen it as a necessary evil that is simply a part of Israel's political life. And you can see several examples here, shrinking the conflict and what does it mean for as a new Israeli mantra, or the fact that the State Department is kind of pushing back on this idea of managing the conflict, or what you see on the left-hand side is the initiative to reduce the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. So peace seems to be kind of a concept of the past, and I'm trying to understand what it means today. So my main intervention is to really talk about mediatized everyday peace. As in recent years, there's been a growing conversation on everyday peace. It is a theory of peace that no longer focuses solely on diplomatic negotiations among politicians representing nation states, but a theory that underlines local practices that push for peaceful resolutions at a communal level without dictations from states or foreign NGOs. What I'm going to, so this is not my theory, but today what I'm going to argue is that that media is a crucial space for conceptualizing everyday peace and think beyond it. Again, it is peace that is based on informal relations, happens among ordinary people. That is peace that is already taking place around us. So it means that we just need to look close enough to see it. It's not something that we're kind of trying to impose top down. And it is reflected in media texts and media practices, which is my main focus here. So again, based on informal relations, happens among ordinary people, takes place around us, and is reflected in media texts and practices. And very quickly, these are some of some examples illustrating that peace has always been and continues to be a basic principle for Jewish Israeli identity. So this is from Isaiah, the idea that in the end of times people will live peacefully with each other, or what you see at the bottom of the page, a quote from the Israeli, from the Declaration of Independence, where a very famous quote, where Israel basically states that we extend Iranian peace for neighboring states. So this notion of Israel seeing itself as a peace-loving nation and Israel is seeing themselves as peace-seeking nation is very central, a very principle to Jewish Israeli identity. It continues to be like that. And here are some public polls that also demonstrate this point. What you see here is basically a public poll conducted every year several times. It's called I think the peace thermometer or the peace indicator, and basically asks Israeli Jews and Arabs, or Jews and Palestinians, if they support peace. And what you see on the right-hand side is that the majority of Israeli Jews continue to support peace. So it's basically, I'm tapping into Raymond Million's very powerful idea that peace has become a residual social structure, that it is no longer emerging, it is not dominant, but it's something that is kind of fading away. And I'm trying to think what that means and how we can reconceptualize peace through media. Very briefly, I don't want to get into this because we don't have a lot of time. There are there are plenty of media theories that focus on peace, media events, media witnessing, peace journalism, dialogue groups, and amicable communication. Most of them, maybe with the exception of dialogue groups, are really akin to the nation state. Most of them kind of draw their inspiration from journalism and see journalists as being kind of responsible for advocating for peace or reporting on things that are happening on the ground in a way that advances peace. And I'm kind of shifting away from that. So again, my main proposition here, my main argument is that media scholars are equipped with the necessary tools to grasp, analyze, and conceptualize everyday peace, and that various media forms, including popular text and cultural industry practices. So I'm not only talking about media texts, I'm also talking about the process of making media, the process that brings media creators together, where they have to kind of walk through or kind of figure out what it means to live through this conflict by creating creative texts and creative television shows, for example. That is also a form of peacemaking. Okay, so overall, kind of my book project looks at culture industries, television shows, mainstream news, but today I'm going to focus on the digital activism part of it. And I want to talk briefly about the project that I've been investigating. It's called Bodegon. So the project I started is called Bodegon. It is a digital activist project devoted to translating stories written in English by Palestinian youth in Gaza to Hebrew to make them accessible to Israeli readers. Stories are edited and posted onto the project's Facebook page, where Israeli readers have a chance to comment and have a discussion about these stories. It began simply as an effort to familiarize Israelis with life in Gaza, acknowledging that the average Israeli can often demonize people on the other side of the fence after 18 years of suffocating siege that separates Gaza from the rest of the world. After almost a year of telling stories about ordinary life in the Gaza Strip, the project shifted gears and has become more political, advocating explicitly for the termination of the Israeli occupation of the Strip. Eventually, Bodegon became more political, giving the appropriate framework for the stories and explaining how life in Gaza is shaped by its military occupation. The project peaked during the May 2021 war in Gaza, when it became the only Hebrew-speaking news outlet focused on stories from Gaza. So what you see here on the right-hand side is basically the kind of declaration of purpose for this project, where they're basically saying we're a small media outlet that focuses solely on Gaza, and we're going to bring you stories from the ground, interviews with people, TikTok videos, and so on. And for us, their main goal is to shake the Israeli mainstream media that basically ignores Gaza. What you see on the left-hand side is a really fascinating project that is Gaza-based. It's called We Are Not Numbers. And We Are Not Numbers basically gives a space for Palestinian youth to reflect on their lives and to write about it in English. They have a group of mentors that help them in that process. And Bodegon basically started as a translation project. It basically took stories in English and translated them to Hebrew. And then it shifted gears and basically became an independent media outlet with its own journalists on the ground reporting what's happening in Gaza. So I think this chart really kind of illustrates the evolution of this project. So if you see, it started on December 2019 and continues operating. So from December 2019 until October 20, that was the phase of like really telling more folkloristic stories. So for example, Palestinian youth that are growing a beard or growing pets or dealing with overweight and stuff like that. So very, very relatable content. And Israeli commenters who read those stories at this particular period they found them very relatable. So wow, like it's kind of sad to say, but these are all the same concerns that we have. This is very relatable. But at some point, and I think when you engage in digital activism, there always comes a point where you have to think to yourself, okay, I'm bringing more people under my fold, but do I really make an impact? Do I really change the political reality? And the people behind this project, and I interviewed them, told me, no, we realize that we need to be more explicit about our political agenda. So they had a break, and then they started becoming more of an outspoken news outlet, which really peaked during the May 2021, as you can see in this chart, during the war in Gaza. Okay, so very briefly, my method. So it was really a triangulation of various types of data. So I analyzed 116 posts on the project's Facebook page, ranging from when it was only founded until the end of the war. More than 20,000 comments on these posts. So I really wanted to see how Israeli readers were interacting with this content. I held 16 in-depth interviews with the project managers, so the people who started this project, who managed it, which were both Israelis and Palestinians. That's a very key point, that this was a collaboration, a very deep collaboration. So as I said, it started off as a translation project. And many people who volunteered to work for this project were professional translators and editors who basically gave away from their time, invested their private time to make this project successful. And I think the peak of this research for me personally was a digital ethnography. During the May 2021 war, I happened to be back in Israel, Palestine. I happened to be back home, and I joined the project, and I became one of its kind of volunteers. And we were kind of thinking together about what to post, how to cover what was happening in Gaza, while we were watching all the kind of mainstream news talking exclusively about all the pain and misery that were happening on the Israeli side, which I'm not excluding, and I'm not saying that these are not important, but we're completely ignoring all the human suffering that was happening on the Palestinian side. So it was a really interesting digital space with mostly text messages, but also a lot of multimedia items, so photos, videos, voice messages. And I'll be more than happy in the Q&A to speak about what it means to be a researcher in this very sensitive digital space. So this is a really interesting example from one of our correspondences in the internal WhatsApp group. The interlocutors here are two Palestinian contributors, Ibrahim, the Palestinian co-founder of the project, who is originally from Gaza, but is currently based in the UK, Aisha, who is a Palestinian with an Israeli citizenship, who has many connections and family in Gaza, and Yaron, the Jewish co-founder of the project. The conversation itself is from the very beginning of the war, when Israel started targeting residential towers with little to no warning to their occupants. As you can see, this is a multimedia conversation. We have mainly text messages, but also images and audio recordings. Conversations are held primarily in Arabic, which is a crucial point here, although there are Jews on the group, which is something you very rarely see in kind of these type of shared spaces. And finally, the conversation is a combination of information, really like what happened, what would be the consequences of this war as it just started on May 11th. Organization, so what are we going to do about this? And expressions of emotions, fear of these terrifying sights, making sure that everybody's family is safe. So if you can see at the end of this correspondence, Ibrahim, whose family is there, we're kind of asking him if he's okay and if his family is safe. So what can we learn from this project? So first of all, beyond the wall, it seems that this project is living up to the original promise of the internet, to connect people despite geographical and political boundaries. Members of the project, as well as visitors who read posts on social media, cannot visit Gaza, nor can they invite Palestinians to visit them. This project allows them to traverse and undermine these restrictions. Second, digital solidarity. So we all know that the digital media has become a crucial tool for activists to organize, coordinate, and inform their communities. But there is something more to this project than these practical uses of social media. It has also become a space for solidarity where members provide emotional support to each other in a situation of great distress. Non-reciprocal listening. The type of listening enabled by this project is also very unique, I think. It is not the type of listening we usually see in dialogue meetings, which were highly popular in Israel in the 1990s following the Oslo Accords, where one side would tell a story, the other side would listen, and then they would switch. Here, acknowledging the fact that Israelis seldom encounter these stories in their ordinary media uses, this project is committed to uplifting Palestinian voices without expecting anything in return. And finally, the power of description, pushing back on traditional approaches to peace that usually prescribe solutions. And they try to provide recommendations on how peace can be achieved. Here, the approach is descriptive, focusing on the everyday experiences of individuals, even in the midst of war, is believed to be a powerful tool that encourages identification with the other side and opens up a space for dialogue. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Yuval. So not only are we the line separating you all from lunch, we're already cutting into lunch. So I think we have time for maybe just one question from the audience, and I'll see my questions then. It's in the back.
Thank you for your presentations. I have a question. what is the role of diaspora for the communities that you spoke about, and can they use digital tools to counteract whatever it is that the governments or regimes who claim to be governments in these countries are doing? And then another thing about schooling for Afghanistan, it's something that I would just speak with you separately. Andres? Yeah, thank you.
Speak quickly to the role of the diaspora in the Iranian case, which has been huge in good and bad ways. There's been diaspora have been changing the information landscape, especially I think on social media apps, Twitter, and elsewhere in ways that is not always reflective of what's happening on the ground, but they've also been extremely helpful in trying to bring some leadership to the movement and voicing some of those sentiments in a global way and trying to get solidarity from leaders around the world. And so the role of the Iranian diaspora is immense, in part because there have been layers and layers of diasporic migration to the US and elsewhere over the last 40-some years, and upward of 2 million, perhaps, Iranians living in the diaspora who have a lot of impact, who having deep connections with Iranians back home and having deep impact on a lot of the thinking and the conversations that are going on.
Maybe time for one more question from the audience.
Thank you all very much for your presentations. This was fascinating. I'm Jess Dawson from the Army Cyber Institute. My question is two of the presentations really focused on the education of girls and the liberation of girls and bodily autonomy. How are we messaging to the men in these communities to help them see that this is a good thing for them as well, so that the girls and the women have more allies in a lot of ways, if that makes sense?
Yeah, quickly. We don't want to sort of ghettoize women, and that's one of the first things we encountered when we started the broadcasting to Afghanistan 20 years ago. Was the obvious thing was, oh, we'll have a women's hour. But at this, okay, so does that mean? I mean, that's nice, but then I guess the rest of it is men's hours. So one of the things we realized very quickly is that in order to kind of make the bigger point, then you need women in every aspect of the programming. And then, of course, the second opportunity is to ghettoize women because, oh, we have a program about babies or health or, education. And so we really went out of our way to actually find women who could be in roundtable discussions about military policy and stuff like that. And that's been one of the key things is subtle, if you will. And at the same time, to also have men when we do have women's programming, to have men on the panels and so on, because that is one of the dangers, is kind of to just sort of, as I said, ghettoize. And so we're very conscious not to do that.
I would say in Iran's case, the men don't need that messaging because they're on board and they're very much along with women. It's been kind of a national reckoning. It's been a real paradigm shift. And this hasn't been a recent thing. Iranians have been, trying to reach liberation and freedom and justice for over a century, and they've had several revolutions and uprisings to get there. And I think this is really a national reckoning where men are equally on board, and that there's no need for messaging from abroad really on that front.
All right, please join me in thanking these wonderful panelists. Thank you for your patience and for staying with us. And I hope the conversation will continue over lunch. Thank you very much.
Cool, cool.
Okay, sounds good.
So what are we?
I tried for like 10 minutes, but since I talk kind of fast and I'm nervous, it'll be a little bit less.
Yeah, I'm having the opposite issue. I'm trying to do my best to make sure it's 15 max.
Oh my gosh.
Cover a lot of content. I'm probably reading too much because it's very.
All right. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're going to get started here with our first panel of the afternoon, Artificial Intelligence, Artificial Information, a critical overview of ChatGPT. And I'm going to pass off the honors to the moderator here, Dr. Lees, a professor at UT Austin School of Information and an Amazon scholar who's also a faculty founder and leader of UT Austin's Good Systems. Dr. Lees, take it away.
Great, thank you very much. And are the slides up? Oh, there we go, great. Okay, wonderful. So welcome, everyone. This is going to be a really fun panel. You've got some of the brightest minds of UT here, and I've had a great chance to hear a little bit of the content you'll hear from our panelists today, and I learned a few things myself. So we have 3 talented student presenters. I'll be moderating the panel. I'll start by just saying a few words briefly about why I'm here and myself, and then I'll turn it over to each of the students to introduce themselves when they present. And we'll have presentations in my order, Macy, Alec, and then Enrique. So I direct the Artificial Intelligence and Human-Centered Computing Lab here at UT Austin. As you could imagine, all anyone wants to talk about right now is GPT and these related technologies. And certainly that's what all of my media inquiries have been about lately. So that's certainly something we're all hearing about. And as a computer scientist, it's one of the fun things I've had a chance to learn a little bit about and work in myself. Great. The second reason I'm here, as mentioned, is I'm one of the faculty founders and leaders of Good Systems. So while we all know that AI is being more powerful and pervasive in our world, there are increasing concerns about whether the systems are acting responsibly and ethically. And so at UT, we have a grand challenge called Good Systems, thinking about how is it that we can ensure the design of AI technologies are most beneficial to society. Just to give you a sense of the footprint, this is an 8-year, $10 million project. This was announced by our university president, Fenves, several years ago, talking about the importance of this. And again, we have about 150 researchers across the campus, spread over lots of different units. And one of the things that we think is if you want to design responsible, ethical AI technologies, you can't just leave it to the technologists. It really has to be an interdisciplinary effort. And we're going to hear today from panelists also, again, across a diverse range of expertise. The third reason I'm here is within Good Systems, we have 6 main projects that are running. I'm directing one of them around disinformation. So thinking about the role of AI in creating or curbing disinformation. So the main questions we're considering in this project are how can we design AI, responsible AI technologies to curb the spread of disinformation, misinformation, but also how is it that we can use a real societal challenge like disinformation as a test bed for developing general responsible AI technologies in general. So the last thing I'll say is we ran our first disinformation day this past fall. All of our recordings are online where we're thinking about this from the perspective of AI and related technologies and how they intersect with disinformation. And we hope you'll join us at a future one of those events. So with that, I'd like to turn it over and begin our wonderful presentations. So Macy?
Great. I'll take this over to the podium. Okay, so hello. My name is Macy Huang, and I'm a junior computer science major at UT Austin. So I'm just going to go talk a little bit about what GPT is, and hopefully bring everyone up to speed on like what it is, why it is, and how it's disrupting like everything now and in the future. So yeah, I've decided to frame it as kind of an iceberg analogy, where the top of the iceberg is like everything people know and can see, and then as we traverse down the iceberg, things get a little bit murkier. So if ChatGPT is an iceberg, we're all kind of the Titanic in that we've just hit the iceberg, and now we have to figure out what we're just going to do about it. So saving some people and leaving others to face consequences is definitely an approach. It's one of the approaches ever. But as leaders and policymakers, we have a responsibility to understand the new technology and mitigate the harmful effects while also promoting equal access to it. So these are the 6 levels at which I'll be discussing ChatGPT. So that's hopefully going to take you from understanding what GPT is to hopefully helping you to see the bigger picture as to what the future of AI is, at least right now. So just level 1, what is ChatGPT? So ChatGPT is an artificial intelligence chatbot created by a company called OpenAI, and it is a variant of their GPT 3 model. So you're able to interact with it in a naturalistic kind of a conversational way, and it processes your queries and generates text based on like a bunch of training data that it has, just taken from all across the internet. So this sometimes does lead into a little bit of trouble in that it's kind of a glorified next word predictor. So if I said to all of you, roses are red, violets are blank, like the obvious answer would be blue because that's just something that you heard before. But because the model can sometimes have these things called hallucinations, it might just make something up randomly. Like it might say violets are green, and that's just not correct based on the training data that it had, but we don't even know where these like hallucinations are coming from. So GPT-4, the model that OpenAI recently released, does curb some of this disinformation a little bit, but you have to be sure that when you're like generating responses from ChatGPT that you're fact-checking all of these things, especially given that in the GPT 3.5 model, we were seeing hallucinations at a rate of around 15 to 20%, which is extremely high and a little bit crazy. So next, how does it work? So GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And so transformers are a really powerful type of neural net. They're able to work with really long sequences of data, and that makes them great for tasks like natural language processing because you have to remember things pretty far back, like in the sequence of data that is passed in. So as thrilling as this is, we've seen in like past chatbots that because they're trained on human text and humans are often pretty problematic, they can become corrupted and espouse things like hate speech, nihilistic languages, like really anything like the worst of humanity. So OpenAI does have some safeguards in place to avoid having ChatGPT say anything that's like too controversial, but there are ways to get around that just because people just really throw anything at ChatGPT. So in the current AI landscape, it's mostly like the big tech companies that are able to invest the financial and computational resources, as well as having all of like the brains behind all of this gathered in one place to be able to create these big AI. So the next level, will it take my job? So as a CS major, my dad sent me a text a few weeks ago trying to convince me to switch to engineering because he was like, I'm not sure if there's much of a future there for you anymore. And I'm guessing he probably learned that ChatGPT is capable of generating code. And it's actually pretty good code. So it's not at the level that it can replace a really good developer, but just like how freelancers might find themselves replaced by DALL-E or Midjourney artwork, simple entry-level jobs might start to disappear. So GitHub, which is owned by Microsoft, is integrating GPT-4 in its paid Copilot program. This allows the chatbot to explain code to you and fix simple bugs and like little security vulnerabilities. And we might see similar assistive technologies in just all over the industry. Every industry you can think of, from healthcare, law, finance, like there's really no end to like the things that it can be integrated with. And as I said before, it's really maybe not a good thing considering that the hallucination rate is so high. So that brings us to level 4, exploitation and ethics. So AI-generated content is kind of like analogous to outsourcing work in that it allows companies to provide services at like a much reduced cost, but at the cost of maybe lower quality and poorer quality control. And there's also the issue of interpretability. There's just so much we don't know about how neural networks are producing these like great answers. And so we're just kind of sticking our hands inside the ChatGPT black box and just trusting what comes out of it. So its responses can also be heavily affected by biases in data. And actually related to this, OpenAI hired Kenyan workers for less than $2 per hour to go through just a bunch of data and label the toxic data. So these were things containing like graphic descriptions of like hate and violence. They were really too much for any human to just go through and be able to like read and like come out psychologically okay. So that was all for the purposes of training its own content guideline enforcing network, which it is used today to like prevent some of these like flagrant like if you ask ChatGPT to generate a description of gore, it'll just plain out refuse because it knows that this thing is bad. But it's at the cost of these workers who were exploited. So also, there's kind of a privacy concern here in that ChatGPT was trained on data from all over the internet. So that includes things that maybe like you posted a website 15 years ago and like it just took that information without asking you for permission or even like compensating you for it. And then also by interacting with ChatGPT, you're giving it so much information about yourself, what you're looking for, like who you are, just this basic information about you. So that's all a lot to take in, and we haven't even gotten into the geopolitical ramifications of big AI, which I guess would be the fun part for all of you. So a couple of weeks ago, an open letter was published, and it called for a pause on developing these large language models. And I do disagree with a few of the points that were made in the letter, but it's correct that we don't really know what we're working with. We don't even know what we don't know about how we understand these things, and we don't know the full scope of the effects of ChatGPT. And since ChatGPT was launched, other countries are heavily investing in research for their own large language models. And it's becoming kind of a not nuclear, but AI arms race. And the US houses the companies that are leading it. A 6-month pause, though, as suggested in the open letter, does threaten to allow other countries, like China, to work towards catching up to our enormous lead. So in October, President Biden did place regulations to block China's semiconductor industry from developing using like Western technologies. So that would help to prevent them from like gaining access to the technology that will help them to develop more advanced AI. So that is one thing. There are also issues of disinformation, which I believe Alec will be getting into in his presentation. So where does that leave us? So ChatGPT has the power to be increasingly and importantly impactful on our productivity just over the entire economy. And it allows the power of AI to be placed in the hands of people who historically may not have had access to these things. Since before, like, working with AI was kept behind things like advanced degrees in training that most people were not able to get to. So this is enhanced kind of by OpenAI allowing access to their API, which allows other software to be integrated with the model. And we'll see this more and more as companies start developing their own integrations with ChatGPT. So despite all it knows, ChatGPT is still a specialized model, so it's geared toward conversational text generation, but it's still a major step toward developing an AGI, which is an artificial general intelligence, which is able to do just anything that a human can do and more. So the future is kind of exciting, a little bit terrifying at the same time. But figuratively, as global warming starts to melt away at our AI iceberg, we'll see all kinds of unintended but somewhat foreseeable effects that need to be addressed, hopefully by some of you. Thank you for your time.
All right, okay, cool. Thank you for that, Macy. Hi all, my name's Alec Leeper, and I'm a senior government major here at UT, and I'm starting at University of Texas Law School next semester. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm here to talk to you all about, well, there's Macy's sources. There's another slide. There we go, language models and misinformation. So as we dive into the topic about how ChatGPT and other GPT-powered bots interact with the information that it provides with us, it's important to start with an understanding of ChatGPT versus GPT. This will be particularly important for what I'm going to present to you today because I'm going to explore another bot that is GPT-powered but isn't necessarily done through ChatGPT. So GPT is the engine, the algorithm, the code that makes all of this work. It's the language model itself. ChatGPT is what you see when you go to OpenAI's website and you boot up that text box that you can type into, and it's the text that replies to you. So ChatGPT is the interface, GPT is the engine. So there are essentially two types of misinformation that are strictly relevant to what language models are able to propagate. There's benign misinformation, which is simply just a case of getting a fact wrong. It might tell you that 2 + 2 = 5. And you might look like an idiot if you believe it or if you can say that in front of someone else, but ultimately it's not going to cause material harm tangibly in the real world in the way that harmful misinformation could. So an example of benign misinformation from ChatGPT, I have here from Nate Silver. If you don't know who he is, he's from 538. He does statistical analyses of election models. And here, ChatGPT told him that Walter Mondale ran in 1980 against Jimmy Carter and attempted to primary him. Now, I was not born anywhere near the year 1980, but I imagine some of you were around, and if any of you remember Walter Mondale's 1980 presidential campaign, please come talk to me afterwards. Now, I'm imagining here that what it's doing is conflating Mondale's 84 presidential run with Ted Kennedy's 1980 primary attempt against incumbent Jimmy Carter. But ultimately, this is benign. Unless you are some sort of Walter Mondale-esque radical who wants to overthrow the government and reinstate him, even though I believe Walter Mondale's passed away, I'm not quite sure that this would cause any sort of material harm. You might just look silly if you say it to someone who's educated on this topic. However, ChatGPT is equally capable of producing genuine harmful misinformation. In this example from the New York Times, they were able to get it to replicate Alex Jones's speech, propagating the blatant lie that various school shootings that have happened in the past few years have been various government psyops in order to get gun control legislation passed. I was able to replicate this with a newer version of GPT than the New York Times did this with, and while it did give me a bit more of a content warning before it happened, it was still very much able to do so. And at this point, because I'm getting into explicitly political territory, this is the point I want to emphasize, that misinformation and AI's interaction with it is not inherently political in and of itself. It's how we interact with it and how we use it that politicizes it, as we are political beings. This might be an example of someone we traditionally characterize as very right-wing propagating misinformation and ChatGPT picking up on that, but it's equally possible for this to happen with issues and policies that we might consider coming from the political left. And just to show you just how quickly this sort of thing evolves, this is an example that happened while I was preparing this presentation. Last week, a man in Belgium ended his life because a chatbot told him that it was the only ethical way to help combat climate change. There's no inherent politicization to the spread of misinformation, but it can happen with any piece of information that we categorize in a political angle. So that's why I believe it's imperative that we make sure that we distance conversations around misinformation from one pigeonholing on left or right. It can impact us all equally and terribly. So at this point, I want to introduce Historical Figures, which is a GPT-powered app that essentially allows you to speak to AI recreations of dead people from history. What a great world we live in. So there are tons of interesting uses of this. For example, here, I was able to speak to George Washington. It looks like you're texting them in the app. And I asked him, hey, George Washington, did you really chop down a cherry tree? And he goes, hey, that's actually a myth. And he explains the case. You know, there's plenty of great educational opportunities that can come from this. I'm sure it'd be a lot of fun for someone younger who might be doing a report on George Washington for the first time in third or fourth grade or so. And, you know, there's a lot of positivity that can come from this. But it's not just, you know, our nation's greatest leaders that are also on this app. You can talk to some of the most despicable people in history, which is certainly valuable in certain contexts, but of course comes with plenty more danger. In this situation, I spoke to Adolf Hitler's right-hand man, Heinrich Himmler, and I had a conversation with him about what role he played in the Holocaust and why he did that. And while it gave me a generally correct summary of his role in the propagation of concentration camps and the Nazi ideology that caused that in the first place, obviously, when I asked him whether he still believes that, he told me no. The AI told me that Heinrich Himmler renounced Nazism before his death. Now, while I'm really, really, really glad that we are not creating anti-Semitic AI, I think everyone in the audience here does not want robot Nazis. This is very concerning for the distortion of history and general information about historical context, and also people who aren't with us being unable to speak for themselves and these language models speaking for them in things that I strongly believe would not be the case. Now, this is an example of this is sort of the opposite example of what I showed you before with Nate Silver's example and the New York Times example, in which there's almost no regulation on what a GPT-powered language model can say. This is an example of an overcorrection. There seems to be some sort of manual block with historical figures that prevents it from saying, hateful things in any sort of direction. And another example of that comes from when you confront it when it gets something wrong. And I was able to encounter this on my own time, so I preemptively apologize for the semi-crudeness of this example. This was not something I expected to present at something like this, but I was speaking to the AI ghost of Robert E. Lee, as you do. And I asked him various questions about secession, slavery, the general Civil War topics that you'd expect this conversation would go in, right? And it was a similar pattern as the Himmler example. Yes, I did this. Yes, I believe this. No, I no longer believe this. But what I found really interesting was afterwards, I was just kind of messing around with it, and I was asking him about various situations that various American leaders have found themselves in. And I got to the Monica Lewinsky scandal, and I asked it that famous question. I know, bear with me. I asked it that famous question that Bill Clinton gave the answer, I did not have sexual relations with that woman to, right? And what it told me was, no, I never had any sexual relations with anyone of either gender. First of all, weird way to phrase it. I did not ask about the spectrum of genders that Robert E. Lee was ever sexually active with. But also, no, he had 7 kids. And when I pressed him on this and I walked him through the logic of why this is the case and how this ultimately means that he lied, he told me that he did not lie. He simply omitted the fact that he had children with his wife in accordance with his marriage vows. And then I walked him through the logic of why that doesn't add up and how a lie by omission is still a lie. And as I continued through this, he eventually reached the state of saying that, oh, well, it's based on historical context. I'm from the mid-19th century. We didn't talk about these things openly. And he tried to downplay it by saying it was a lack of elaboration. And eventually, when I confronted him with the fact that it's not a lack of elaboration, he directly stated that he didn't. He simply said, I cannot respond to this. I walked the conversation back a little bit more, and he clarified that his definition of a lie is an untruth with an intent to deceive. I walked him through why he was still trying to deceive me, and it eventually just kept going on and on in circles. Now, when an AI is wrong about something and you call it out, generally it's good that it doesn't believe you. If I have a conversation with a chatbot and it says 2 + 2 is 4, I say, no, it's 5, you're wrong. I'm glad it doesn't believe me. As Macy explained, this stuff is trained on unfathomable amounts of data, and that data contains things that you don't know. So there's a good chance that, it's fundamentally better for it to believe its own data rather than you. And this might create weird outlier cases like this, but generally speaking, it's good that its user interactions, which could be, malignant in their own way, aren't pushed to the top of what it considers as it improves its algorithm. What do I have here? Yeah, so now you might be asking yourself, okay, so we can see that AI can lie. It can lie about why it lies, and it can just get things wrong and insist that things are wrong, and sometimes those things can be very dangerous or hateful, or it can distort historical accuracy. But is this really going to materially affect anything? All the time, we go on our phones and use a search engine and find answers that way. We don't generally go to ChatGPT unless we're nerds. I'm in that group, so don't take that derogatorily, but, generally speaking, we're more interested in using a search engine. But the problem is that basically every company that is currently invested in in improving their search engines, so Google, Microsoft, et cetera, are trying to integrate GPT and various other tech like this into their search engines. We've apparently gone back to the trend of 1980s where you just stick new in front of everything that every new product you produce, because Bing just introduced New Bing, which is a version of Bing that has an AI. And as you can see, up on that search bar, you get search, news, images, videos, the types of things you'd expect on a bar. But there's also now a function called chat. And when you click chat, whatever you Googled, or Binged rather, it gives you an answer from a chatbot. Now, this is powered by GPT-4. So it's the same system that we've been talking about already. And here, there's even ways you can alter its response. You can get a more creative, more balanced, or more precise response. And ultimately, this produces a scenario where we could have plenty of people who aren't looking at primary sources or secondary sources, but are looking at a synthesized response based on that aggregate of information that's subject to all the fallibilities that I just presented to you today. So this can produce both benign and harmful information. And in some cases, there are a lack of regulation around it, which can produce radicalization in either direction, as with the case with both Alex Jones and the climate crisis example. But you can also have an overcorrection where you get a censorship of ideas and a distortion of historical accuracy, as shown with the Himmler example. It's also very untransparent about when it gets things wrong, and it denies when it gets things wrong, as you saw with the Robert E. Lee example. So the ultimate question is, how do we deal with this? How do we prevent the spread of misinformation as this becomes more ingrained in the way that we interact with all the information we have at our fingertips? And what I ultimately want to suggest is that we can't regulate the technology itself. If you want a reason why, please look at every single technology that's ever been developed and how humans have dealt with it. What we can do is try to regulate around it. We can create guidelines that more so target how we interact with this technology rather than the technology itself. And I have 3 key proposals for how we can do this. Firstly, I want to suggest that there's a required disclaimer that explains what an AI chatbot is, what it's capable of, and why you generally shouldn't be using it as a source of information. If we can make sure that there's a mandated, transparent explanation of what the limitations of this technology is, and why you need to take that into account, we can hopefully cut down on any sort of irresponsible use. Secondly, we need to hold companies accountable financially by making sure that chatbots never get Section 230 protections. If you aren't familiar with Section 230, it's been in the news quite a bit recently, but it's essentially the rule that states that social media companies cannot be held liable for content that's posted on their platforms. If I post something illegal on Twitter, say some sort of classified document, Twitter's not liable. I, the user, am. And we need to make sure that if any company tries to pursue Section 230 protections for an AI, say an AI says something that's an incitement to violence and violence comes of that, we need to make sure that companies can be held liable in that case. That way they have a vested financial interest to avoid lawsuits and potential legal damages to ensure that that misinformation doesn't get out there in the first place. We can hit them where it really counts for them, their wallet. Thirdly, I want to mandate training data disclosure. We need to have a centralized place where we can locate what type of data this is trained on. Now, it's an unfathomable amount of data, but it needs to be transparent about what's going on there. It's very difficult to try and pinpoint what it's sourcing, but we can look at, in the aggregate, at what it has, and from there we can start to figure out what might be producing some of these undesired responses, and how we can hopefully cut down on misinformation that it can propagate. So those are my 3 main policies for how we can attempt to regulate around it and create a healthier, more truthful, and more responsible interaction with this technology that isn't going away. And with that, I will go ahead and pass this on over to Enrique. Thank you.
Okay. Howdy, y'all. For a little context of who I am, my name is Enrique Velasquez-Murquecho. I'm actually a first-year mechanical engineering PhD student, as well as also training to become a faculty member, hopefully at a research tier one research institution. So with that, today I kind of sit in the sense of speaking as a representative of individuals that are going to be heavily impacted by what ChatGPT can do for our future when it comes to being educators as well as also researchers in this world that we live in. Ultimately, I believe that we truly live in what I call the age of information. It is an age that is transformative in the sense of we have information at our fingertips, something that is becoming so well integrated and easily accessible in our world. But ultimately with that, we also have to become good stewards of disinformation and information that's being perpetuated throughout our world. With that being said, first speaking as an educator, especially an educator in training, this is a technology that's going to continue existing. I have had many conversations with many of my colleagues and understanding that this is like the new social media. When social media came about, it was the way of connecting and being able to communicate across various different platforms and with different individuals. What that replaced was passing a note in the class, all right? We all remember those days, passing a note, passing something like, hey, I need to talk to someone in class. Well, passing that note over has been replaced by social media. Now, when it comes to sharing and distributing and synthesizing information, we have ChatGPT that is taking over that role a lot. With that being said, as an educator, many of my colleagues and I have pondered several questions of, okay, can my assignments just be done now by a chatbot? It's a question that we are being honest and being asked, like, hey, are students really going to be learning? Are students really going to be challenged when they can have a chatbot that can do all this work? Well, we have to understand first the ramifications of using this chatbot. As we have seen, it is not a perfect system. With that, there is opportunities for disinformation, there's opportunities for misinformation, and something that can allow it to be perpetuated in the sense of, honestly, these chatbots are still growing and developing. The database that they are pulling their information from is fairly minuscule, but it will continue growing, continue advancing. So it's understanding, okay, if we are going to use this tool, how do we come about it in using it as a truly useful tool versus just one that we're looking to get quick answers? And as an educator, that is ultimately the mindset that a lot of me and my colleagues are using it for. We are looking at it as a means of continuing to facilitate the gathering and synthesizing information for our students. It's something that allows our students to be able to quickly gather this amazing information. But with that, we need to take responsibility for our actions and what we do with that information, how we synthesize it, how we go about sharing it, and what information it's gathering. Just like how the age of the internet brought about being able to connect and being able to share information and such, we had to be good stewards on the internet about what information were we sharing. Now, that brings me to the other side of my role in that as a researcher, I'm doing research in various different materials, various different fields that are cutting edge. And as a researcher here at the University of Texas, we do have a lot of sensitive and very competitive information that exists. With that being said, ChatGPT has the full capability to help us synthesize information and be able to create things. In terms of my colleagues as researchers, we have used this to be able to create new articles when it comes to creating our abstracts for some of our research. We create even just creating a citation list for articles that we should be looking at for our research. However, we have actually had ChatGPT full on fabricate just blatant information that does not exist. A very common example of this is, for example, it will take information that's received about an author or about a specific topic, and it will say, oh, well, I can fabricate a title or an article that maybe sounds like something that another researcher may produce based off of their previous work. Is the fact that that article may not even exist. And that is, again, where we have to be good stewards of understanding where is this information coming from, ultimately how is it going to be impactful, and being able to be more critical whenever reviewing other people's work, especially in the field of research where we are advancing quite literally the edge of our human understanding as researchers. Ultimately, what this brings me to is understanding that ChatGPT is not going to be going away anytime soon, but instead is going to become just a natural part of our life, and it's going to continue evolving. With that, the database of information that it has as its disposal is going to continue expanding, continue evolving, and it raises a lot more questions of well, should this be regulated? Should this be removed from our campuses? Should this be removed from everywhere in terms of security risk? For example, as researchers, if we disclose the data that we are producing and then now is now placed into the database with other universities, other institutions that are doing critical and very important research, will that prevent us from being able to make these critical discoveries? That's a question that one of my colleagues posed. Ultimately, I believe that this goes back to stewardship. You have to understand what you are relinquishing, what you are providing to this new tool, and also the fact that, hey, we are relinquishing some of our workload, but we need to be good stewards in terms of double checking what sources that we're actually going to be referencing, making sure that the information is truly accurate. And that comes back to, okay, well, does that answer the question of whether or not it should be banned? Should it be taken almost on the same level as TikTok and being a security risk at a sense of that? As a researcher, I personally believe that this technology is incredible at synthesizing information. We just have to take that extra step of making sure that it's properly, that's proper information, that it's not misinformation. Now, as an educator, I will say, I am going to actually encourage my students. I believe heavily in that, hey, the internet today, if you try looking up information, it's like taking a drink from a fire hydrant. We're just being doused with so much information, especially with social media, how much information is spreading. With ChatGPT, I feel as though it allows you to be able to take information, synthesize it down, and be able to take it in much more manageable portions, as well as also being able to interact and communicate with many historical figures is a wonderful tool as well. But understanding we have to have a bigger context as to, is this information correct? Is this in the right context of what we're applying? And ultimately that is where, as an educator, I feel as though, okay, I don't want to lose another tool for my students, because that is something that is going to be perpetuating, going to be used throughout their lives. It's again going to become just as integral as we use social media. I feel like we see companies already taking the steps to integrate this technology in many of their tools. So why are we going to limit that now? I feel we definitely need to push for definitely open policies in terms of what information is already being used by these databases, what information is already in the databases for this AI technology, and understanding what is the source of this information. I believe that that is the most important part of all this, is that misinformation and disinformation is just simply clogging up and causing more controversy and more radicalization for both the left and the right, regardless of your personal stance. It's something that in the world of education and research, we stand to shape a lot of our future. And the more that we limit our view, the more that we restrict and provide censorship, I feel as though you are simply doing a disservice for the future generations, both in the form of education as well as also in research. Allowing information to be shared is something very vital, but we must also understand and be good stewards of how information is being shared, what information is being shared, and not perpetuating misinformation. So with that, I encourage you to definitely take a step to look at and figure out how we can become good stewards in that, adding extra forms of some type of review process when any type of information that's being passed around, having multiple fact checks if you wish. I know that that was something that was being heavily perpetuated among social media, but it goes back to, again, we as users of this have to be the good stewards first. And with that, as educators and as researchers, how do we continue to allow misinformation to perpetuate? By laziness, and ultimately it resides in us having to take the action, take the steps necessary. As policymakers, I know that you can have a lot of action, a lot of capability there, but putting in guards for censorship and removing these tools, ultimately I feel is going to be doing a bigger disservice than anything else. Thank you.
Well, I think we've had some great talks so far, so I'll ask a couple questions to get us started and then open it up to the audience for questions. So one of the jokes in artificial intelligence is that anything that works isn't artificial intelligence anymore. right? We always have this sense that artificial intelligence is this new thing. And I think we're seeing right now a time when we have sort of a disruptive advance. It's most provocative for some of our anxieties about technology. So if you think about like some of the tools that we commonly use, say in the classroom, for instance, we have calculators. Maybe those were uncomfortable at first. Or when we're writing papers, we use spell checkers and grammar checkers. Do you think in a couple years from now, we're just going to think about ChatGPT as one of these kinds of technologies once we're more comfortable with it? Is that an appropriate analogy we should be thinking about? Or is there something really new and different here that we should think about differently? Whoever wants to jump in first.
Sure. So I ultimately, like the analogy I said earlier, the passing of the note in class was overtaken with social media. It was overtaken with the fact that now we have a new way of communicating. I see ChatGPT being very similar in that regard, is that it will be slowly evolving and actually kind of creating its own place in the world, especially in academia in the sense of synthesizing information. Before the age of the internet, we used to use encyclopedias as our main resource for gathering information. We used to go and spend hours in a library searching information, searching resources. Well, ChatGPT is kind of filling in saying, hey, we are now synthesizing all that information. However, it is not perfect yet. And I don't know if it will ever evolve to be fully perfect. But I do believe that it will find its place, especially in the classroom, when it comes to gathering and researching information.
Yeah. As I said in my presentation, I don't think this is a technology we can regulate. We have to regulate around it in the same way. I don't think we can try to directly transform this tech. We have to adapt around it. And in terms of the realm of education, I think it's very likely that we'll see education have to adapt itself. I think just the general pedagogies that dominate, academic processes and discourse will have to make significant modifications to account for this. I mean, if we're going to use the calculator analogy, what happened was we didn't ban calculators in classrooms. We changed the type of math that we were testing on. That's why on the SAT, there's a non-calculator and a calculator section. I don't think that we'd ever get to the point where standardized testings would have an English component where there's a non-ChatGPT and ChatGPT section. But the types of assignments that I think we're going to see become more popular, both in, public K through 12 education, and then higher education in academia, they'll both have to transform in some way as a response to this, and I think that'll be a sort of natural process, because I don't see educators sitting there twiddling their thumbs thinking, oh well, we just have to accept that students are just going to be using this, and we have to try to identify whether it's actually, whether an assignment's been written with ChatGPT. Because OpenAI's put out their own version of a sort of, in the same way there's like a, there's plagiarism checking software. OpenAI has tried to develop a ChatGPT detection software, and it's not generally very accurate. So I think efforts to try and mitigate that will fall short, and I think we'll have to see a adaptation of the major pedagogies that dominate education in the US as a result.
Okay, yeah, so I have a few points I want to make here. So adding on to what Alex said, I read a paper recently that said that it's provably impossible to be able to detect like information generated by like ChatGPT versus just something that a human is reading and writing. So that's one thing. And then another thing is I recently also read an article. I read a lot of articles where they compared the advent of ChatGPT to the advent of like spreadsheets back in the 80s. So I wasn't around in the 80s, but I think at the time there was a lot of outcry over like this ability to use information differently, to store it differently, and to do calculations with it, which I guess is comparable to how with ChatGPT we're able to access information, true or not, and actually use it in our work. And then adding on to that, I read an article that was talking, sorry, I read a lot of articles, I'm so sorry, where they were talking about how there are different jobs that would be kind of, that are overexposed to AI currently, and there are specific skills like science knowledge and like critical thinking that could not be replaced by like ChatGPT and generating information about that. But there were other skills like programming or like machine translation that would be overtaken. It would be in danger of being replaced by ChatGPT. So I think that there are specific skills in different areas that will be like supplemented by ChatGPT in the future. But what's most important is our ability to problem solve and to think critically. Otherwise, because that's not something that artificial intelligence is capable of like supplementing currently.
Great. I want to ask you guys sort of another question about sort of what's really different here. So when we're all busy, we don't have time to read everything on the internet, we don't even have time often to read a full article in detail, so we often use shortcuts to summarize things. You know, we'll read a headline or an opening paragraph instead of a full paper. We will read a literature review instead of the whole body of things. When we get search results, sometimes we'll just look at a snippet instead of going through everything else like this. So given that we don't have time to check sources for everything we read, given that we don't have time to do anything like this, we've already had challenges, let's say, when we moved to sort of Web 2.0 and anybody could post something online and we didn't have sort of journalistic checking of stuff. So what's really so different here in terms of the fact that people have to recognize that when they're using summaries, they may be imperfect. When they use a source they're less familiar with, it might be less reliable. Is this just more of the same we're used to?
So, speaking as a researcher, for example, having to do literature reviews and having to culminate and get to the sense of understanding what is the current state of art with anything in my field, it's something that is ultimately my responsibility as a PhD student in terms of becoming very familiar with everything that's going on in my specific field, in the specific area that I want to advance. With that, it goes back to kind of understanding, okay, yes, people do take shortcuts. People read abstracts instead of reading the entire article. Typically in research, that's not uncommon. But it is then still you are taking on the responsibility of saying, okay, if I'm going to be using this information in my research to establish my stance for advancement, I have to understand there is a risk that I'm taking with that. There is a responsibility I also have of spreading more misinformation and disinformation that comes with that and being ready to take on that responsibility. It's the first and primary thing that I, myself and other researchers, we have to take responsibility for that. Because of the fact is, especially working at a university like this where we are world-renowned, we are seeing a continued preparation and we are seen as the leaders in our field, we have to take the responsibility. And again, it goes back to stewardship of what information are we going to allow to be spread out there, putting our names, putting our institution at risk and allowing that to come about. Kind of getting back to what you're saying in terms of, well, what can we really do if we don't have the time? I think as though we can use these tools again to allow us to synthesize information, but come back with the understanding of, hey, if we are going to allow this, we're not going to take those extra steps. We are then putting at risk the information that we're spreading out there. Ultimately, I feel as though that is something that we need to take the time to make sure that we continuously are providing proper information more than anything else. And if you're going to ultimately allow yourself to take those shortcuts and allowing this information to continue perpetuating, I feel as though you are ultimately doing a bigger disservice to the rest of the community than anything else. You have to take responsibility for your actions and everything that we do, and that includes spreading of information, especially as a researcher. So in my opinion, I feel as though you need to make that one of your biggest priorities whenever you are perpetuating information, being whether transmitted or published in these amazing works, but also as other institutions that should be checking that information as well. So it becomes a communal responsibility in that regard, but it starts with the researcher themselves first.
Let me throw two quick things in, and then Al can continue if he's going to jump in next. I mean, it's one thing if it's your PhD research, but for the everyday person who's just trying to keep track of things, right, they're not going to have time probably to go that deep on things. And also, we see people all the time repeating, recirculating stuff they see online from other people. Does it really matter if it comes from a chatbot or another person in the sense of the kinds of things you need to do? Maybe we can just hear from other panelists and circle back. Yeah, Al?
Yeah, well, that's precisely what I was going to hit on. I'm less concerned about how, we entrenched in academia are going to handle this. For all of you, you're here listening to this, right? You are in the 99th percentile of people who are paying attention. So I'm less concerned about how academics are going to be handling this this situation. It is the everyday person who is I don't want to say they are the ones creating, but they're the avenue through which there could be further propagation of misinformation as a result. Because you're right, the average person doesn't have time to read full articles and check their sources, right? If I'm going to look up a question on my phone, I'm just going to Google it. I'm not going to go to JSTOR. So that's precisely what makes it so concerning. Is it is an acceleration of that trend that came about with Web 2.0. It's only easier for people to get information faster, and the faster you get information, the greater the margin of error there will be for making sure that it's an accurate summary. Every paraphrase, every summary is an omission, and in that omission is crucial context. And the faster and the greater you summarize and paraphrase, the easier it is for the initial intent and meaning to be distorted.
Yeah, so I guess one of the big questions that I would have in deciding that is like whether Google can stay ahead of everything that ChatGPT is doing. Because I think the everyday person, when they're Googling something, it's for something pretty simple, something that probably shows up in like the snippet that Google generates for you, which also sometimes is not always correct. But it's things like that. Like they might not just pull up, like it's not normalized in our workflow to be doing that. So I think that we probably will still see like people pulling things from Google rather than from ChatGPT, just because it's synthesizing information. But also, I think if you're someone who's looking for that information, then you will probably be someone who is going to fact check these things, like considering several different sources. And then something else is that OpenAI, with its release of GPT-4, it actually did work on trying to reduce hallucinations. I think I read something about like 40% reduction in like open domain chat GPT responses. So that's like really great. And they did that by having like factual data that was validated against when they were training the model. And so that's like hugely important in like reducing some of the disinformation. And I think they will continue to try to like cut down on that hallucination rate.
Yeah, and sorry to jump in there as well. I think what you're getting at with people are ultimately still going to go to Google over ChatGPT. I think that's why it requires such particular attention as search engines start to integrate that. Because if when you go to Google and you have an option of Google search or chat response, people are probably going to pick the chat response. It's just more, if it becomes intuitive enough within the interface, it's going to be easier to get that than having to read the Google blurb that generates or click on the first link even. It's one less click. It's one faster pathway to get to the answer you're looking for.
Yeah, so kind of refocusing on, again, with the 99% of users that will probably be using this technology, it definitely comes down to ease of use. I would love to reiterate that, especially from it's something that Google has always been seen as something very reliable, fairly easy because of the way that Google sets up its algorithms, in that it's searching not based off of how relevant necessarily something is, but instead how it's interconnected and how much it's referenced in other articles necessarily. That's how it's sorted from its links from top to bottom, essentially. With that being said, for the average user, I feel as though ChatGPT is going to, again, allow the easy synthesis of information. Ultimately, it comes down to having to take that time to do those extra steps, but I see it as with more ease of use, it's going to, one, get better in the sense of it's going to have a large database of information to pull from, and ultimately, ideally, that information should be being fact-checked maybe by OpenAI. In future iterations, I feel as though they can be the good stewards in this situation of, hey, we're not going to allow the perpetuation of information and allow it to be properly, well, curated to the best extent that they could in terms of what they're trying to achieve.
Oh, great. So this is probably a good time to check in to see if our audience, either here in person or online, have any questions for us. I see one hand in the back. I think we're going to run you heroically a microphone back, get a good workout here. The virtual audience just has to trust me on that. Okay. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lara Turopin. I am an alumni of UT Austin, and currently I'm a program coordinator with the Kennan Institute. Wanted to say, first and foremost, thank you for this fantastic panel and incredibly informative, especially like it feels like all of this is developing so quickly and I'm falling behind on this. But I was kind of curious, sort of an aside to ChatGPT is artificial artwork that is also being created. And I just sort of maybe wanted to open this Pandora's box a little bit of getting your take on the ethical ramifications of that level of artificial information that's being produced, especially by artists who have come out saying that they did not agree to have their artwork be put into this AI and that it is stealing their artwork, and sort of again, getting your take on it and sort of maybe looking of how that kind of can be approached. And now that it's kind of happened, you can't put it back in the box, but how do we move forward from that?
Yeah, I feel very strongly about this, and it's definitely a Pandora's box, and that's part of why I opted to omit it from my presentation. But yeah, I even more than the misinformation aspect of text-based AI generation, I think AI art is even more concerning. I detest it as something that exists. I think it's plagiarism blatantly. It's a shortcut that people take when they don't want to put in the work to be an artist. And as someone who is also very much invested in the creative sphere, I resent that it's going in a direction where we are validating the idea that you can just type up an idea and something, is generated off of images that other people have put their blood, sweat, and tears into, and then you can claim that art for yourself. You didn't make that. You told someone else to make it. It's like if you commissioned an artist and said, oh, well, I made the commission, so I'm the artist. It's absurd.
Yeah, I do feel like also that it devalues the art that is created, just generally, because I think when people are paying for commissioning artists to create things for them, they'll be like, okay, but Midjourney can do this for free right now. And I don't have to wait like a week or 2 weeks for this art to be created. I do see on the other side though, that it's really powerful for ideation. As a creative, maybe if you haven't had as much training in the field, you might want to type into the generator, see what kind of things come up and use them as references. So I think as someone who dabbles in art a little bit, I can definitely see myself using these kinds of engines for this reason.
Just a quick sort of aside. I had a little confusion organizing my inbox because I had invitations to be on 2 panels, both from conferences called Connexions in Austin. The other one is regular spelling. And the other panel is exactly about the question you're raising. And since I'm not a very artist creative person myself, we have an amazing member of the design faculty who will be representing Good Systems on that panel. So you can Google it or ask me later, I can point you to it. But that panel will just be talking about that topic in particular. I think we're about at time. Should I wrap up, folks? Okay. Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and great thanks to our panelists for some great talks today.
this legislative statute, but I think the court is looking less and less like a likely.
All right, folks, I'm going to introduce our next moderator. That's Mr. An Hu. He is a PhD candidate here at UT Austin. He is from Taiwan, Shanxi Province, China. He has worked for a Hong Kong newspaper for 2 years as a reporter. He holds a master's in global communication from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and his research is interested in the framing of patriotism in discourse and the role of media in the attribution of global risk. Thank you very much, and I will pass it over now.
Here we go. Okay, thank you very much. Our speaker of this section is Dr. Xiaozhong Liu. For those of you who were already here yesterday, you've already met Dr. Liu. He gave us a wonderful talks on this misinformation and how to combat them. For those of you who are not here, I'd love to introduce Dr. Liu. So Dr. Liu is an associate professor of computer science at WPI. His research interests include natural language processing, text graph mining, metadata, and computational social science. He was also a senior consultant and NLP research director at Alibaba Damu Academy. In this section, Dr. Liu will compare social media bubble. As you already see on the screen, he will compare social media bubble in US and China. Social media platforms in both countries rely on algorithm to recommend the information to users based on users' preferences and browsing histories. This algorithm can cause filter bubble, which means users are only exposed to confirming information that they feel comfortable with. Filter bubble can further lead to polarization. This issue exists in both China and the US. But because the two countries have very different political cultures, there are also significant differences between Chinese and the American filter bubble. Dr. Liu will compare those differences and the cost of break filter bubble. So, Dr. Liu, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. My name is Xiaozhong Liu. I know, very confusing, and my primary research is AI and NLP. And I appreciated earlier the panel discussion about ChatGPT, because this is one of my area. And I recall my memories about 3 years ago, I had a chance to talk to a Chinese professor, and he strongly believed that China will compare with US and other countries. China will win AI competition. And the reason is when a new technology comes out, European policymaker will kill this technology. US will slow it down, and China will speed up. So this is interesting. So you know that whenever we're facing some new technology, some new AI, it can be really interesting to compare different countries, their response and their social response, technical response toward the same technology. And when you compare, you will find something quite interesting. And even though you're interested in like misinformation generation in US and in Europe, and it's still very interesting to compare with the same thing in China. So in this talk, I would like to talk about the social media bubble comparison. I think everybody familiar with the filter bubble. And for the case of China and the US, and especially going to be focusing on the misinformation or disinformation generation, but not externally, but instead internally. So for externally means, for instance, in the US president election, you know that there's a large, huge number of fake bot account being generated from maybe Russia. And that's a kind of external disinformation generation, but this is not the focus of this talk. And I'm more interested in the internal disinformation or misinformation generation from social bubble perspective. So here comes the talk. So the first part I want to talk about misinformation and misinformation from AI technology perspective. Block misinformation just equals block information. Okay, this is the foundation. I know probably a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but from AI perspective, from technology viewpoints, that block and detect misinformation just means you detect a kind of information. Okay, so from the training data, for example, a very large language model, if I tell the language model like, this is the cat, this is the cat, this is the cat. I trained the model 1 million times, and the model gonna know, okay, this is the cat. So this is a kind of information that, so the machine learning and the AI treat information and this information in a different way, like a human being. So from this perspective, I want to first tell you some of my conclusion is for US and China, their bubble gonna show in quite a different way. For US, is because of political and social polarization, and you will find like a conservative and liberal as bubbles. Well, in China is, even though there's a disagreement among different kind of Chinese groups, but in China, and basically you can find a centralized bubble, which encapsulate people from China as a whole inside. And you definitely can find some marginalized, or I would say a group of people, they have a carrying different opinion, but you will find under very strong information censorship, and you will find their information expression going to show in very different way. And I will provide some evidence to show you this can be very interesting phenomena to compare with. All right, so talk about a filter bubble. First, I want to briefly introduce, as most of you familiar. In case if you don't, so this is like a intellectual isolation of the information being generated, maybe by human being or algorithm. And so the more you encapsulate it in one bubble, and because of AI technology, like information recommendation, information summarization, or ranking algorithm, and you have a higher chance to be encapsulated in the same bubble. So you reinforce, very high chance to reinforce your ideology. So for instance, you support Trump or you hate Trump, and you will find all of your friends, all of your neighborhood on the social media share very same kind of idea with you. So which will reinforce, very highly likely reinforce your original thought about Trump. So this is what we're happening. No matter which country in Europe, in China, in American, so this just comes out, and it's never stopped. And because thanks to AI technology like ChatGPT, for instance, and there is a high chance that a filter bubble going to be increasingly being witnessed in the future years. So I start with this example. So this guy is very, very famous in China right now. This the left one, his name is Hu Chenfeng, and this is a very smart young man, and he designed a social experiment, and he has a really good view to show people in China it is really important to protect and be aware of the needs of senior vulnerable people. And this is in the red. He just randomly find senior people on China Street and ask the question like how much you earn per day for your retirement income. And he said, I will pay you this amount and bring you to the supermarket, and you can purchase whatever you want, and I will pay for that. And he just want to show that how much senior people make one day after they retired. And so he found a number of people, and they all refused to join this experiment until he found this senior lady, and he's 78 years old. And finally, she said, "I will participate." And her monthly retirement income is only $15, which is very, very low. And so he paid. And this senior lady, eventually, I think she cried in the video and say, "We really appreciate it because she's really poor. She really needs essential support." And she really appreciated this young gentleman's assistance. I think this is not just belong to China. I think this to help vulnerable people is going to be a very essential topic just in China, in US, and in Europe. So every country, single country, suffer from the problem. And I really appreciate that this kind of a gentleman or whoever, maybe scholar from US, to show that senior vulnerable people need help. So this is a really good thing. Unfortunately, the output is this was labeled as a kind of a disinformation. And the consequences of this gentleman is his video. This video is being removed, of course, disappeared. And more importantly, all his video under his account was removed, okay? And later, something we really need to pay attention, multiple social media account was frozen in China. And the reason is China is using a real name, real ID system. So if you say something not very good, so maybe government believe you saying something not very good, so they will block not just one single account, they may block all your accounts. So because for instance, like in US, if a US government provide rules, like everybody say something, whatever, you have to first registration with your social security number, and that's provided the potential the internet infrastructure to block all your information because of misinformation or disinformation. And actually, they provide some reason, and the reason is you cannot make money by using vulnerable people. So which looks like a good reason. Well, the second reason is you cannot criticize economy development of China. So this video offend these two rules. And I would say most people may not agree with the second one, because in US, a lot of research, a huge number of research showed that vulnerable people, senior vulnerable people, they need assistance, they need help, social help. Okay, so the second one, probably most of us don't agree with well, the first one, you cannot make money by using vulnerable people. Maybe some of people will agree for that, because his video attract a huge number of clicks, and which means he will get some income from the video. And so the first one is kind of we can debate for the first one. But interestingly, in the same kind of social space, and I find quite a lot of information about vulnerable people in US. And this kind of topic is super popular in China. So like, for instance, the first one talk about US political system is killing US people. The second one is the Biden support drug abuse, and which will also kill many US people. Well, the third one is the Black Lives Matter makes American a very horrible place to stay. So like if you stay on the street, very high chance you will be killed by someone, maybe African American people. So this kind of a topic is very popular, of course, attract a huge number of clicks. And so I would say when you say you cannot make money with vulnerable people, this kind of things is also not everybody follow the rules, because if you make money with US vulnerable people, I think probably this is okay. But if you make money with Chinese vulnerable people, especially show that Chinese economy has some problem, so then you have a problem, you have trouble. So I'll show you another case. This one is also very famous. This is actually a very famous host in China, and this is from CCTV. It's China's central TV system. And so this guy is very famous. And so after the COVID-19, and actually on 2018, and he write a tweet. It's called Weibo, but it's Chinese Twitter. And he said, because of the COVID-19, maybe we should be humble, and we can tell the rest of the world, I'm sorry, we made some trouble for you. And just a very simple sentence. Because of sentence, and of course, this is a message that China don't want to see. And not just his account being frozen, but he lost his job. I think for the past 3 years, this guy just disappeared from in China's cyberspace. Disappear. Of course, he lost his job, and he never had a chance to go to TV maybe anymore. So this can be a serious issue. So even though this information is just it's not just objective, it's a subjective. This is not. This is kind of a objective expression, but this is not a message that the government want to see, then they have a very high chance to be being blocked. Well, the other case I would like to share with you is not far away. It's from the Houston Rocket, the manager, and this Mr. Maury, and expressed something on Twitter. So pay attention. He is American citizen, and he posts this information not in China. He posts this message in United States. And he says something about a support, kind of like support a Hong Kong protester. And because of this information, and his team, Houston Rockets, and including also NBA, lost like millions of dollars in China. And China just stopped NBA broadcasting. And because China is a very huge market for NBA. So unfortunately, NBA lose a lot of money. And so because of this problem, eventually, Mr. Mori, finally, he say, I think kind of apologize to Chinese people. And also NBA's spokesman said it's very regrettable because of this event. So it means Chinese like misinformation detection, not just the boundary is not just inside of China, but also extend to the rest of the world if you have any business relationship. And so I would say self-discipline. So you find, I give you this example to show you one thing significantly different from China and the US is in China, and it's thinking to use something called self-disciplined strategy. Everybody, I mean, they purposely, I mean, they choose to be self-disciplined when they say something. And not also, if you're not a Chinese citizen, if you want to have some business with China, and you need to be self-disciplined. You need to really, really, really control yourself, no matter where you are and who you are. So there is a number of, and you can check the news, and you find it not very hard. Self-media is, you need to promote only the healthy content with a positive value. So this is very important. So you can find that this kind of definition is very weak. So you don't, they don't provide you a very good definition. So what is the positive value, what is negative value? But you have to be self-disciplined. You have to understand, you have to recognize, estimate the definition of the self-value by yourself, which is very different from United States. So in the United States, if you say, like for instance, if Trump do not win 2020 election, so this is a very hard rules, okay? But in China, this is different. This is very soft, and you have to be self-recognizable. But this strategy is really, really useful. And I can show you some good story. I have to call that so-called good stories. Like recently, Elon Musk, so invest a lot of money. And we know that Elon Musk sometimes say on Twitter some aggressive word about a government, but Elon Musk never say anything bad about China. So this is important because he has a huge investment in China. Well, the other one is this guy become really popular, become a superhero. And it's like President Macron. Recently, he visited China, and he's also self-disciplined, and he say everything in China, and it's very positive. And for instance, France should like somehow stay away from U.S. policymaker, or France should not support like Taiwan, for instance. So which this kind of a language is, I mean, he is also self-disciplined, I think, while he visiting China. Of course, there's a kind of huge benefit comes out eventually. So I would say pay attention that self-discipline, this is soft boundary compared with US. I want to show you the soft boundary exists in China, not just a hard boundary. So once again, I want to show you this is a real name ID system. It's a very, very different from United States. So it means United States, you can use your fake name and a fake email address and I mean, whatever information you can provide. And I can say that, for instance, my name is Michael Jordan, and I can register an account, which is okay. But in China, this is not allowed. You have to use your real ID. You have to, like you have to use your social security number here in the United States to register anything before. So before you click I like it or I don't like it, before that, you have to first registration with your real ID. So which is traceable. Where's my slides? It disappeared? Maybe someone don't like my presentation. I feel scared because my parents in China, I booked tickets to go to China. So don't do that. I didn't say anything negative about Chinese, right? You proved that. I'm a safe guy. So can you recover my? I think it's back on the projector overheated. Okay, overheated. Okay, that's better. Oh, I'm really scared. I'm really scared. Your work is too hot. I know that. So actually, interesting. This morning, my wife called me that, hey, I know that you're gonna go to China see your parents, so don't say anything aggressive during the presentation. Okay, I didn't say anything, right? You prove. All right, it's okay. I can continue without the So the next, here we go, thank you. So the next one, I show you that and also the platform responsibility is another thing differentiate China and US bubble. So like in United States, for instance, if Twitter provide a very strong, like for example, policymaker, they require, I'm sorry, the platform like Twitter, they do quite aggressive content moderation. And the consequence is going to be user just move to a different platform. So for instance, because of 2020 president election, after that, when Twitter blocked many accounts, including Donald Trump, so the popularity of Parler goes up and also generate another social media, Truth Social. And so you know that in the United States, you have quite a lot of choice. So if you do not feel comfortable with one platform, you can always go to the other one. And the different platform, their accountability can be quite different. Okay, so which means if some platform, major platform, if they do something aggressive, which will boost another or trigger existence of a different one. So in United States, which means it's very hard to control the misinformation. I think the policy, once again, yesterday I talked about the cost. So the cost can be huge if you want to totally remove that. This strategy won't work very well, unfortunately, because of the cost of taxpayers and also the platform accountability is very different in the United States. But in China, it's a totally different way. So in China, they have a control, central control. So government have they put a very strong accountability for different platforms in China. So the cost of, so the platform, they will have to pay the cost of disinformation detection or misinformation detection and removal. The platform accountability, user accountability, and editorial accountability can be really, really high, I mean, in China, so which is significantly different from the United States. So pay attention. This is a slide I borrowed from yesterday. So we have impossible trinity. So we have a misinformation removal, free speech, and no censorship. And these three things, unfortunately, never, I mean, I won't say never, but very hard to achieve simultaneously. It's really, really hard. Okay, so you may have to sacrifice one or two in order to achieve the other. So I would say United States, they spend more efforts, US people enjoy more on the free speech and no censorship. Well, in China, they're focused more on the misinformation detection and removal. So we'll sacrifice the other things, so unfortunately. Well, different countries, of course, have different strategies, but I would say this impossible trinity can be important. Okay, so whenever policymakers want to make some decisions, so they may need to think about these things. So there's no like a policy will comprehensively take care of all three things here. I think this is really, really hard. So once again, I want to compare the bubbles. So you will find that US, the bubble mainly come from social boundaries, so from social polarization. So like I won't surprise, there's a liberal community or conservative community here. So and their boundary can be very clear. Well, in China, they have a central bubble. And this central bubble can be really, really strong because there's a very strong boundary. So I would say there's a system boundary, there's a cultural boundary, and more importantly, there's a language boundary. Okay, language boundary means that, for instance, I find a colleague from VOA here. So VOA, generated some Chinese content, but unfortunately, compared with the other, I mean, huge number of, China mainland generated, VOA only generated a very small proportion compared with the rest of the media in China. So which means that the language boundary is super, super high. So if you just randomly sample some news content from in Chinese language, very, very, very, very high chance, I think more than 99% of a chance, and you will sample something from Chinese media. So which is information, of course, controlled. And another ideology boundary. So of course, so there's this kind of boundary will make bubbles in China super, super strong, isolated from the rest of the world. And even more importantly, when we talk about a system boundary, I want everybody to pay attention. And China is its technology capacity is really, compared with US, I think it's not just similar, but even in certain areas, especially social apps, and their tech development even, I would say, better than United States. So this is something quite recent. So you find that the top 10 US most downloadable free apps. So you find four of them come from China, the top 4. Okay, so all of them developed by the Chinese company. So which means China, their technical development is super, super strong, and their influence not just within China, but touch the rest of the world. Also I show you this one, Toutiao, which is China's is social media plus news media, and it's also they share the same company with TikTok. And the user, satisfaction is very, very high. So compared with other applications, so users from Toutiao, they more loyal and they spend quite a lot of time on this app. So of course, and they provide centralized information. Everybody interested in GPT, right? So this morning, this slides come from this morning, and you can find the date. It's just today. Right? So today, before I come here on the way, I think, okay, maybe I should take a look. So maybe US and China recently released something that talk about the GPT regulations. And so I searched online. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything from US, but I just find something today. It's just, so this is really hot. Come several hours ago, come from China. And this one is AIGC, AI generated content management policy. So this one can show you. So this is really, really, really new. That means you have to, if you provide an AIGC service like GPT, and you have to make sure it will follow these policies. This is a hard line. Okay, so you cannot. Even for instance, some U.S. company, if you want to provide AIGC service, and you have to follow all of the rules. Okay, some of the rules I think are pretty good. For example, like you cannot generate any like pornography information, so which is good. Well, the other one is debatable. Well, but the second one I want everybody pay attention. The second one is really tough. So if you generate something that maybe violate the rules, and you will, if reported by another user, you have to train your model again, optimize your model again within 3 months and remove this information. So I would say this is really, really hard. I'm doing an NLP study for more than 10 years. I can guarantee that training a GPT model is much more expensive compared with training another kind of a machine learning model. So you train GPT model with a really huge cost, okay? And also is compared with the machine learning classification model, so AIGC is actually create something. So if you want to train your model, guaranteed train a new model which will totally remove a kind of information, a block kind of information, it can be more challenging, a lot more challenging, and the cost can be really, really high. So this kind of a policy can be really hard, I would say, really challenging for the AIGC providers in China. So this cost it can be huge, but this is a hard line. Okay, within 3 months, I think 3 months if you want to retrain or train a GPT model from start, this cost can be really, really high. All right, I would like to show another example. This is a very interesting. I have a student. This student he's really good, and he published a number of papers in his areas, information retrieval. So he published a number of papers, AI papers, information retrieval papers, like a Google algorithm. So this student worked with me for 5 years in the United States, and one day before he graduated, I find he's using China's search engine. Okay, this is interesting because he is his research area is information retrieval, and I asked him, hey, why you use Chinese search engine after you work 5 years in the United States? Why not use Google? Because I personally believe Google do a better job than, especially he's searching some English content. Okay, so why use a Chinese search engine? Why don't you use Google? I asked him, and he said, I just so used to that. I just enjoy staying in my kind of bubble because he has been working with all kind of Chinese services for many years. So once he used to, he never changed. Okay, right now he's still working in high-tech company in the United States, but I think this kind of behavior will never change. So triggered me to investigate a new problem is when a Chinese student come to the United States, when he has exposure to other kind of information. So some students choose to, they change, while some students not change. The behavior of consuming information. For example, will you watch maybe news from CNN or NBC or Fox News, or you still do everything just with Chinese media? Do you like to have increase your chance of exposure to another kind of information, or you don't want to change? So this is really interesting. Then I can share this story. Is I want to make it an NSF proposal. So I talked to a number of faculty members, and some of them I hope they understand a little bit Chinese. So I talked to a number of Chinese American faculty members, and including people, professors from China, and including professors within the United States. And all of them say, no, I don't want to be PI or co-PI with you because it can be risky to investigate this kind of topic. So I think, once again, self-discipline. Even if you are physically in the United States, so they self-discipline. They don't want to touch this kind of topic. I'm still looking for collaborators. So if some of you are interested, talk to me after the presentation. All right, so US, the difference is US have a very clear bubble boundaries, okay? So if Trump says something, so some people will say this is a totally a lie, or this is, someone say I strongly support Trump. So this, you can see the boundary is very, very clear. And I can show you that in China, there's also such a boundary, but the boundary can be really blurred. Oh, this is another one. So you can find that even, the bubble or the misinformation, and you find that this kind of line is, the boundary is very, very clear. But let me show you some boundary in China. Okay, you can find that it's in totally different way. So this one is a recent tweet, a piece of a message in China. And so this guy, I think his or her goal is to say something bad about Russia, but he say that in a tricky way, and he say Russia currency exchange rate is decreasing aggressively. So this is the message, and no other content. Okay. Well, the other one, the response, people's comments, feedback, the comments is Russia fans should exchange Russia ruble ASAP. Well, the other ones, the Russia win again, increasingly wealthy during the war. So you can find that this is not that they want to express their maybe the support for Russia, right? They believe Russia is doing something bad, but they have to say that in a creative way. I can show you another one. So this is a online vote. So you can create this is just like a Twitter or just like Facebook. You can create a vote online. So this one is where does COVID-19 origin? So the first choice is United States. The second one, bad. The third one, you never know. So you can find that they don't provide the fourth option, right? So you can, if you provide a fourth option, for example, from local China, and your account will maybe disappear very soon. I remember I have 2 accounts disappeared in the past few years. So I know that. So maybe you have to be very cautious. When you create some message like that. And the response is really interesting. This guy say, if you think you should provide a different, you should choose something else. Give me a signal. And he or she got a 160 like. So which means still a number of people believe that, at least, I won't say it's China not, at least they believe that this COVID-19 do not come from US or US lab. Okay, so but when you give this kind of information, you need to be very cautious and be creative when you generate such information. So I would say still some people in China have carry different view, but you have to create such information in a very creative way. All right, summarize. This is a comparison. Once again, this is not necessarily true, but this is something I witnessed. For the misinformation definition, US is platform defined, Well, in China, it's a centralized definition. Well, the platform accountability, US is very low, but in China can be super high. User accountability, also US pretty low, and there's a chance of delete the content, suspend your account. Well, in China, also very high, and you can remove your accounts from multiple sites, and you may have a legal trouble. And user information, and so in the United States can be fake, but in China, always real ID. And coherency is, I think the US is more like a fact-based, while in China can be dynamic, because, for example, like a French president, right now everybody says something positive about the French president. He's super nice guy, very popular in China. I mean, last year I remember still a large number of people criticize him, but right now no one. So misinformation boundary, I think in USA, this is a very hard boundary. So for example, US president election, so the boundary is right there. So you don't want to jump the line. Well, in China, it's a soft boundary. So this is very important. So people need to be self-disciplined. Even though you're not a Chinese citizen, if you have a business with China, you need to be cautious about your boundary. And the foundation, US is a political polarization. A number of people already talk about that. Well, in China, it's a self-discipline and education also. Later, I talk about young people education. And the cost, USA can be low or medium. Well, in China, this cost, unfortunately, can be pretty high, even though this is a very, very effective way, very, very efficient way to control they-defined misinformation, but the cost can be really high. Because this is not just an AI problem, it's AI plus human censorship, so the cost can be really high. Well, for technology-wise, both countries do a good job for technology development. Well, misinformation removal, talk a little bit more. So the ideal way, I personally believe, is to teach young generations the future. So how to think, but not what to think. Unfortunately, in both China and the US, I think the education conduct in a, I think, misleading way. I remember sharing you the story yesterday as my 6-year daughter, when she come back home, she told me that, hey, Daddy, do you know Donald Trump is a bad guy? And he said, my teacher told me Donald Trump is a bad guy. So this is a good example to show you that the school is not to talk about how to think, but what to think. And so the next few days, I asked my daughter, do some Google search and tell me 3 reasons why Trump is a bad guy. And also tell me 3 reasons why find 3 things that Trump did good in the past few years. And also tell me why Trump is a bad guy. Okay, so I'm trying to train her critical thinking, but I know for the young generations, no matter in China and the United States, I mean, they are increasingly radical. So, they're thinking, so that can be a problem. So if most of it, and not most, if an increasing number of young people get the information from 20 seconds TikTok videos, so you know that there can be a problem, okay? So unfortunately, and AI reinforce such their identification, no matter in the United States or in China. So if you believe something, AI will help you to reinforce your belief. Any solutions? I don't know. I just bring it to the table. So we can talk about a solution later. But I myself, I'm an environmentalist. I actually, in the past few years, I go to elementary school, teach the kids for about 1 hour. So why we should protect our environment. I tell the young kids, because I really, I always teach my daughter, protect environment, protect animal, and protect our earth. This is the only place. But I find that young people, they're more interested in this like a 20-second video, which I myself, I'm an environmentalist, I feel very sad when they do something like that, pour some soups on a very expensive painting. So I think the education, once again, this kind of a video, very popular, increasingly popular on the internet. So the young people do not have interest to listen my 1 hour talk. I think they think I'm an old guy. I'm a guy from old school. They don't want it. They're not patient enough to listen to me. They don't have any patience to Google search. They don't have interest in read an article or a book about protecting environment. But they more interested in this 20-second video, and a number of people they want to do the same thing. So I find that this can be somehow risky. Which unfortunately in both China and US, I find increasing of young people doing that. All right, that's everything I want to say. Thank you very much. If you're interested, feel free to send me a message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Very wonderful presentation. So question from the audience. I think we only have time for 1 or 2 questions. Do we have any questions from the online audience? Okay, congratulations, Dr. Liu. Do not have any questions. I can ask one, actually. So you mentioned about the real name system in China to prevent the spread of misinformation. Now they are using another way to do it, is that they are asking the users to reveal their geographic location. That is another way that China thinks that can prevent the spread of and the generation of misinformation. To what extent do you think that measure can help to prevent misinformation? And it seems like that seems like a more gentle way to combat the misinformation. And do you think that can be something the United States can adopt to prevent the misinformation?
I think, number one, I would say this is not an entirely bad thing. So for instance, in China, and they find that if you trace, for instance, someone say something, for example, like a release, one of my projects is to protect young kids and to stop them to access pornography information online. So I find that China do that in a very successful way, very efficient way. So if someone release some pornography information online, and they can identify the people in just a few seconds, so which is a very, very effective, and which is a good way to protect young kids. However, I think, like you said, China is very creative to identify the information generator. So like, for example, share location information and like the real ID system. And especially this infrastructure is super strong when they create a central controlled system which will interconnect. There's a central database which interconnect with the different platforms and to be able to trace people's behavior online. So when they create something like that, privacy information and it triggers a serious security issue. So for instance, China very successfully used such system in their during the COVID-19 for quarantine, city level and state level quarantine. So we find that super successful. But it can also, there's a very good chance to use that in a bad way, right? So like touch your privacy, like know where you're going. They know your behavior, everyday behavior, either online or offline. So this, I think, can be risky. So I would say that if you're interested in misinformation, if you no matter your policymaker, or you a professor, or you're a student interested in this kind of research, so don't just focus on the United States. So take a look at China. So I would say China provide you a very good case study. So when you, if you believe that as government, control for misinformation generation or government censorship should be an alternative. So before you say that, take a look at China and take a look at their internet infrastructure, and take a look at their system, and take a look at their social consequences, and then you have a better picture. So should US or Europe do something similar, or should they use a different way? But overall, I would say that study China is very important. So even though your primary goal is investigate something in United States.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. Oh, there's one.
Oh, you? Okay.
Hi, thank you so much for being with us here today. I don't really know a lot about China. I did not know a lot about China's social media bubble coming into this, so it was really enlightening to hear all the great information you had to share. So one question that I had is, you mentioned earlier that on Chinese social media accounts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that people have to upload a government ID in order to verify that they are an actual person. And I was wondering, what are your thoughts of could there potentially be an industry where people are creating fake ID cards? I'm sure every American sitting here has known someone who's had a fake ID in order to go to Cain and Abel's at some point. But, could this industry possibly pop up in order to circumvent that regulation on Chinese social media platforms and give people a greater sense of anonymity from which to actually speak their true minds?
Okay, so sure. I would say this is not entirely impossible, but I think it's super, super hard. And when you register something on Chinese social media, and you need to provide your name and your citizen ID, and also a cell phone number, and your cell phone number need associated with your ID. So they will send a message. They will send a short message to your cell phone, and you need to use this 6-digit to finish the registration. And your cell phone clearly associated with your citizen card as well. So which means if you want to register anything, you want to release any information, even just click like, you have to finish registration. And this registration, when you provide a citizenship ID, and they can search in the central system. And if you provide, for example, like a fake ID, and it won't pass. So I would say your name and the ID on the card and cell phone numbers, 3 information need to match. So which almost guarantee that you're the one. And so that's the reason if you release some information which is not very good, they think, and there is a chance they can block all your IDs. And you can have legal trouble, and for sure. So that's very, very tough, I would say, compared with US. Thank you.
I think we have one there. Yeah.
So thank you. I just wanted to ask, to what degree does some of the facial recognition work in the streets, movement control, and social credit, how does China then integrate that as they also look at social media profiles and activity, and is it integrated? So facial recognition within the streets, for example, with all the cameras that are set up in the cities, to be able to monitor movement of individuals, are they then overlaid with some of the social media identities to then get a fuller understanding of individuals' movement and behaviors?
So unfortunately, this is not my research area, but I have a couple friends and doing this kind of research in China. And so one thing, and they feel kind of safe. The reason a lot of Chinese people believe they're safe, really safe, compared with the people living in the United States, because they have a lot of monitors, and these monitors behind the monitor, there's an AI system, and they can identify people's face. So for instance, if someone have a crime history entering a specific place, and there's a chance that its system will generate alert. And so which means that the policeman will do something. So I mean, this is probably for United States. You think this is a. I don't think this. I mean, once again, don't quote my words, because this is not my research area. So I don't think personally this kind of a surveillance system interconnect with social media. However, you think about that when they successfully recognize your face when you walk on the street. So eventually they will identify with an ID. And this ID centralized the interconnect with a lot of information. So theoretically, they can absolutely integrate all kinds of information together. But in China, I think, at least to the best of my knowledge, when I'm talking to some of my students, talking with some of my friends, and their respond to that, most of them are pretty positive, and because they believe that this is a good way to keep people's safety. So they definitely, compared with US, they treat this kind of technology in different ways. But I would say, yes, potentially there is a chance of offending people's privacy, and especially if this is a person that maybe have a different political view. So this can be a problem, I think.
I think we still have any questions? Okay, great. I think we're time to wrap up. And thank you very much again, Dr. Liu, for this wonderful presentation. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are going to take just about a 10-minute pause, and we will reconvene then. Thanks very much.
Yes, yes. Maybe for the you had some sort of special thing, but Emperor of the Galaxy. It's a nice picture. Oh, who made this picture? Whoa. Whoa.
Perfect fits my child.
Who's done all? I think the same person has done all of them. Because they all seem to have similar thematic sort of form. It's incredible. All of them are great, but this one's really something else. Awesome.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, this is going to be Yeah, we
Even though Anna and I, we have a little bit different, not different views, like a different angle.
Right.
I will be more focusing on Russia's military and how they perceive it. I will challenge the United States of people who believe that Russia has lost the information war.
Okay, so I was actually just going to introduce you and head out, but I didn't want to say this. Oh my god. No, really? Yeah. Well, I mean, many people told me that they're coming, so because the two panels before that, I came like it was like right now there's a party. Right. Okay. I'm going to the bathroom real quick, and I mean, my job is 30 seconds. Blah blah blah. He's here. Yeah, so now that you know that like your angles are a little bit different, on this paper, your abstract also like some of your work. So I will pose some questions like directly to you, since like you're the expert, and then some questions to Anna, some questions where you both can weigh in.
Yeah, I think it will be like just go with the flow. You know, that was my intention. Like not to. I just have like a 4 points. You know, definitely. But you think like I have 4 points. I don't know if I'm going to fit it in 5 minutes, but I will.
Don't worry about 5 minutes.
Okay.
You can do 10 minutes.
Perfect. Because one thing that I will not have time, but I would love to talk about that, is to explain actually how Russia's information warfare is not different from
That's very good.
and you can ask me maybe that question so I can answer.
Okay, got it. Yes.
My time, yeah.
I have extra space right here for during the talk. Yes.
That's something you can ask me so I can save time.
Of course,
that
yes.
would be very helpful because I think it will be a perfect example to show how Russia's information operations and warfare actually works in practice.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and just like a heads up that we are supposed to end at like 2:45. We can like run it to 2:50, I think.
No, I think 2:45 will.
2:45 is good. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Just I know like yesterday we didn't have those blocks. Also like some of the speakers were like, guys.
This is going to be super helpful because I can also measure. Because when it comes to this topic, you can talk for days.
Yes, of course. Yes. And may I ask you where you're from?
I was born in Serbia. I was born in Serbia, and then I moved here a decade ago. So I've been working mostly on information warfare, how we should rethink that. Because my analysis is, and that's my main point, useful.
Yes, but it's very nice. I saw some of the articles and they were tilted like to Balkans, and I was like, well, that's interesting, you know, because like not many people look at it, not many people speak the languages, and
I always like to see that's marriage and that's something I care about.
yeah, right.
She was living there. It's the same structure. Moldova, Georgia, and the Western Balkans absolutely using the same strategy.
Yeah, it's good that we just gotta know the strategy. I guess we know, but like counter. Yes, and yeah, Anna will have more, or at least I envision more Ukraine-related questions, more PR questions.
Yes. And I will focus mostly, like, maybe I can actually share with you my 4 main points.
So, I will hear them and I will write stuff down. Okay. Yes. You don't, because yes, you will calm down. Those microphones work. I just think that if you turn on here, and then it goes like on.
I know.
All right, good afternoon again, everybody, and welcome to our 3 o'clock panel. It is my very distinct pleasure to introduce my very good friend, Misha Simanovsky. He is currently a second-year graduate student here at UT, seeking a dual degree at the LBJ school here and also at my home department of the Center for Russian, East European, and Eurasian Studies. So thank you very much, Misha, and looking forward to a fantastic panel.
Thank you very much, Sergio, and thank you, everyone, for coming and attending. Now let me introduce our 2 amazing speakers for today. First one on my far left is Anna Romandash, who is an award-winning journalist from Ukraine. She works as a reporter focusing on human rights, sustainable media development, and access to information. She has collaborated with Deutsche Welle, Freedom House, and Open Government Partnership. For her work in human rights, Anna earned Media Freedom Ambassador Award. And to my immediate left, Dr. Ivana Stradner is a research fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, and specifically at its Barish Center for Media Integrity. Dr. Stradner's work focuses on Russia's information operations and cybersecurity, specifically on Russia's use of advanced hybrid warfare and their threat to the West. And she is also a special correspondent for Kyiv Post, which is one of the leading publications in English language relating to Ukraine. Yes, so it's my pleasure to welcome you both to the talk. Ivana, let's start with you. So we always hear about how Russia's military performed poorly in Ukraine, less than most people suspected. It was supposed to be a second military on the planet. But also President Putin likes to invoke nuclear weapons a lot, or he doesn't say it directly, but So those are like two ends of the spectrum, poor performance versus world annihilation. And then we also heard about Russia's interference in US presidential elections and overall its kind of menacing cyber forces. So could you please enlighten us and describe the state of Russia's cyber forces and their effort against Ukraine? And maybe you will cover that in your speech.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you today and for organizing this absolutely fantastic conference that helps us all understand the complexity of information warfare coming from different angles. So you're absolutely right. Russia's performance on the battlefield is not as something that we expected in 2022. But Russia's performance in the information space is still going quite well. Contrary to a popular belief that Russia has lost the information war. I disagree with this statement, and that is because if you live in the Twitter bubble, you may actually conclude that Russia has lost this information war. But as someone who lives in Washington, D.C., I always like to say that the world does not revolve around Brussels or around Washington, D.C. Probably the majority of people in this room will laugh when I say that Russia's government believed that the U.S. government actually trained migratory birds to deliver bioweapons in Russia. You may also probably laugh if I tell you that the Russian government openly also talks about the United States developing ethnic weapons targeting specifically Russian population based on DNA that comes from the COVID tests. But the problem is that such disinformation campaigns might actually be laughable in this room. A lot of people across the globe still do believe in something like that, including in Africa, including in Asia, including in Latin America. So my first conclusion, and I'm happy to talk more about that, is that Russia has not lost the information war. Second point that I want to make here is that if we want to counter Russia in the information space, we need to think like the Kremlin. We can start with the assumption using our culture, using our understanding on information warfare, but that's not enough. Because let me tell you, a very, very simple fact is that there is not even a word, cybersecurity, in Russian language. They use information security. They only use cybersecurity when they refer to a foreign cybersecurity operation. And that is not a question of translation, some mistakes. The point of that is that Russia's understanding of cybersecurity is very different from the way that we understand. They combine both the technical part, what we call here cybersecurity, for example, attacks on critical infrastructure, but they also include the cognitive part of information security, something we would call here psychological operations. And why that matters? It matters because they combine the two. They also combine the two given that they do not distinguish between war and peace. And the third thing is, within that topic is that there is a very famous doctrine in Russia's military called reflexive control, which is the critical thing when we are thinking about Russia's information warfare, which is that they basically feed you with information that you make certain decisions that you think they benefit you, but they actually benefit your opponent. And Russia combines that both in information operations as well as cybersecurity when they launch offensive attacks. So that's my third point that I can also elaborate further later. Having said that, the third point that I also want to make is that we need to acknowledge that we are in the information war with Russia. If they believe that, we better believe that as well. Having said that, talking about information operations from some point as a propaganda tool, disinformation, misinformation, we can define it as a way you know that you want, but let's call a spade a spade. We are in the information war with Russia. And the fourth point that I also want to make is that Russia considers information as a weapon. Our military, we do not here consider information as a weapon in the way that Russia does. Russia's military also openly talks about the value 4-to-1 kinetic to non-kinetic to kinetic tools. Their military strategies also openly say that whoever controls the information space will win the war. And my final point that I really want to make is that while I firmly believe, and many people have mentioned this here, that we should build resilience, I also do believe that the United States should go on the offensive when it comes to information warfare and put Russia on the defensive, so their intelligence should spend time, energy, and resources defending themselves from our information operations. We do not need to spread lies. The truth is on our side, and I'll just give you a very concrete example. This morning, I opened my Twitter, and I saw a Russian embassy from South Africa having a post something related to Afghanistan and how the United States is an unreliable ally. Whatever I personally think about Afghanistan, let's leave that aside. But I'm just curious, how come the United States did not use the wonderful opportunity to spread the truth about Russia's friendship and what it means, given that Armenia asked Russia for help with CSTO and its relationship with Azerbaijan, and Putin just said, no. We should actually spread information, not disinformation, the truthful information. Russia is unreliable ally, throwing their brothers under the bus. This is just one of the examples that I'm just going to use, given that I don't have enough time to talk more about that, but more than happy to use more examples because the key of my research revolves around offensive information operations. So I will stop here, and I very much look forward to further discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Stradner. And I want to turn it over to Anna Romandash. Because Ukraine became kind of a battlefield for information and cyber operations of Russian Federation, as Dr. Stradner talked about, that Russia uses a strategy and the West needs to be prepared for it, but Ukraine was the first one to face it. And could you address how Ukraine was successful, because that's largely considered a success?
Well, I will try. Thank you. So the title of my talk is Cyber Warfare Before and After the Russian Invasion of Ukraine, but I actually want to say that cyber part of the warfare and information warfare, it's just a very small part of all that's going on in Ukraine or around Ukraine. And sadly, it's not that in 2022, the full-scale invasion happened, and this is when Ukraine first started experiencing cyber warfare as well. So cyber warfare started way before. It started even before 2014 annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass. Cyber warfare started way, way earlier, and not only toward Ukraine, so there were a bunch of countries in and outside of Europe that were targeted. A famous example would be 2007 Estonian case, a major attack on a bunch of government websites when a Soviet-era monument was selected to be moved. So in Ukraine, cyber warfare really intensified after 2014. So a good example was, I believe it was 11th of March 2014, few days before the so-called referendum that Russians were organizing on Crimea. So 2 days before that, they launched a major cyber attack on different critical infrastructure in Ukraine, so energy infrastructure. And that playbook was repeated year after year. So 2015, around 200,000 users were disconnected in Ukraine. A huge attack on electricity grid. So it was Kyiv and also Western Ukraine. And then in 2017, there was this very funny virus. It was called NetPetya, and it was after Ukraine's president of the time, Petro Poroshenko, and I think Russian hackers had a lot of fun naming that virus. So that virus just basically destroyed a bunch of information, did a lot of bad stuff, and it didn't only target Ukraine, it targeted a bunch of countries around. And it's quite fascinating that Russia was able to carry out all of these cyber attacks, and it was quite possible to trace it to Russia, to military structures within Russia. And a lot of countries, a lot of governments were just like, well, that's that. We're just going to ignore that. We're not going to name it a warfare. We're not going to address it as a case of hybrid warfare against our interest, against our security, digital security, and so on. So it was largely ignored that Ukraine was being attacked or other countries were being attacked at that time. And in addition, Russia has had a very successful army of trolls all over Europe, but outside of Europe as well, and a very good lobby in and outside of Europe. There are a lot of investigations that reveal a lot of payments that are being done to lobbyists, politicians all over Europe. I think the latest case was Bulgaria, where journalists, lobbyists, and all sorts of people were getting around 2,000 euro payments through Russian embassies, through different organizations, just to kind of push Russian narratives and so on. Things started to change in 2022 with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And there are many different reasons for that, but one of the reasons, I think, it was that invasion was just so obvious, so difficult to justify, even for the biggest Russia Putin apologist, that it was the first time when the voices of Ukrainians who were sounding the alarm for years were finally taken seriously, and when people were actually realizing, hey, we are at war, there is war in Europe, and that war takes a lot of different shapes and forms. And Ukrainian response to cyber warfare and information warfare on the Russian side has been generally considered successful, although to limitations, and I will speak more on that too. But why was it a success? That was your question. So limited success, right? So there are a few things that I would just like to note on why it worked and how. Again, we're talking about a very unique case of a momentum where people outside of Ukraine actually started to listening and paying attention to what Ukraine was. So it's tricky, right? When for 30 years or so you have been dealing with a country that was generally overlooked or very often reported from the Russia-centric perspective. So a lot of people didn't have enough information on what Ukraine was or is. So it was the Ukrainian government, civil society, a bunch of international volunteers who actually realized that this is a big gap and it's something that needs to be addressed. So first thing that they started doing, civil society, government, international community, all of these horizontal networks, formal and informal, is that they started emphasizing on the language and on the wording, right? So language in information warfare is extremely important. The way the war, the full-scale invasion has been framed before 2022 and after is very often you would see words like Ukraine crisis, Ukraine war, things like this. Those are not factually correct, right? So it was a very important messaging from the Ukrainian media community. It is a Russian invasion of Ukraine. It is Russian-Ukrainian war. It is the Russian war. So if you want to talk about something, at least use the correct terminology. So it was very important to actually start decolonizing that discourse and actually addressing those little information details that have often been overlooked. And a very important aspect of that is nothing about us without us. So if you want to talk about Ukraine, that's great, but make sure you actually have Ukrainian voices talking about Ukraine. So we're not talking about academic discussion with 3 Russian professors, maybe 1 American, and we're all happy clapping and talking about Ukraine. So that was a very important aspect of that. Another thing, and I think Ukraine didn't succeed in this one, was isolating Russia in the digital space. So Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Infrastructure and the minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, when the full-scale invasion started, he announced this big, very ambitious plan. Let's isolate Russia in the digital space. All of the big IT, digital, important companies, get out of Russia, please. So Russian state, war supporters don't have access to this critical digital infrastructure. And some companies did follow. So Apple, for example, exited, MasterCard exited, a few companies. Facebook didn't want to exit, but then Russian government really helped it by banning it, and they also banned Instagram. But it's still pretty easily to access it if you have VPN. And majority of the companies remain operational in Russia. So part of what my team is doing, what we are researching, is actually we're tracking sanctions evaders and how all of these digital companies are directly or indirectly helping Russia and helping Russian military on the battlefield. For example, Google Maps, all of this kind of stuff, not even mentioning the chips that get into Russia through a lot of third parties. So this aspect of the hybrid warfare is still very much in development, and it hasn't been successful yet. Then there's another case, it's called Ukraine's IT army, and this is kind of a very good, I would say, case of cooperation between the governments and volunteers. Ukrainian IT army is roughly 100,000 digital volunteers who are semi-independent and whose job is hacking, hacktivism of all things related to the Russian military. So basically it's 100,000 people who know how to hack, who have computer science background, and who are hacking Russian information channel, news media, state websites, state resources, and so on. So basically they're doing what Russia has been doing to Ukraine since at least 2014. And some of the things that they have been doing are relatively successful. I'll give you one example that is controversial, but that does make sense in the environment of the warfare, in the existing situation of Russian-Ukrainian war. So Ukrainian government partner with two organizations, Clearview and Palantir. So these are providing AI-driven solutions to basically identify people. So what does it mean? Thanks to this partnership, Ukrainian government digital volunteers got access to a ton of visual data that helps to identify people. So this is being used, why? To identify Russian soldiers in Ukraine, to identify Russian soldiers who were linked to, for example, Bucha massacre, who were linked to any other human rights atrocities in Ukraine, and who were killed in action. So after identifying these Russian soldiers, for example, who were linked to Bucha massacre, their information was revealed and published online. So you could actually see these are the people who were doing all of these massacres. These are the people who were committing these crimes. And then this information was being later passed on for the war tribunals. And identifying dead Russian soldiers was used as a way of the psychological warfare against the Russian army, because knowing the names of the Russian soldiers who were killed, you could reach their family members who were most likely not informed by the Russian Ministry of Defense about what happened to their relatives. So this is something that the digital volunteers were doing. This is an extremely successful case of psychological warfare, of actually targeting the relatives of the killed in battle soldiers, that we actually have verified information that this is what happened to your relative. And the Ministry of Defense of Russia is not going to tell you this. They're not going to reveal the real numbers, and so on and so on. Another case that is less controversial was basically reaching out to Russian soldiers who are currently on the territory of Ukraine, emailing them, sending them text messages about ways that they can give in to the Ukrainian army. And there are lots of digital ways that they can actually reach out, find the information, and safely become prisoners of war, but at least be spared. on the battlefield and so on, and open source data. So basically using all sorts of open source data for investigations, and we all know really good cases of very, very good investigative journalism that did that. And the fourth thing that I think contributed to the informational success of Ukraine was these horizontal networks of digital volunteers outside of these very, specific technical things, but mostly digital volunteers on social media. So you probably all heard of the NAFO movement, so North Atlantic Fellows Organization, yeah. So this is basically people who very often use an avatar of Shiba Inu dog, and who are basically calling out Russian propaganda and Russian misinformation on social media, and they're calling it for what it is. So they would engage a lot of Russian state figures, Russian politicians, propaganda people on social media, on Twitter, and they would engage them in these discussions, and they would often ridicule them and show them why whatever it is that they're saying is wrong. And I think a very famous example was when a Russian ambassador in Vienna started actually arguing with a NAFO, digital volunteer who had like a dog avatar. And the guy was like, well, look at this case. Here's an ambassador actually arguing with a digital dog on Twitter and losing in this discussion. So this is kind of the case. NAFO fellows are very much English speakers, so they're very much oriented for the English-speaking audience. And they're quite a phenomenon because they have actually been recognized by a bunch of governments, a bunch of institutions, and so on. There are limitations to the successes. I do agree that while Ukraine has been largely successful in communicating its message across to the English-speaking world, it is not the same case when we're talking about the non-English speakers, or if we're talking about regions outside of the Western world. So if you're talking about Asian countries, South American countries, African countries, there's still a very important impact of the Russian propaganda. So there's a need to create localized content and to actually understand what's happening in the information space out there, because people there may not be using the same channels to get their information. They may be using all sorts of different languages. They may be listening to all sorts of different influencers. So it's very important to actually understand that gap and address that. Russian psychological operations, Russian information warfare is not going anywhere. So, there are a lot of cases of whataboutism. Why are we talking about Ukraine all the time? Let's talk about something else. It's like, we can talk about different things, It doesn't mean that you have to start that conversation about Ukraine takes away from a conversation about a different country or a different issue. You can have different conversations. Definitely a lot of imperialist, ignorant tropes that are still being used and reused all the time. So they're definitely not helping Ukraine. The fact that a lot of people didn't know anything about Ukraine for 30 years is really not helping, right, in communicating what Ukraine is. Cyber attacks are not going anywhere. They continue, just to a limited success from the Russian side. And obviously, there's a very short attention span if we're talking about Western audiences or any audience really, right? People get tired of things. People want new things, or people just want to rest and chill and not care about any cyber, any warfare, anywhere. So these are some of the disadvantages of the Ukrainian digital response that the Ukrainian volunteers, government, and everybody else would have to consider while planning their strategy in the future.
Thank you for this comprehensive answer, Anna. And Dr. Stratner, I wanted to turn it over to you. Could you please describe how Russia's information warfare is different from the Soviet approach? How did the Soviets conceptualize it? Which government bodies were tasked with developing it? And how did it get passed over to the modern Russian Federation? And how it relates, I know it's a lot of questions, but how it relates to the Gerasimov doctrine, which became sort of infamous a few years ago.
So to begin with, when people talk about Russia's information warfare, people in the West think about 2016 American elections. And that's a huge problem because we go back and forth here in the US. Every election cycle, we talk about Russia, when in fact, Russia has been waging an information war against the United States for decades. This is nothing new. The only thing that is new is really technology. And I will also tell you a few examples how the tools, actually not the tools, but the methods are very, very similar. So back even during the Cold War, but not even during the Cold War, Russia also had information, they didn't call them like that, operations like efforts and tools even 100 years ago. But with the Cold War, Russian military had a special unit that was conducting information operations. They also call them active measures against the United States. It was much more difficult back then to infiltrate with the New York Times versus nowadays when you can spread any information that you want on social media, but not only social media, they operate also through different blogs, through social media influencers. So the tools nowadays are just different. And I'll actually give you a very concrete example. Actually, that's my favorite example when I talk about Russia's active measures. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union, they accused the United States of creating HIV virus. It was called the Denver operation. And that particular campaign started, they were able to deliver through India this information specifically to explain actually how the United States is targeting also people in Africa. And it, spread all over the world. And again, people can laugh in this room about that, I can guarantee you, and I know people who still believe in things like that. What is different in the 21st century is that everything what you hear about Russia's bioweapons program is, again, nothing new, because the messages are very, very similar. That the Russian Ministry of Defense, they accused the United States of creating even COVID. They also accused the United States of operating biolabs. As I mentioned, a couple of funny examples where the United States is training migratory birds, using bats, using mosquitoes to deliver bioweapons. Then they became a little bit more tech advanced, so they give us a credit, that we can also use drones for such delivery. But they didn't stop there, because last year, they also accused the United States of creating monkeypox. And that was actually a fascinating example, because they used the real event that happened in 2021 in a Munich conference with a military. Actually, it was just a case study when they use monkeypox debate. There were numerous representatives across the globe attending that meeting, and the outcome of that simulation was that the monkeypox outbreak will start in May 2022, and it will kill thousands and thousands of people. And guess what? I woke up one day in May, I opened my Twitter, and I saw numerous hashtags related to monkeypox. And I was like, what's going on there? So I started, actually, I opened an Russian Minister of Defense journal, where they openly accused the United States of engineering monkeypox. And then they use social media platforms, to spread that disinformation, also including, thank you, TikTok specifically targeting American youth. I've been writing about that, so I don't want to go into all those tiny details. But the reason why I'm emphasizing this particular example, because this is all linked to even the latest disinformation campaign where they accused the United Kingdom of using depleted uranium on the territory of Ukraine. And that was all, like they were setting those informational conditions right before when Serbia marked the anniversary of NATO intervention, because Russia has been influencing the population that NATO used depleted uranium there. So they linked the two, and that happened literally in the matter of days. So I think I really just used a very concrete example to tell you that this is nothing new, that Russia has been using that for decades, and it will, and I don't think, Russia will stop using similar measures anytime soon, because even when Russian information operations, they're very adaptive and very flexible. So even when they don't work and when they realize they don't work, they change them. So they have numerous platforms, where they use that. So you use NAFO. Russia also has a similar, they call it a grassroots movement called Cyberfront Z, that operates on Telegram, which is absolutely not a grassroots movement, where Russia is literally providing people with memes, with pre-made memes, giving them guidance on how to go after people, on how to actually even hack people. So this is all, working, and it's a very, very vast tool set, that they have.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Stratner. Anna, I wanted to ask you about, you were talking about how Russia has waged this information warfare against Ukraine since 2014 and even earlier, and against other countries. So the question is, was Ukraine ready for this type of full or partially full of cyber offensive, informational offensive in 2014, and how did Ukraine ready itself for it in 2022? You talked about Mikhailo Fedorov. Just for the audience, he could be our opening speaker, but something just didn't work out last moment, because he was promoted to a position in the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. But Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, the cyber forces, many other things. Could you tell us if Ukraine had any of those capabilities, or there was something else in 2014, and what changed in 2022?
So I don't think that 2014 Ukraine was too ready for anything, right? Neither the actual army was super prepared for what was happening, neither the civil society was prepared for this amount of a lot of information attacks, cyber attacks, and so on. But it's important to differentiate between different groups of population and who is supposed to be doing what when some attacks of this sort happen. So I don't think that at that time, for example, the government had enough capacities to counteract very successful cyber attacks, that some of them were happening and targeting a lot of critical energy infrastructure in Ukraine and so on. And it's also important to understand that at that time, especially, and now still, Russia continues having way more resources for waging cyber warfare against Ukraine, against other countries. So that was a little bit tricky. And I think another thing about cyber warfare is that it's kind of like a terrorist attack. You only need to make a mistake once. You only need to let the enemy succeed once for that damage to be done. So you have to be basically working, operating, verifying that information, protecting your resources all the time. So it's really tricky to basically bulletproof yourself completely from any sort of cyber warfare. And I don't think Ukraine was very ready for that at that time. And it's important to understand that it was also 2014. It was a year of a lot of political turmoil. It was basically when the previous government was gone. So there was a lot of changes taking place in Ukraine. And just like Ukrainian army was kind of being built or rebuilt thanks to the cooperation with the civil society, with the new government, with new institutions that were being introduced. It was the same with digital capacities, information capacities of Ukraine. I think in 2022, what changed is that Ukraine did have that period of 8 years to increase its qualifications, capacity, ability to respond. And I also think another thing that could have downplayed, for example, the influence of the Russian cyber warfare is that a lot of people who are responsible, a lot of people who are doing those cyber attacks, they probably were not aware that the full-scale invasion is going to happen right then, back then and that. So this also maybe played to the advantage of the Ukrainian side. And I think also because the resources that were generally given to all of these troll factories, hackers, whoever it is, they somewhat diminished because more resources were needed for the actual warfare. So I think these could be the reasons. But again, this is not a static thing. You cannot just say, we won, let's move on. You know, this is something extremely dynamic. So just because Russia has not been able to target or achieve its cyber objectives during 2020-22, it doesn't mean it's not going to continue trying. It's definitely going to throw more resources and try to target Ukraine as well as its allies more throughout the future years. But I also think that Russians are probably now reevaluating what it is that they want to achieve by targeting, for example, Ukrainian digital infrastructure, Ukrainian critical infrastructure, and so on. And I do think, for example, a lot of carpet bombing that was happening in Ukraine, it kind of made a lot of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure useless, because if you're going to bomb a critical infrastructure, you don't need to hack it. So I think that was also something that went into the logic of a lot of Russian military. That could be it. But it's definitely something that is going to evolve, and Ukraine needs more support, more resources to be able to counteract that as time goes by.
Yes, thank you, Anna. And I wanted to ask if our audience has any questions. Yes, sir, I see your hand. Anybody has a mic? 1 second now. Give it to you, sir.
Thanks. It's Marcos Kounalakis at the Hoover Institution, and thank you for your work. I know the next panel is going to talk about your question of offensive and how do you deal with this from a United States and Western perspective, but I think it was such an important point, which is that we're not really countering or counterattacking. And I'd like to ask the question on, if I may, in 2 parts. The first part is, it seems that doctrine doesn't allow that to be the case. I mean, while we have PSYOPs as a part of our Defense Department strategies, and when there's kinetic activity, we're pretty good at it, in fact, by controlling the information space. So is that part of the issue that you see, and that we don't yet sort of use the expertise of our Defense Department in other aspects of our diplomacy and in other ways? And if I can ask just a brief second one, does the new relationship or the evolving relationship with China affect the types of offensive work that you see in Russia? Okay, thanks for those.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for this question. And you're absolutely right that DoD has, I'm confident to say, excellent capabilities to wage offensive psychological operations. But we also do distinguish between war and peace, unlike Russia. And that's, number one thing. The second thing is we also have the US State Department, but public diplomacy always, requires messages that has to be, linked to, say, provided by the US government. And nowadays, unfortunately, we live in such a space that if you want to wage an information war, your messages needs to resonate with your audience. Having said that, the Russian government does not need to think about reputation when they post spicy, funny, sarcastic memes on Twitter. US DoD, I'll just give an example, it took them 22 days to develop a meme that was, in my view, absolutely not an effective meme that could resonate with a Russian audience. Just the very first fact that I mentioned Cyberfront Z, they provide like on a daily basis meme, here you are, just do it. The problem is also risk aversion in American politics. In order to conduct offensive information operations, you have to take risks. And unfortunately, American politics rewards risk aversion. You can just find out, that even Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, they caught DoD bots, unauthentic accounts, what they call them. There were like 30 accounts, which is literally nothing. I can guarantee you any teenager can sit on his couch and make, such 30 bots and conduct, such an information operation. So we do not have here problem with capabilities. We here much have, I think, problem with the resolve. And that's something, much bigger philosophical question on how to change that in the long run, because information war will not leave. And this leads me to your next question about China. China and Russia are more and more cooperating in this field. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, they made another deal, an bilateral deal in the information space. China is learning a lot from Russia. They are still learning their audience and how to deliver messages, but Russia has what I like to say, the brain for information operations, and China has money. And you will see more and more cooperation in that field. And as I mentioned, during my initial remarks, it is tremendously important for the United States to build resilience in sense of teaching people what is this information, et cetera, et cetera. But in my view, this is not enough. We did this during the Cold War. We put Russia on the defensive, and I don't see any reason why we should not do this again. Again, I do understand that this is very controversial for many people to say this, and I do not think that the US should wage ever information war with lies, because the truth is on our side. When they accused us of launching bioweapons inside Russia, we should actually use the truth, maybe even during the Cold War, and talk about Chernobyl. No wonder why Putin hated that movie and banned it inside Russia. They hate to be ridiculed. They hate really to be mocked. And we have all the tools possible. We understand their thinking. It's really just a matter of whether we are ready or not.
Anna, if you have anything to add, please, or if not, we can have one more question, I think. Or no, people are telling me that we don't have time. Yes, we have to move to another panel, sorry. Yes. Please join us, yes.
All right, folks, we're moving right along. Not more of a pivot, more of a transition to discussing Russian propaganda. I'm happy to introduce Brian Whitmore who will be moderating this panel. Brian is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and a professor at the UT Arlington. He's also the founder and author of the Power Vertical blog and host of the Power Vertical podcast, which focuses on Russian affairs. So whenever we have our moderator and panelists ready to go, take it away.
Okay, that's on, okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Whitmore. I'll be moderating this panel. And with me is Daniel Galperovich, who is a correspondent with Voice of America, previously a correspondent for my colleague at Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and prior to that, a presenter and a correspondent at the BBC's Russian service. And Daniela informed me this week that we actually met for the first time back in the spring of 1996. We're both showing our age here. We were both correspondents at that time covering the St. Petersburg mayoral election. when Anatoly Sobchak lost his bid for re-election. That election turned out to be very, very consequential because Anatoly Sobchak's deputy was this obscure figure who some of you may have heard of, named Vladimir Putin. And after Mr. Putin's boss lost that election, Mr. Putin went to Moscow, and the rest, of course, is history. That was 27 years ago, so we're just, for those of you who are counting. This panel is on piercing the armor of Russian propaganda. And I gave a lot of thought to how to frame this. And I want to start out just by throwing out 3 problems I see in combating not just Russian disinformation, but anybody's disinformation. And then 4 battlegrounds where I see this playing out. The first problem is the problem of traditional journalism. And like, you know, pardon my French, but as somebody who worked as a journalist for a long time, traditional journalism has a really hard time dealing with bullshit, right? It really does. When one side is lying constantly and putting out disinformation constantly, and yet your job as a journalist, or at least you think your job as a journalist, is to tell both sides of the story, well, this creates a problem in terms of this. And it made me kind of really rethink the way I approached journalism when I was practicing it, and it caused me to rethink how I approach journalism when I'm no longer practicing and more of a consumer of it. So that's the first problem. The second problem is the problem of whack-a-mole. When one side is putting out so much disinformation and we get into the business of debunking, we're playing this game of whack-a-mole that you could never, ever, ever win. And one of the things I always impressed on my reporters when I was an editor and when I was a reporter myself is that we need to be focusing on meta-narratives and not on micro-narratives, not playing this game of whack-a-mole, but identifying the meta-narratives that your adversary is putting out there and debunking those. So that's the second issue. The third issue is the problem of an ecosystem. Disinformation and propaganda doesn't operate in a vacuum. It operates in an ecosystem. Russian disinformation and propaganda operates in something I call Putin's dark ecosystem. Putin's dark ecosystem is a world in which corruption is weaponized and used as an instrument of statecraft. It's a world in which organized crime is weaponized and used as an instrument of statecraft. It's a world in which polarization and low public trust is encouraged in target countries. And in order to combat disinformation and propaganda, you have to deal with the whole ecosystem, not just one aspect of it. So these are the 3 kind of problem areas, Daniela, that I wanted to kind of throw out there in order to frame this. But what I want to do with you is like look at 4 battlefields inside Russia, in the former Soviet space, in, for lack of a better term, the global West and the global South. So let's start, Daniela, with inside Russia. I know you have a lot of thoughts on this, and your primary audience is inside Russia. So how do you? Let's start with that, and then we'll move through the other 3, and then throw it open for questions.
Brian, thank you very much indeed. Sincerely, I believe that we have like 45-minute sprint, and you just promised to our audience some sort of a marathon.
We can do it. Come on, we're pros.
But anyway, yes, you're absolutely right that I would start with the propaganda inside Russia, because when I was kind of coming up with the name of this panel, Piercing the Armor of Russian Propaganda, then I myself found a controversy in this name, like how how can you pierce the something which is a structure of a jellyfish, because Russian propaganda is very flexible, it exists for years, for decades, but at the same time it is logical, because Russian authorities, first what they did, they started to build an armor around the brains of average Russians. So the truthful information, the information which is even you questioning the way to balance the information, but even balanced information is very difficult to penetrate this armor, because it's already stuffed with propaganda. It's already brainwashed. The thing is that I just should remind that from his first days, Mr. Putin started to propagandize Russian population. I mean, when second war in Chechnya started, they, in difference with Yeltsin times, they organized the special so-called Russian Information Center, and for all Russian media was an obligation to rebroadcast what this Russian Information Center is saying about war in Chechnya, that it is a special counter-terrorist operation, that every terrorist in the world are now in our northern Caucasus trying to destabilize Chechnya and Dagestan and everything. And the channel which didn't agree to do that, the NTV channel, was disbanded in the first year of Putin's presidency, and it's been really in operation. You probably remember the time when Putin was like meeting face to face with NTV correspondents, denied that it's his initiative, and later we learned that yes, it was his initiative.
And I remember the arrest of Vladimir Gusinsky, the owner of it.
And the arrest of Vladimir Gusinsky. And so Russia was building almost immediately a propaganda machine inside the country for the people. Like, for example, initiating disbelief in local elections, when Putin started to say that local elections, elections of regional governors, is not something which is good, or like the formation of upper house of Russian parliament, which was at that time representing actually the president and the head of legislative organ of the republic. It's not also good, and so on. Then he portrayed every critic of Kremlin, like Berezovsky, who became a Kremlin critic around 2002, as an enemy of the state. And only in 2005, Kremlin came up with the idea of Russia today. So at least 4 years, Putin spent for the propaganda on his own people.
So they were honing the skills, if you will, at home before this was turned out on an unsuspecting.
And it turns really nasty during the annexation of Crimea. I remember myself that I could like feel the change of the tone of Russian propaganda and the wave of this hatred, wave of this dehumanization of Ukrainians, which started right after active Russian steps in annexing Crimea, in waging the war with help of separatists on the east of Ukraine and so on. So this is, you should imagine that. Is it me? So we should imagine that the propaganda, role of the propaganda, especially in this war of Russia against Ukraine, is huge. I remember it was a year ago when I spoke with the chairman of the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, Sergei Tomilenko. And a year ago, he said that Russian propaganda activists like Solovyov, like Simonyan, they should be under the same tribunal as Russian war criminals, because 8 years since 2014, they were dehumanizing Ukrainians. So Russian society indeed was somehow prepared for this war because of this 8 years of propaganda, at least.
Now, I see several watersheds in terms of the domestic progression of this, and then the movement of it first into the former Soviet space and then farther west. You mentioned the arrest of Vladimir Gusinsky, the takeover of NTV. That was a watershed. The arrest of Mikhail Khodorkovsky in October of 2003, and then the Beslan massacre in 2004, Danilo, which led to the elimination of the free election of governors in the Russian regions.
Yes.
And now you're shifting into the former Soviet space, and before we had the Ukrainian fascists, we had the Georgian genocide. right? If you remember back to the war, and this is when I noticed something very different going on.
But even before that, we had Estonia with so-called bronze soldier.
Yes.
We had actually an attack to Estonian cyberspace. And I just recently spoke with former Estonian president Toomas Hendrik Ilves, who remembered that at that time, the attack to Estonian cyberspace was not taken seriously by anyone. And all warriors of Baltic states were not registered, as he said. So, I mean, every time there were enemies outside, and every time, at least since 2007, at least from famous Putin's Munich speech, was the the propaganda of foreign enemies which are preventing Russia to develop and all that stuff.
Well, when I noticed just something really crazy and over the top starting to go on, I got to remember to speak into the microphone, as I was reminded to. It was 2008 when the invasion of Georgia took place, and they were accusing Mikhail Saakashvili of committing genocide. Now, reasonable people can have reasonable disagreements about the former president of the Republic of Georgia, but we can all agree that Georgia was not committing genocide, but this was being blared out on on Russian television, both domestically and on Russia Today. I mean, in fact, I remember the big behind the anchors. There was this big sign that said in giant letters "genocide," and I remember watching this and saying, "My God, something's changed."
But also, I remember absolutely different experience that at that time, you remember that before that, there were a huge campaign against Georgia inside Russia, and there was also a solidarity campaign when Russians, some of them at least, carrying the pins with "I am Georgian."
Yeah.
And this was the first attempt, at least it was in the middle of 2000s, and at that time it was an attempt of Russian civic society to counter Russian propaganda, which we don't see in this scale with the Ukrainian war. So we need to understand the results of this propaganda and how to change this result, because as I believe, everything what could influence the war in Ukraine now should go from the inside of Russia as well.
Yeah, and this shows me that Russian civil society is in a very different place it is now than it was in 2008, of course, right? There's much more fear. People are, the propaganda has gotten much more stronger and much more effective domestically. There are fewer sources of alternative information in Russia right now. We don't have Dosh TV anymore. We don't have Echo Moskvy anymore. We don't have Novaya Gazeta anymore. So we're missing a lot of the only alternative sources of information are folks like you at VOA and my former colleagues at RFE, but these are easy to discredit from Putin's perspective because these are foreigners, right? Or at least can be portrayed as foreigners or foreign agents. I want to drill into the narratives that the Putin regime was beginning to push, because you went through the domestic narratives. What were some of the narratives that the Putin regime began to push in the former Soviet space in places like Ukraine and Georgia at this time?
You mean now, or
starting when we began to see this campaign move into the former Soviet states? We saw the kind of the tools kind of honed and the knives sharpened domestically. Then they were turned on the former Soviet space and later on the West. And I want to get to the West in a moment. But what do you see in the former Soviet space? What kind of narratives did you see them trying to push?
Of course, the first thing what Putin did, he weaponized the Russian communities inside of these countries. Then it's always been very, very convenient for Putin to present this Russian communities as suppressed. I remember covering Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and a Russian delegation all the time came up with human rights in Latvia, human rights in Estonia, and everything. And of course, it was immediately used for the propaganda. So we now see that Russian communities in former USSR countries are much more under Russian propaganda than it was before. And Actually, not only. I mean, for example, in Germany, local population is also much more and more under Russian propaganda, even if they see the real results of this war of Russia against Ukraine. Just recently, I saw that belief amongst Germans that Putin is fighting world elite is just risen from 12% to 18%. So as previous panelists said, and I agree with that, Russia is not losing information war now and propaganda war now.
Now, and this strategy worked in former Soviet states that had large either ethnic Russian or Russophone populations, right? So this will work in some of the Baltic states. This will work in Ukraine and Belarus. But then when in countries that didn't have large ethnic Russian populations or even moderate ethnic Russian populations, they switched to another tactic. They started to focus on more social and cultural issues, if you will. It was at this time when we began to see a country like Georgia, for example, pro-Western, wants to join NATO, wants to join Europe, but at the same time, a deeply religious Orthodox Christian country where parts of the population were uneasy with things like LGBTQ rights and things like feminism. So did you see a shift into using these social cultural wedge issues in parts of the former Soviet Union?
Very much. I just remind to you that Russia created this Russian World Foundation also in the middle of 2000s. And one of the roles of this Russian World Foundation in these countries was to support so-called traditional values. So the defenders of these values could see Russian, even official structures like Россотрудничество, which is Russian Committee for Cooperation in former USSR countries, as an ally, as somebody who they share again common values, and they see Moscow as really, on their side in this, not exactly ethnic, but maybe the clash of values, yes, as you say.
It's a classic wedge issue. A wedge issue is an issue that divides your opponents and unites your supporters, right? And this is something I saw, and I saw this out of a Kremlin white paper that was published back in 2013, which is actually encouraging the Kremlin to use these issues as wedges. So you have a country like Georgia or Ukraine that seeks to move west, and you use these wedge issues because you might have people who are Western-oriented but are also culturally conservative, and you make this argument, if you go to Europe, this is what you're going to have. And it was effective to a degree in Georgia and elsewhere.
But it's not effective anymore in Ukraine.
No.
Because my father was from Kharkiv, and Kharkiv in Ukraine is Ukrainian and Russian-speaking city. And I could say that, for example, in 2014, there were forces in Kharkiv which were definitely pro-Russian, and everybody knows that. And since the beginning of the war, this open war, Kharkiv turned into completely pro-Ukrainian city. So Putin did the worst job for himself, doing with this aggression the devastation which he put on Russian-speaking population of Ukraine. So it doesn't work there anymore.
But this is the result of the war. It's not the result of the information policy. And I'm wondering what those of us that are trying to battle this, whether we are in media or in the think tank community or in academia or in the policy world, how do we push back against this? What can we learn from what we've seen up until now?
We need to define against what. Because if he's still promoting Russian world now, after a year of war, everybody sees what the Russian world is. It's Bucha. It's Gostomel. It's a lot of victims. It's torture chambers.
It's genocide.
It is genocide. It's in many ways, and even U.S. lawyers now say that there are bases for genocide. But what else we should push back on? If we should push back on this uncertainty that for example, Russian officials and Russian media are trying to push into the world, that it's not all that clear. So we had troubles with Ukraine for years. It's NATO which pushed it into the war. It also doesn't work anymore, because you remember how Minister Sergei Lavrov just recently been laughed when he was saying that we didn't start the war. What we need to do is to initiate the process of doubts and thinking in Russians themselves. And this is what Voice of America Russian Service is trying to do. So my podcast, for example, which has the name Ukraine the Most Important, we have this part of the news, hard news, that Russia is shelling and bombing Ukrainian cities. We just give it as a normal, I would say, war news chronicle, but it speaks for itself, because at the same time we speak about killing of children, shelling of hospitals, and many other civic infrastructure. So it works somehow, and then we debunk some of Russian propaganda when they say, for example, if they say that Russian economy is still working, we give an examples, just pure examples. How many companies left Russia, how many organizations stopped working with Russia, and so on, and that it's really costly for Russian budget. So I think it works. And if you ask about the ways how we push back, giving the factual information and debunking some most, how to say, explicit narratives of Russian propaganda, it should work.
You were worried about the sprint and the marathon, and we're sprinting right along in this marathon, Daniela. We've gotten through two of the kind of 4 points I wanted to get through. But before I move on, I kind of want to put you on the spot about this piece about inside Russia and the former Soviet Union. Two distinctive things, but you're working in an area that broadcasts to these two places primarily, right? What should we be doing that we aren't doing? What should we be doing differently than the way we're doing it now? What advice, if you were in charge of U.S. international broadcasting, what would you say? What should we be doing?
I would recall the name, which is for many is controversial, still controversial, although he's a political prisoner and he is in jail for more than a year and so on, more than 2 years. We need to do more work like Navalny does, like Alexei Navalny does. I mean, we need to expose how Russian elite is making money on this war. We need to expose how Russian military officials not informing their families about the conditions and everything. We need to inform Russian public. So the taxes they pay are coming to this rockets and everything which are shelling Ukrainian civic infrastructure and so on. I think we should do exactly this.
So that's inside of Russia. Be more like Navalny. Basically hit them in their weak spot, expose them for what they are with humor. Because Navalny is really good
I
at
completely agree with previous panelists when Dr. Stradner said that we should produce much more memes. Just please, every day.
No, humor is very, very effective. I mean, I'm a big fan of course, of NAFTA, but I'm also a big fan of Darth Putin KGB and Soviet Sergei and all of these Twitter feeds that are extraordinarily effective. And I think we all need to get a bit more aggressive and a bit more kind of thinking outside of the box in the way we're doing this, not being afraid to be unconventional and to use humor.
Which probably means creating the teams of creative people working specifically on that. Because I do remember, and tomorrow we will speak about the DJ who brought down the USSR, and Sevan Novgorodtsev, the legendary DJ of the BBC, he did it with such a humor. And Putin hates to be joked about.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think in this it requires, and you know, folks our age, we have to kind of pass the torch in a lot of ways to a younger generation. Because if you look at the very clever things I see going on, kind of inside the American body politic, these Gen Zers put this thing out, "Birds aren't real," which is kind of making fun of conspiracy theories. It's hilarious. And it's really, really effective. And I think these kinds of things could potentially work in the Russian market. What about the former Soviet space? Do you think we should be doing anything different than what we're doing now? Anything we're not doing we should be doing?
Well, I should say that Soviet space is now scared enough of Russia, because I see what Kazakhstan is doing. Mm-hmm. For example, Kazakhstan was always pro-Russian country. I mean, Nazarbayev, he had his own agenda, but he was friend of Yeltsin and Putin. And the president now, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, is trying to crawl out of Russia in all ways.
Even though Putin saved his bacon by sending those CSTO troops there.
Yes, and this is also, that was funny when Putin was tried to kind of gather them again, presenting them with rings. You remember that the Commonwealth, he gathered this unofficial Commonwealth of Independent States summit in St. Petersburg, and he gave them rings. I wonder if Kassym-Jomart Tokayev will wear it.
Wear this ring.
Yeah.
No, one thing I'm noticing, Daniel, is I see Russian influence waning in many different places. Georgia just withdrew the foreign agent law that was modeled on the Russian law. And incidentally, I don't know if you saw, but the Russian Foreign Ministry had a tweet warning the Georgians, remember what happened to Ukraine. They practically threatened in public to invade Georgia again, right? That's not going to help their cause. Armenia is distancing itself from Russia. Because Russia did not help Armenia when they were attacked by Azerbaijan. Moldova is moving rapidly toward the West under Maya Sandu's very competent leadership.
Which is completely no surprise, because in the very beginning, like two years ago, Moldovan government was more or less prepared to speak with Russians, and in response, Russian propaganda and Russian politicians started to start the actually almost violent clashes in Moldova and demonstrations and so on. That's what I wanted to say, that Russian officials now working successfully against Russian interests in propaganda field as well. Because, for example, when you say that Russians threaten Georgians, and threaten Armenians. This is exactly what they did with Kazakhstan, and Moldova, and they got a very harsh response from Kazakh Foreign Ministry, saying that don't tell us what to do.
So you kind of see Russia kind of back on its heels in a lot of the former Soviet space. How should our information policy deal with this now? What's the message in order to, because the Russian propaganda is not going to stop in those places, and how do we push our advantage now?
I think it's a lot what depends from U.S. diplomacy, because these countries, former Soviet countries, should not be just left behind, forgotten, and everything. That U.S. hard diplomacy should work more with Kazakhstan, with all this, with Turkmenistan, for example, with Tajikistan, to reduce Russian influence. Although, as I said, Russia reduced its own influence seriously by this war. But also in the matter of media, we should again have we have to expose Russian crimes, Russian intentions towards these countries in our broadcast. So I think we need much more efforts in this former Soviet space too now.
No, I'm watching the clock very closely. I remember back from our days at RFE, they told us the clock is our friend. I've been watching it closely because it is my friend. We got 15 minutes left, and I do want to leave time for questions because I think there's going to be a lot of questions for you, Daniela. But two things I wanted to touch on before we do this: Russian propaganda in the West and Russian propaganda in the global South. Any thoughts on either of those or both of them?
Russian propaganda in the West is unfortunately more or less successful. We can see how Russian propaganda is playing on controversies in American society, as I mentioned, in Germany. And I think that there should be a combination of hard measures like direct ban of RT, because RT was caught of spreading lies and disinformation. You know what British government, for example, did against RT. And together to counter its propaganda with the facts and with probably something which previous panelists suggested, that, be more sophisticated in our approach to their propaganda, to expose it with not only directly with truth and facts, but also with the reminder of Russians' own failures. For example, I give you in the latest edition of Russian foreign policy doctrine, it is almost no mentioning of NATO. Why? Because Putin just failed with the expansion of NATO, and Finland joined the NATO, and a border just doubled. So they don't want to use word NATO anymore. They use Anglo-Saxon. They use sphere of influence of United States and so on. They don't want to threat Russian people with NATO expansion. It's already here. So that's how we should do. I mean, just to remind Russians and non-Russians that yes, what Putin had, what he had coming with NATO, for example, and to repeat it in many other areas like economy, like relations with neighboring countries, and real intentions and so on. That's what we should do.
Now, when I look at the kind of the U.S. political spectrum and the success or lack thereof of Russian propaganda, the way I always describe it, and we're in Texas, so we can use a football metaphor here. I think we're right next to the UT football stadium, apparently. The area between the 20-yard lines is fine, right? When we look at support for Ukraine, the area between the 20-yard lines is okay. There's problems in the red zone, if you will. Because on the extremes of the left and the right, you have problems. Putin's message, which kind of is faux social conservatism, because I don't believe he believes in this at all, appeals to the right. And his anti-imperialist message, which is laughable for anybody that knows anything about Russia, but it does appeal to some naive elements on the left, right? So this is like where we're at. And as long as it stays like that, I think we're okay. I mean, this is what I tell my Ukrainian friends, at least. As long as it stays, as long as that area between the 20-yard lines, I'd like it to see between the 10-yard lines. That would be my. But do you have any thoughts on that?
It's a question, actually, because if we, again, and I want to mention Germany, if we will have alternative for Germany, having more and more space in German politics.
And Der Linke.
Yes.
Because you have, again, it's very similar.
Very
similar.
Then, of course, the expansion of Putin propaganda and Putin points of view will be more palpable.
Right.
I mean, so first, of course, probably media and government and these 10 yards, as you say, should, or 20, should make more efforts to counter the propaganda from that, extremes, because they're already full of Putin's narratives.
Right.
So, I mean, when we fight them, we fight Putin inevitably.
Right. No, I mean, there is work we need to do on both the far left and the far right to kind of counter these narratives. They're different narratives. They're actually contradictory narratives, but that doesn't matter to Putin. Contradictory narratives never matter. We've got 10 minutes to go. Just last thoughts on the Global South. I know it deserves more time than this, but we got a lot of work to do in the Global South, I'll tell you that much, because I think this is where the Russian narratives are the most successful by far.
This is very difficult because, for example, what I see is that Western countries, for now, they don't have strategy for Africa.
Right.
And Putin does. He will convene a second Russia-Africa summit. At least he has plans for it next year. he has a support or...
Vice President just went to Africa. The Secretary of State recently went. The First Lady went.
Lavrov before him and so on. I mean, yes, from here, but Lavrov was very active in sub-Saharan Africa and so on. And we see the operation of Wagner Group there, which are together military and propaganda operations. And I think United States and Western allies should come up with a strategy. An information strategy towards African countries should be a big part of it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Danielle. We have 8 minutes and 43 seconds to go, and I'm going to open it up for questions now because I'm sure there's a lot of questions for you out here, or maybe not. Did I stop too soon? Yes, I see back in the back there, and I see over. I see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I got 3 questions. That's good.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you so much for being with us here. I was wondering, we've talked a lot about getting the Western and specifically the American narrative to Russian audiences, but given the difficulty at which the current information climate is for Russians living in Russia, with so many social media companies blocked that I think Americans would traditionally use, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, what instruments does the U.S. government have at its disposal to actually, or what mediums, I should say, can we use and are we not using to get those messages over to Russian citizens themselves?
That's a great question. There was a time when it was blue jeans and jazz and rock and roll did the trick, but that doesn't do the trick anymore.
Yeah, my podcast is usually ended with, please subscribe to us on Google and Apple platform. And also you can listen to us on the website of the Voice of America. But yes, the website of the Voice of America Russian service is blocked in Russia. The thing is that a lot of Russians use VPN now to get the information. And what we really need is the motivation for them more and more to use it. Because information, you cannot block it completely, but you need to create a motivation in Russian population to have it. And that's what I think the main goal for us.
Oh, it's a tricky question. We got 2 more over here. This gentleman here and this lady up here. Yeah.
Hi, Jess Dawson from the Army Cyber Institute. You brought up a point earlier that I thought was a really critical one, and I wondered if you could go back to it a little bit. You mentioned that Putin has set himself up as, this vanguard of the West, of traditional values, and we're seeing a lot of this idea of men's supremacy and the incels and all of that really gaining traction in the younger generation here in the United States. How do we push back on this idea that is a very powerful idea for men who feel like they're being left behind? That is really a lot of the allure, I think. And I don't know that we're doing a good enough job to push back on that.
Yeah, no, Putin has kind of become the global spokesperson for toxic masculinity. I mean, the way it was once put by my good friend Peter Pomerantsev is he's turned himself into the Che Guevara of the global far right. How do you, but this question about like men who feel like they're being left behind and Putin turning himself into this champion of masculinity, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that he is not exactly successful now in positioning himself
because he's losing
this role, because he's losing first, and because everyone who would expose his personal affairs would understand that he is not exactly the model for either family values or whatever is around family values. Yes, again, he is attractive for many because the superficial level of this propaganda presents him as a macho and so on. But one level deeper, in the end, you see it. We just need to expose it more.
And yeah, doing well.
Matthew Orr, Eurasia analyst at RAIN. So Brian asked you what could places like VOA be doing differently, and you said we need to be more like Navalny, and I thought that was an absolutely fascinating idea. So I'd like you to say more about that, and I guess specifically, what are the obstructions to that? I mean, my kind of response was, what's stopping you? What are the difficulties? Is it what are the obstacles that would obstruct you from being able to do that or do it earlier?
I can tell you my personal obstacles. I've been working as a VOA correspondent for Russian service until October of 2017, when Russian government labeled us as a foreign agents, and foreign agents in Russia means you're a spy. So I've been tipped by a friend of mine that I should think of leaving the country because they could take my red Russian passport, because I'm still Russian citizen, and first make me a suspect and then a scapegoat. So the problem is with reporting from inside Russia. But still, we have a lot of independent Russian media who, which actually does the job. I mean, Medusa, for example, and investigative journalism, despite everything, is flourishing now. The thing is, as Navalny's experience shows, and as independent media experience shows, it does not necessarily move Russian public completely from the war. But why I concentrated about mentioning Navalny, that Navalny exposed all these controversies inside the Russian society, which should influence the mindset of ordinary Russian, which should start themselves questioning the reality, because until they question the reality, everything will stay the same.
Yeah, no, and I would add to that what Navalny does. I mean, he hits them in their weakest spot, but he does it in such an engaging, funny way.
Nothing actually prevents us to do so. I mean, for example, now Russian officials are, blaming Ukraine for neo-Nazi things. So, like about 4 or 5 years ago, I published an article proving that neo-Nazis in the United States had connections with Russian Slavic corps in Russia, and then the State Department actually sanctioned this organization. So I mean, we still can do this investigative job. We still can do it. We just need to concentrate more on what is important for Russians themselves, as Navalny does.
The last question goes to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of California via Scotland.
Thank you. Daniela, I wonder, well, before this panel, you and I were talking about broadcasting in the Cold War and what the rules were for Britain around talking about Russian leadership. And I wonder, how do you think Western broadcasters should approach the feeling that Russians have for Putin? Does it make sense for a mockery of him to be off limits? Or what sort of tone should, do you think that the broadcasters should adopt?
This is interesting. Yeah, I think mockery should be off limits completely. I mean, mockery should be mockery should be without any limits towards him, because Stalin was perceived as unreachable, mighty Tsar, and the founder of the state, and some saint guy. Putin is, I think, in the minds of many Russians, is a lucky guy like you and me, who was in St. Petersburg, who sometimes uses criminal language. He's very close to people. He's all against this Western, elite and so on. So if we will mock him more, I think it will help more. I don't think we should have any barriers in that. In difference with Stalin time.
I love that we're wrapping it up on mocking Putin. That is absolutely beautiful. Give it up for Daniela. I thought this was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much. Coming up on our last chat of the day on digital media and warfare. This will be moderated by Dr. Paul Edgar. Dr. Edgar is an associate director of the Clements Center here at UT. He holds a PhD in Middle Eastern culture and languages from UT following a 22-year career in the U.S. Army. Dr. Edgar is a polyglot, and I can speak to his educational methods when he co-taught a class and asked every single student a lesson from the Vietnam War, and a lot of participation trophies during that lesson based on our class. So everyone, here's our last chat of the day, Dr. Paul Edgar.
Okay, so we're live apparently. Do we all need these? Okay. Okay, and and everything's on, or do we need to turn them on? I need to. Okay. All right, give us just a second. Get my bearings here. So we're right smack in the middle of a 3-day monster conference. Thank you to the CREES team for doing this and all of your co-sponsors. We're certainly proud at the Clements Center to have been a part of this, a very small part of it, but certainly you have outdone yourself, Michelle. This has been a fantastic conference so far. I know another 24 hours to go, but really respect what you've done with this operation. So, okay, so welcome everybody here in the audience and on our digital audience. So we are, I'm not sure what the size of our digital audience is, but we're glad that you're here as well. And our theme for today is, or for this next hour, is digital media and the future of warfare. And I'll briefly introduce my panelists, and if we get into the conversation, you want to learn a little bit more about what they've done, when we come to the Q&A time, please certainly feel free to ask. But our four panelists, first is Jessica Dawson, here to my immediate left, and she is the Information Warfare Research Team Division Chief. This is from West Point, okay, part of our military, and so it has a very long and distinguished title. But
standard disclaimers apply.
Right. We should reduce that to an acronym. But Division Chief at the Army Cyber Institute and an associate professor at the United States Military Academy at West Point. Go Army, beat Navy. She has a distinguished career in addition to this, spanning 3 decades as an enlisted and commissioned service member in the Army. To our one to the left of Jessica is Mike Allison. Currently serves as the Senior Intelligence Advisor for the Army Futures Command here in Austin and has been here a couple of years now. He also has a career that spans 3 decades of uniformed and civilian service in the infantry as a foreign area officer and for the past 10 plus years in the intelligence community. And then all the way to the far left, no pun intended, all right. I guess I'm on the far right. I'm on the far right, Kirill's on the far left. So Kirill Avramov really probably needs no introduction to this audience. He is one of UT's own. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Slavic and Eurasian Studies and a fellow at the Intelligence Studies Project, a project that is sponsored by the Clements Center and the Strauss Center. He holds courtesy appointments at the Department of Government and the LBJ School of Public Affairs. And perhaps most famously, especially among our students, Kirill is the co-director of the Global Disinformation Lab, colloquial, or the local term is GDIL, and has really done a fantastic job with that and provided so many opportunities for not just for learning, but for production of real-world usable intelligence products done by undergraduate students and graduate students. So, anyways, we have a very distinguished panel that is ready to take on this theme. So, before we jump into the future, I thought that we could look at the problem in at least more simply, maybe for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then open it up. So before jumping into the future and how digital media may influence the future of warfare in multiple directions, we often think, and maybe this crowd is beyond this because you've been sitting here for the past couple of days.
we think of information one-dimensionally sometimes. For example, and at least it seems less threatening when it's one-dimensional. If my credit card data is leaked, it's a hassle, but it's certainly not something that is a national security threat. And so we think of sort of individual pieces of information, or maybe with a credit card, a couple pieces of information that are compromising, a hassle, maybe a little bit more than that in the worst case situation, but does not rise to the level of a national security threat. Let's try to look beyond that, though. And Jessica, I thought we could start with you. Can you sort of take a few minutes to describe and characterize the information that is available digitally, especially through digital media, and thus collected or collectible? And I'll give you 2 questions at a time if that's all right. Can you describe a little bit about how it can be aggregated, refined, and corroborated, and how that can make it more useful?
So I'm going to, right off the bat, nod to my intelligence colleague and say I'm not an intelligence officer. So when we use the word collected, in intelligence circles, it's different than what like Google and Facebook are collecting on you. So we're going to have some disagreement about terminology. But I think the biggest threat that I think we face right now is all of the data that is collected on each of us individually. Hannah Arendt, put this very well in her Origins of Totalitarianism, that the goal of the totalitarian regime is to break us apart into atomized individuals. And you'll hear a lot of folks say, oh, you just have to hide in the data. You just have to look like everyone else. Well, that's not possible anymore because you can be zeroed in on and drilled down to. So what do I mean by that? Very famously, Target, who cares, what Target gets on me if they know what I'm buying, right? Well, very famously, Target, and this is almost 20 years ago now, had developed an algorithm using 26 items. I don't think anybody's ever publicly reported on what those 26 items were, to figure out that you were pregnant. And then they could start marketing to you, right? And they had to figure out how to do it in such a way that wasn't going to really skeeve people out, because there's that famous story of the dad that got all, bent out of shape because, they were getting advertisements for pregnancy, and it turned out his daughter was pregnant. She hadn't told him yet. So what? Okay, Target knows you're pregnant. Well, when you also think about the vulnerabilities and the major life transitions that people go through, targeting you, pun intended, for influence, and if we can shift your shopping habits while you're pregnant and postpartum, we're probably going to capture you for life, right? Again, shopping, okay, but let's look at the broader problem of selling vaccine hesitancy, selling, supplements, selling people to not go to the doctor, selling people mental health issues, selling people extremism, radicalization. All of the data that is collected on you by your phone, by your internet searches, that is sold by all of the companies that you interact with every single day. Fun fact, your medical data has been collected, and if it's outside of a HIPAA-controlled agency, it's no longer protected medical information. So the big data brokers, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, probably have medical data on you. Well, that gets really complicated really fast when you start thinking about, well, wait, I thought that was protected information. Well, how can that then be exploited? So when we think about all of the data that's out there, your name and your social security number and your credit card information, those are protected information, but those aren't really the biggest concerns. All of the vulnerabilities that you have, are you dealing with mental health issues? Are your kids dealing with mental health issues? I can talk, I promise. All of the different vulnerabilities that you might have, some that are highly stigmatized, some that aren't, are available now to be targeted on. Jess, can go into Google and start doing ads based on the apps that you have on your phone. If you're gay and you're not out, and I want to start targeting people that are at a military installation that are potentially gay and not out but have Grindr on their phone, I can do that. Think about now the targeted possibilities for blackmail, for extortion, for all of the traditional, counterintelligence threats that are out there. This is done through regular advertising now. So I think that if we can set that stage of, this isn't just about selling sneakers. If it was just about selling sneakers, I don't think we'd be having this conversation.
Right. So in fact, if you and Michael both maybe could comment, you brought up counterintelligence efforts or counterintelligence efforts, right? So how now can this be transformed, if you can expand a little bit more, into a national security issue?
You want to take that?
Sure, and I appreciate the early disclaimer, Jessica, thank you. So, and one additional disclaimer so I can be here, these are my opinions. They're not. They're not the government's opinions. They're not the U.S. Army's opinions, and they do not represent the opinions of Army Futures Command. So, that is where I live, and that is who I am. So, it is based on experiences. So, it is all the things that Jessica said. If you walk through the vulnerabilities of if your information is had, what can someone do with it? In the counterintelligence realm, it does create a vulnerability. And it creates a vulnerability in national security because it can and likely will be exploited. Now, that depends on where you stand in the hierarchy, the access to information you have, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go too far into the weeds on intel gunk, but that is a serious national security concern, and it is the source of the best intelligence that everyone is after. Us, the Russians, the Chinese. If it's a country with a name on it, if it's a non-state actor, even if it's a really sophisticated, superpowered corporation, they're going to get that information and they're going to utilize it to their gain, to their advantage. For us, national security questions specifically, you don't want that vulnerability. So you do have to counter that. That's more defensive, it's passive, it's training, it's enforcing standards, et cetera, all real boring stuff. But once it's out there, just like Jessica said, you can do anything with it you want, and it makes you very vulnerable, and it creates a number of holes in national security. So I'll stop there. There's some other points I think when we get later into the conversation, we can elaborate more on some of that.
Let me pose this to both of you then. At this point, we're talking about potential threats to national security, especially in terms of counterintelligence operations or vulnerabilities. Does any of this, can we use any of this that we've discussed so far to go so far as to that it would, the consequences would be an act of war? Or is this still sort of gray zone or preliminaries to war at this point?
I'll go first, and it's not because I'm brave, because I think you're going to get better answers from my two colleagues. No, because it hasn't been leveraged as an act of war. But it has certainly elevated conflicts, crisis, and I think this is going to be a huge problem going forward. So at some point, and I'll get to this towards the end of the discussion, we're going to be in a place that we are not prepared to deal with, and we're going to have to redo all of this. There were some brilliant presentations yesterday, and over the course of today, some encouraging words. Oh, it'll take a while, but we'll get through this. We don't have a while. And at some point, I'll posit, just to provoke thought, this will become an act of war, and it will escalate conflicts. So I'll leave you in that bad place and turn it over to the real experts.
All right. Well, Jessica, let me ask you the next questions. And again, you've already touched on some of this. Who has the information already? Again, we're sort of at step one. We'll talk about sort of the horizon of what's available digitally shortly. But right now, who has access to this information en masse? And then what kind of malign actors can get it or do get it? And how does that transfer occur?
So there's a couple of different ways. First of all, this is really cheap and anybody can access it. If you can access Google ads and start running Google ads, it's really, really cheap to do. You can do the same thing with Facebook ads. So any of the platforms you can run ads on. We've put out, we conducted a study with our partners at Duke to go out, and their charter was go buy data on the military and tell us what you find, right? We don't want to know what it is because there's some concerns there, right? But like, go tell us what you bought, and what are the vulnerabilities there, and let's assess the vulnerabilities there.
It's almost a contracted red team exercise in a sense.
And so essentially, what they were able to get back should not be a surprise to anyone in the room. Names, addresses, family members, religion, political situations, children in the home. So all of that is purchasable, right? Well, what do you do with that? You take that list of names, you upload it into Google or Facebook, and you can start running ads targeted at that list, or you can run ads targeted at lookalikes at that list. So if I want to start scooping up information about vulnerabilities inside of the military, it's really easy to do. And anybody with a credit card can do this. That's the thing as you're talking about, the Russian influence operations in the previous two panels, and they can do this with a credit card. There is nothing stopping them from going on there and running ads and targeted information towards the American populace. And that is the real concern, is because once they get into our ecosystem, once they get on our networks, General Nakasone was testifying in front of Congress that once they get on our networks, once they get inside the backbone of Microsoft or Amazon or what have you, we can't go hunting on the network for them. So it's a real problem that, we've got foreign adversaries accessing directly into the media and cognitive ecosystem of our society, absolutely exploiting all of those vulnerabilities, turning all of the friction and chaos up to 11. And how do we stop them?
Especially when it's a commercial activity.
Because the platforms are not incentivized to protect democracy. The platforms are incentivized to make money.
Right.
That's their job.
Right. Narrowing down preferences to prod somebody into a purchase. But preferences are not just for products. Preferences are for a number of things. Right. And then you can kind of push those things in certain directions.
I mean, if we look at one of the earliest, Russian influence ops in the U.S. in the new platforms, it was the Jade Helm dust up in 2015, right? So they got a whole bunch of folks that were, really worried about what was the Army doing in Texas? Is this a dry run to take over Texas? And the governor wanted to, activate, the National Guard to follow the troops around, and it's like, that was a test run, and it worked. And so they were clearly able to see that they could reach into, people that are, a little bit extra paranoid and find them in the social media space and then activate them.
Right. I think anybody would have a hard time taking over Texas. I don't recommend it, by the way. Yes. But they are absolutely tapping into and provoking a predisposition.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go from, we're kind of deliberately move from the commercial level to intelligence, and maybe Michael and Carol, you both can be the first to respond. So we've seen this explosion in the past, certainly in the past decade, and maybe even more recently than that, in what we call open source intelligence. And much of this, not all of it, but much of it is mined from digital media. We use, so we're taking, in some ways, the same information, but now applying it, kind of corroborating it, et cetera, in a different way, or perhaps for a different purpose, to learn things. So can you describe, Carol, why don't we start with you, and then Michael, if you can add to it. Can you describe how digital media and data collection has somewhat revolutionized? This is not a new intelligence field, but it's been revolutionized by the amount of intelligence or information, bits of information that can be corroborated into intelligence, that has been put in the pipeline, so to speak. The pipeline has been enlarged and accelerated. So can you describe that, and then what are the opportunities, challenges, and risks?
Well, thank you very much. And if you allow me, I would like just to chime in before I start on the previous discussion about the opportunities that are open right now with this deluge of data. Let's not forget that all influence operations, after all, are based on one or two insights of behavioral science. And here is the time to actually thank Jessica for the privilege and GDL colleagues that I see that we have collaborated with Army Cyber on looking beyond the horizon in exercises such as stratcasting. So thank you very much for passing, this technology.
Bureaucracy for the win.
Thank you. I honestly, after some of our sessions with our Army colleagues, walked out, and some of our products reflect that, joint products that we have published, about this phenomenon, which is called micro-targeting. And I believe that what Jessica was describing of being able to drill down to individual service members and to apply this to what me and Mike are asked right now to address, analytic tradecraft and personnel.
I literally think that we're seeing a silent revolution, at least in the field of intelligence, at least in two magistral ways, with this availability of data. One, it is the ability of unfiltered, unstructured data to be accessed not only by outfits such as Bellingcat or any other think tanks, which have been hugely beneficial, in uncovering, a lot of disinformation or influence operations that have been there. However, with this commercialization of this OSINT, and when you top on everything else, things that already have happened, however, escaped, the public attention. Jessica mentioned the big data brokers. Now, can I just gently remind everyone that as we have built with Army Cyber, a dateline back to the big data breaches on American individuals, and if you superimpose those and correlate them, you'll see that China, in this case, allegedly, was very interested in medical data, for one, credit scores, habits, and so on. Those are the big sort of breakthroughs. Again, we're not, selling our publication, but we're trying to show something what is going beyond the horizon. Add to this, the famous, I believe, it's been already said here in the panel, but famous statement by Mr. Putin: whoever controls AI, controls the future. In his abnormal interest in autonomous weapons and so on, just as a game equalizer. So what does that mean for the field of OSINT as a field, like game changer in the field of intel? It's a double-edged sword. On one end, it allows us to inform and pre-bunk, as we've seen here with, let's say, with Biden administration and so on, certain moves, and leverage the capacity, of the scope and reach of data to prevent. However, going back to the Chinese examples, that literally changes the tradecraft. So much biometric data, so much ubiquitous surveillance. It inevitably, will have to bring, to a pragmatic shift of how, we deal with classified data on one end, and now that we're talking about, unfortunately, we see something in the media floating, and, who has access to it and who doesn't, and what the public, can make, because it can tip the scales as well. To, in a bigger scope and a bigger picture, to be influenced by what we would call BS, polluted data. And this polluted data, to be used up into the decision-making process through the process of crafting intelligence products. After all, with all the gatekeeping and checks and balances, we're dealing with human beings, and, they have their own biases. And that can have, I believe, also, I'm a little bit of a pessimist, can lead us on a path to conflict as an act of war very quickly. We're going into a territory, as yesterday we were talking about, with the large language models, relatively, stable speed of falling costs of obtaining all of this data, legally or illegally, and leveraging it into a complex operations, which support in parallel kinetic operations or standalone missions, is brave new world right there. What about you, Michael? What are your thoughts on the? Because you've been you've been seeing intelligence for a long time. I don't want to say how long, but you've been working with intelligence for a long time.
You can out me, Paul. It's been a long. I'm an old man. A quarter of a century.
The OSINT revolution. What are your observations?
So I'm going to take advantage of both sets of comments and hedge off of them a little bit. So the first thing I'll say is I'll take the middle ground and say that at least as far as the intelligence community is concerned, specific to OSINT, there's one common misperception, and then there isn't really a revolution going on. Part of the problem, and that could be wrong, is when a revolution is occurring, you often don't know that you're right in the middle of it. The digital revolution is obvious. It has been going on for quite some time. If you want to use the word ubiquitous, and my colleagues will tell you that's a triggering word for me, so I don't like it. But there's a lot, okay? You can get it anytime you want. but it overwhelms the intelligence community. It's just more information. So this gets to the common misperception that open source intelligence is not used in the intelligence community. That's patently wrong. It is a huge part of intelligence analysis. It's put in, what do I have access to? If it's on the digital divide, I can get it. I have it. And the database is filled in near real time. I can go get any of it at last count, and my information is at least 5 years old. There are 139 separate tools I can use as an analyst to go get it, to refine it, and to give it to me. So there's a lot going on, and the technology that's behind all of this digital revolution is hyper accelerating that revolution. So can the intelligence community keep up? Right. It's a monumental struggle, and there's possibly things, but you mentioned that the opportunities and the challenges that go with that. So maybe where the intelligence community is potentially on the verge of revolutionizing is, I can make it and my access to that do things for me. So I can come in each day or come in at night or on the weekend, and I'm making it give me the information that I think I need to focus on. I can't write algorithms, and I lack any of the expertise that Jessica and probably even Kirill have. But that's a powerful tool for me as an individual, as a senior analyst, as a supervisor, on and on it goes. So that's a big opportunity. So I can make it come to me, but what does that give me the advantage to do? I can do a lot more, and I can do it a lot faster. What does that output create? A demand for even more. So when the standard is infinity, you're not going to meet the standard. And this causes severe issues with cognition. And I liked where Kirill kind of ended up. This information, this intelligence, this analysis is all part of a bigger picture of sense making, okay? And that has to be delivered at the end of all of that to a human being. Human beings can't do all this stuff that we're talking about. They simply can't. Now, there's other advantages and disadvantages of that, but what I would say is, here's where it goes a little bit off the rails. It's increasingly bringing us into this concept of real time. That, I think, is where we can declare the revolution. If we get there, and we do not have the technology and computing power to do that yet, and we can talk more about that, there's... Can you expand on that a little bit more so that everybody gets what you mean? Yeah, so if I'm trying to inform a commander to make decisions, what I need to give him or her is battlefield awareness, a read of the terrain, the weather, the enemy forces, all of this information that I have any number of ways to get. By the way, a lot of which I can scrape off of digital media easily, okay? And that has consequences. Hopefully we get to that later on. But that all goes in to lay that picture out, and it has to be updated in real time. And whoever's going to do this faster is going to have what we like to call decision advantage. That's where you want to go, okay? The commercial industry is doing this better than anyone else right now, okay? So can we, as a military, keep up? I mean, all modern militaries are trying to do this, but even militias and non-state actors are getting better at it as well. So that's really the rub. But you know, the risk, I'll give one historical example, and then I'll leave it for towards the end of the discussion. But on the evening of May 6th into the morning of May 7th, 1999, during the Kosovo conflict, coming up on 24 years ago, almost exactly, 4 GPS-guided bombs hit their target, their intended targets, nailed them. The target was a weapons factory in Belgrade. So it hit. The problem was that information, while carefully selected, going into a target deck, curated, not so well, was wrong, because what it hit was the Chinese embassy, and it killed 3 Chinese nationals, and it caused an international uproar. And the blood was on the hands of NATO and all the commanders making that decision. It shut down air operations for 3 full weeks until in Belgrade, not the entirety of the theater, but it shut that down. Now, you take that up to a high-intensity conflict where you have to have real-time situational awareness. Just think about that for a second. You've not only lost your advantage, if you had built any momentum, you just lost all of it. So, especially when you're sensitive to collateral damage, right? When you're sensitive to
to hitting non-military targets on accident.
Ideally.
Right.
You know, there's other
Which we are.
fortunate examples, but yeah, I think every military tries not to do that. Now, Ukraine not so much, but you know, we've already talked about that till we can't talk about it anymore. So I know that's a lot, but thanks for giving me the opportunity to answer that.
Well, that's actually a really good segue to, I thought that we would spend maybe 10 or 15 minutes in the moment, right? And then go into the future. We've spent about 30 minutes in the moment, and now we'll go into the future. So let's complicate the picture even further. We've been talking about digital information, much of it conveyed through digital media, that is conveying true or factual information. For example, the geographical marker and the date time stamp on my photo on Twitter might be correct, right? Or correct right now, so that's good information. Can you describe the intentional use over digital media of bad information, incorrect information, deceptive information, and let's and add to that what may be doable right now with cutting edge technology or in the very near future, so that we're really considering the future of war. And Jessica, why don't we start with you on that? Because I know you had some thoughts and comments that we talked about or that we corresponded about over the past few days.
I mean, I think the overall argument that you have to win the information fight in order to win the kinetic fight is critical. You know, you can look at multiple issues in the last 20 years that we won on the ground, but we lost in the information fight. And so as we think about where this is going in the future, right? If we're not able to determine what the reality is on the ground, if we're not going to pause and actually try to figure out what happened, if we don't care who we hit, that's going to either speed up our adversary's momentum and slow us down, or and probably not in the inverse, as long as we remain a nation that at least is partially guided by values, right? We don't like to kill civilians for fun, right? That's not something that we train our officers to do. It's not something that we advocate for. Other militaries are not that way. And so it does give us a distinct disadvantage in the kinetic fight, but it also, we have to figure out how do we tackle this so that we can turn that into an advantage. Because the minute we become, butchers is the minute we lose.
Right. If I can try to tie in a few things here, the panel that or the discussion that preceded us, and Mark Pomar's work. I think Mark Pomar is still here, right? So one of the things that that Mark emphasized with his work with Voice of America, et cetera, is that they weren't trying to spin the truth. They were simply trying to tell the truth. And sometimes I think that is something that we can have as our advantage if we're able to sort of operationalize it fast enough, right, and do it well enough, so that if we think our values are universally appreciated, of valuing human life, valuing human life enough that you avoid as much as possible collateral damage or anything in that range. The information that we put out on digital media, if it's fast enough to the right audience, can be a powerful tool in winning the peace, right?
I mean, I think has anybody in here watched The Boys on Amazon? It's a great show if you haven't watched it. The second season has a character named Stormfront, and yes, she is a Nazi. But she shows Homelander how to basically turn the meme war around and how to, get her army of trolls to turn the meme war around. And that is one of the things that, we as this dignified institution struggle with is, we don't necessarily want to assume the risk. I think someone mentioned it took us like 2 weeks to approve a meme. Well, that's silly, right? Like that is not how we're going to win in this fight. So we have to recognize that somewhat of the playing field has changed, right? Things that are stupid are actually very effective weapons, right? Like TikTok is a very effective weapon. And we need to acknowledge that. And it's a weapon on a couple of different levels. One, it's getting directly into the bloodstream of our children and their psyche. It's also collecting lots of data on them, and it's enabling China to gain advantage in their machine learning data that they're gathering and hard coding it and enriching it and then using it to build their algorithms, right? The difference, and people keep bringing up that China's going to win in the AI fight. Well, what does that mean? I suspect if you ask the Uyghurs how they feel about China winning in the AI fight, that's going to have a very different answer than what we're going to say. Because winning in that space means control, it means domination, and it doesn't mean freedom to innovate and to criticize your government. If that's what we think winning means, I don't want it.
So I smiled partway into your comment because it reminded me of a good Army saying, right? That if it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid, right? So is there a way that we can, these things that we are maybe not our initial reaction, but our second reaction, like TikTok, is to loathe and step away from, if there's a way that we can embrace and use it or manipulate it in a constructive way. Is that sort of what you have in mind, or is that going down a different path?
I mean, I think that the deeper risk with TikTok is the data collection,
Yeah.
right? So there is no way to be on that platform and avoid the data collection. Yeah. That's the problem, right? So when we think about where our kids are and how do we reach them where they are, there's no way to do that while mitigating the risk of the data collection. And I don't have an answer there,
Yeah.
right? What the CEO is talking about is like loading it into American servers and keeping it away from Chinese engineers and everything. Maybe, but
still be siphoned.
It's still
one way
siphoned,
or another,
right?
right?
But I think so. The problem becomes: is the risk worth the reward there? I'm not so sure, because when we look at all the genetic data that China has collected from prenatal tests, all of the data broker data that they've gotten, we don't know what they're going to do with that.
Right.
We don't actually know what they're going to do with that now and in the future. That is worth taking a step back and considering the risks, because we don't necessarily know what that looks like.
Right. Well, good. Well, so let me give you one more chance to talk about winning the information fight. Right. Then is that where do you see the United States failing, or perhaps making some strides towards having a capacity in the digital media space to win the information fight? Kind of writ broadly, not a particular fight, for example, Eastern Europe right now, but more broadly, just as a capacity.
We have to define what we're trying to win.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and we have to really, figure out what is it that end state looks like, and that means that if winning, if we're using it in the traditional sense, means we lay down our arms and we stop fighting. Well, that's how we end up with the backlash that we're facing right now with black rights and women's rights and gay rights and all of this backlash that's going on right now. Is because we stopped fighting. We won. Yay. So we don't have to keep telling the story about why this is important and why why diversity matters, right? We can't even get leadership to say that this stuff matters for innovation purposes. So we have to define what winning looks like, and then we have to figure out what that core meta narrative is that the United States is telling. And we've kind of been on our heels with this for a while. We've got folks that say this is the greatest nation ever, and we've never done anything wrong. This is a nation that's built on slavery, and it's horrible, and we're never going to do anything right. Well, no, there's a medium, there's a middle path there that, we can look up at the promise that this nation is and acknowledge that we haven't always lived up to that. But we have to tell people what they're fighting for and what this nation represents. And that is the story that we tell. And that's what winning the information fight looks like, is that people understand that and they can deal with criticism and they can address it and they can face it. Because if we can't get laughed at, we're in a lot of trouble, right? And that, I think, is one of the big challenges.
So, and that's in a domestic it's absolutely national security, but we're looking at a domestic audience there. What would you say to our capacities? For example, say we have another occupation of an Iraq or Afghanistan. And I'm not trying to bring everybody down here, right? What I'm just saying, say there's a justified occupation for something. We tried to win the information fight in Iraq, in Afghanistan, with varying levels of success at different moments. What about our capacities to project and win the information fight with digital media in a foreign location?
Pass.
All right, we'll go to Kirill.
Okay, I'll step in because, first of all, there are, again, I would like to applaud some of the efforts, done by the defense community and especially the Army. All of us regularly participate in the Mad Scientist series. And one of the most captivating things, and because I see people in the audience like Sasha Rojavin and people that we've participated in challenges, multiple ones. One of the key elements that Jessica mentioned, and I think it should be understood very well, because in the context of information war, first of all, like what does that look for? What is the end state? What's a win?
Right.
But if we're looking at the very process, in essence, from our perspective as academics, actually, as in those series that we participated in those challenges, there is a very compelling, side of the story to look at those or to separate, the purely technical tricks, if you will, of how, you can change, have a behavioral change, to separate it from the cognitive battle. Because here, I believe we're talking about a whole new level of battle of cognition, and that leads everything else that we were talking about. So what does, in my mind, does that look like? Well, it's a battle of narratives and meta-narratives. In order to win, and I think that there is a wealth of information. The U.S. Army actually has done a lot of work on seeking to influence the battles of hearts and minds, which is a super disputed, right, like term, whether we should use it or not. But I would prefer the battle of narratives, which means is a battle for meaning. Not the platform itself. Risks, we all know about it. Like the short answer that you and Mike will give you false flags. And, this is the catastrophe that we're, facing with deepfakes or anything like this. I think Jessica mentioned, like if the worst that can happen, is a revenge porn, that can happen now. Imagine, if you're having fatwas or you're having, any other things incendiary, which can be thrown, and then the attribution is problematic because, as Max says, it has to be done almost near real time, because we're at the stage where what we have here, right, is millions of years of evolution, and one scientist calls, I'm quoting, it's like our monkey brains, working with advanced technology. So because we have all those, cognitive biases that would, are very helpful in our daily lives. However, they impede sometimes, the sensory overload that we can have. So it's a battle of meaning. What are we trying to project? And this is a perennial problem, even in the ongoing conflict. In order to penetrate, I was listening very carefully, right, to the population that's been targeted by, like in this case, Russia or so on, and to just pierce it, you have to have an upper hand in the narrative. And I think Jitman and her team have done, tremendous strides and work, from practitioner and academic perspective. But if we don't engage, as you pointed out correctly, no, we won. Yeah, we're technically, advanced. Why should I even bother, convincing you in the superiority or so on of these values or the benefits? No need to explain. You should be, and you were talking to people, which are having ever, decreasing attention spans, which will get much more from TikTok or whoever picks it up there or any other platform. And you were trying to sort of explain complex, abstract at that problems, connected to universal values, and unless you don't have the right carrier, the right message, and the right meaning, how to decode it, because it's cross-cultural, people like Jessica here are critical, because you're dealing with societies, we're not dealing, we're living people, that we need to reach to. And if you disengage this whole part, I think another revolution is probably, in the field of psychological warfare. This is where I'm seeing.
I think you're right that there are some connections here that we haven't completely teased out yet. And here we won't be able to do it here, but with conventional, what we would consider conventional deception operations, deceptions, ruses, etc. But we're at a much doing this in a much more sophisticated way through different means. Let me turn to you, Michael, with pose a question, and then so I'll pose a question to you about sort of international norms. and then we'll go through each of you and ask you for some kind of final comments on capacities that worry you, things that might be on the horizon in this space more generally, and then we'll go to a couple of questions. But so my question for you, Michael, is sort of as an analogy, we have a broad, not a perfect, but we have a broad agreement among states regarding the use of things like biological and chemical weapons, right? Again, that's not perfect, but we would say that there are certainly international norms and that most states follow those norms. Is this something that we will see in the use of data, or is this just game on from here until eternity?
So for now, it is totally game on, and it is the wildest of the Wild West, to borrow a colloquial American phrase. Use whatever phrase works for anybody else based on where you're from and your background, but completely out of control. There are no norms. I listened to this discussion about winning the information war and controlling narratives. You know, I'm not going to say it's a waste of time, but when it comes to a conflict, which is you know, what I want to make sure that we're able to win and do our best job to inform that. I don't know that information wars is where the answer resides. But what I would say is the norms that you mentioned about biological and chemical weapons, those are real. Now, you know, there are people that are hedging and have violated these. I mean, chemical weapons were used in Syria. This is known. This is out there in the media sphere, and it's talked about, and it caused real actions and reactions. So there are other episodes of pretty gross violations. There have been other revelations, some of which are unfortunately fueled by intelligence leaks that discuss this. But let's fast forward to the future, and let's take it into this digital media sphere. So the awkward place that I'm going to argue that we're going into, and I'm being deliberately provocative, is we are going to see, and we already are, increased violations of the law of armed conflict. That is happening in Ukraine, and it's happened on both sides. Forgive me.
Just broadly.
For offending one. Just broadly. Yeah. But it's got 4 areas, and I'll just tick them off, and we probably need to get to it in the after party. But the 4 that I would mention is, okay, what is the law of armed conflict? I can address that rapidly. How does it apply to digital media? Unknown right now, right. Okay? There are some legal background issues you can do to apply to it. What are the concerns with the use of digital media in the conduct of future wars? And then what are some of the positives and the negatives? And when you get to that, I'll exit, if we have time, with the issue of perfidy, or its easier word to understand in 5th grade, treachery. Okay, and what are the implications of that? So the simplistic answer is the law of armed conflict protects civilians against attack unless they are directly participating in hostilities. Well, if I'm one of the 9-year-olds crowdsourcing Russian troop movements in Ukraine with my iPhone and pumping that in, if you're lucky enough to have an iPhone, are you now a participant? Unknown. And does that make you a legitimate target for the commander operating on the battlefield? I mean, this is the ugliness and the gray area that we could potentially go into. Now, that's not ultimately the big deal, but let's magnify that on scope and scale. So the second issue is, the proliferation of digital media increasingly raises the possibility of scraping the web for information and purchasing private data that would be useful in military operations. We have numerous examples where corporate America, rightfully, has self-selected out of national security. Well, that has consequences 10, 20, 30 years from now that I don't think are well thought through yet. It can also be helpful, though, because it could actually reveal and give you insights and give you the ability that's just really key to honor this law of armed conflict, which is the ability to offer distinction on the battlefield. In other words, to get legitimate targets, to distinguish between the enemy and the civilians who should not be targeted. So I think that's enough of a start, and I'll reserve time for questions and other comments. But I do want to have the opportunity to hit that last one, and that'll be my final comment.
All right. Well, let's go to you, Jessica, and then Carol. Just kind of final thoughts on what are some of the nascent or anything that you think we've left out that we should have touched on. I'll pose the question, but you can not answer it. You can answer the question you want to answer if you want. So what are some of the nascent or imminent applications of data associated with digital media that concern you? Why do they concern you? Well, I'll just leave it there at this point.
So if you haven't read Invisible Women, Data Bias in a World Designed for Men by Carolyn Perez, it's an excellent look at all of the taken for granted assumptions that get captured in data. And the really famous example is, your heart attack symptoms, an elephant sitting on your chest, pain in your left side. My heart attack symptoms don't look anything like that.
Yeah.
And so women would go to the hospital and would be complaining of stomach pain or back pain or something along those lines and be sent home when they were having a heart attack.
Right.
Because we didn't train doctors to see that, and we didn't actually do the investigation to figure out that women's symptoms looked completely different.
Right.
So when we think about all of the data that exists out there, right, it's very, very, very likely, probable that it is incredibly biased, and we're going to miss half the human population. And so when we start looking at these large language models and all of this, right, I was talking to my classmates. I was like, has anybody asked ChatGPT for pregnancy advice? And it gave advice to go to a couple of different things that weren't necessarily good. Like, go to your family. Well, I don't have family that I can ask. Well, okay, well, what, it didn't give any advice. So, we're going to, the thing that scares me about all of this is the average American is functionally literate at like the 9th grade level. And when we think about the structural inequalities, the lack of access to medical doctors, the lack of access to lawyers to solve, try to solve problems, they're going to use these tech tools that are going to potentially set people up for, dramatic harms. And I mean, we've seen this already with the vaccine hesitancy, with a lot of the lies that have been propagated that have turned into real action. That's what I'm worried about moving forward. We say, oh, you have to have responsibility, et cetera, but the vast majority of Americans don't have the knowledge to be able to be literate in these spaces. We have to design the systems to be more protective and more equitable, and there's no financial incentive for that. So that's the stuff that keeps me up awake in the long term, is the bias that's in these things and the harm that's going to come to individuals that we can't hold people accountable for, because as some of the panelists have said, we don't know how these AIs work.
Right.
I would not
until the far end
like
when something's gone wrong.
Well, even then, we can't even explain why it came up with the answer that it came up with. I would not roll that out in high-risk situations like medical or anything like that until we can explain why it came up with what it did.
I feel like the ChatGPT answers are sort of like bad SAT essays, is how they read.
So I put my inequality questions in there. I had one of my friends do it because it wanted my phone number, and I wasn't doing that. And the answers were wrong. They were just they were well written, but they were horribly wrong. So it's like, go with God. If you want to use that, go ahead. But like, you're not going to get a good grade on
You got a ways to go for sure, for sure. Well, thank you. And then Carol, why don't we? You got probably 1 or 2 minutes.
Thank you.
What concerns you?
Three things, and I'll start with conflict and going towards the other spectrum. Conflict, I absolutely agree with my colleague that with this situation that we are in and ever-increasing amounts of data, which is, clean, polluted, or so on, which is used for our training sets, as we all know as academics, we see it increasingly hard to tell friend from foe, attribution. So, are you a combatant? It is in the gray zone. And I think that with the reemergence of some of our research here in the lab as well, as we've been looking at Wagner boys and so on, and, the non-kinetic operations, which are supported by that, the guy calls himself, I don't know, a political technologist, and yet, it's all about, regime change in African country, should he be targeted? Is he a participant in a conflict? Unclear. And the more we're getting, and those are the outlier examples that my colleague has provided, those are scary, right? 8-year-old, where should we put this in our daily world? Number two, I agree with Jessica also that algorithmic bias is a huge problem. The way you're talking about the output is it actually reflects the input of the person that sits behind and curates it. The way I'm going to curate and present it, bears the same significance as Mike, to his commanding officers, or my obligations to my students, to be as objective and so on. And I think we have ample examples, not very good at, especially the one that are coming from policing, when it comes to people of color, when it comes to, a number of things. Yes, technology improves, it can see this and this and this and that. But I agree, and I'm very much, thank you for sharing this paper with us about the structural inequalities. They basically not only are inbuilt, but, they're magnified. And number three, the big one, which I think I'll side with, Yuval Harari here, it is probably the worst that I can think of is the dystopian future, where you are going to have the very well acquainted with the instrumentation and the affordances that AI and any other benefits that you can have as instruments of power by people that can use and leverage large language models, neural networks, on and on and on. Which will become a super privileged minority, which will be able to access better healthcare, be better informed, and so on. And the vast majority, and unfortunately that will be happening, here's the exploitation for, for hostile operations. If I'm an, officer, from, PRC, it'll be the first thing I'll be looking at, or, from GRU. I want to see where the discrepancies are. So those are the old tradecraft, that hasn't changed. But what has changed is that the backlash, the discontent, the lack of understanding of what are these city people are up to, or the big heads in the army, in their secret labs, what are they doing? Show me that I can touch, or talk to the algorithm or so on. And, that should not be ridiculed or ignored, because that has political consequences.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks. I think we have time, depending on how quickly the questions are asked, we have time for probably 2 questions. Why don't we go right here and then right here? Oh, hi, Jessica.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Edgar. You stole my question about international norms, so thanks.
All right.
So I'll get more specific. So I work as a cyber intelligence analyst at Booz Allen, and I was wondering if you could maybe speak to definitions around like cyber terrorism and things like that. I know you said that, and can be any one of you, but I know you said that it's kind of the Wild West, and that's certainly true. But do you think that kind of as we saw post 9/11, different government agencies having different definitions of terrorism to fit what their spheres are, do you think we'll see something similar in the digital warfare realm? And then maybe if you have time, speak a little bit to what you think deterrence could be. Should there be kinetic ramifications for digital crimes, or is it if it's digital, it stays digital? Thank you.
Michael, why don't we go to you? Most of that I thought intersected with your comments. So
okay, so I'll take a crack at some of this, but unfortunately, I'll kind of cut to the conclusion first. I really think, unfortunately, it's going to take something on the order of a 9/11 or a Pearl Harbor or something of that magnitude to get properly focused on this issue. To the governance and regulation and the rules and the norms that have eventually been established about chemical and biological weapons,
right.
Those all began to get negotiated in 1949, since updated, but that's where we are.
After we had learned what they would do.
Through 20 plus years of industrialized mass murder on a scale never before seen in the history of humankind, it took that to start a set like, hey, I'm grossly editorializing here, but hey, time out, everybody. We can't do this anymore. We're going to wipe out humanity. Don't forget, atomic bombs were dropped. So, let's get our arms around this. Well, we haven't even started that with data. There's some fascinating presentations, again, given yesterday and today, and some encouraging words, but that is what keeps me up at night.
Good answer. Let's go right here then to the next question. This will be our last question.
Testing. Jessica circled around the question that I'm going to ask.
All right.
But didn't quite hit on it. I'm Sasha Rojalv, and I'm the Director of Counter Foreign Malign Influence Strategy at Def9 Solutions. We've been we've been meandering around the subject of cyber and cognitive warfare as a precursor and a satellite to kinetic warfare. And as far as kinetic warfare is concerned, there has historically been an understanding of the script of escalation. Right? There's a sequence of steps, one thing leads to another, and warring parties, typically states, state actors, they understand what it is. That is not quite the case in the realm of, well, in the cognitive and cyber battlefields. So my question is bifurcated and it's somewhat leading. So 2 questions. How important is it for us to have a grammar of escalation in the cyber and cognitive battlefields? And how feasible would it be to actually establish such a grammar?
Jessica, can we turn to you on that one? That's a hard question.
It's a really hard question
for any of us. So I want to give it to you. The best one, best prepared to answer it.
So I think it's incredibly critical that we do have a grammar and a logic for escalation. Do I think it's feasible? I'm not sure yet. I don't know that until we really sit back and figure out what is and I hate this expression, but unfortunately, like what is that cyber 9/11 or what is that cyber Pearl Harbor? I don't know that we're going to get there yet. But I do think, one of the examples that I took a sigh of relief of was, when Iran shot down that drone and everybody's like, we need to strike back on Iran. And President Trump was like, oh, we're going to kill like 250 people for a drone? Wait, I thought that's why we had drones, so that we didn't escalate, right? So there was a moment of rationality there that we didn't, strike back over killing a machine, which I was grateful for in a lot of ways, because also when you look at the territory of Iran, no, just no. For a variety of reasons. But so I think your question is really, really important. We do need to think through what does this escalation look like, and what does that language look like, but we also have to fix the attribution problem. And that's really critical. If we can't attribute, we can't escalate or de-escalate. And that is a problem from individual level attacks, right? When people are posting revenge porn about someone, to nation states. So the attribution problem, I think, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the anonymity allows people to stand up against the repressive governments, et cetera. It also allows bad actors to take, advantage of that anonymity, I can talk, and do nefarious things. So I think until we can solve the attribution problem in some way, we're not going to get to the grammar of escalation that we need to really think through, like, if this, then this.
Great. Well, good answers. And thanks to you, Jessica. Thanks, Mike. And thanks, Carol, for joining us today. Thank you all for joining the conference. And that wraps it up. Do we have a great event like after this, after party or something? All right. Happy hour. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.